The ornate gown is exactly as described in the novel. The ballroom is filled with the unknown. The lead couple dances in each other at arms. This was once just a fantasy in my head. The phone screen at light is faint. If all of this were to actually happen, the image shatters before my eyes. Where am I? Rhodia stares at the unfamiliar face in the mirror. I clearly remember getting my university acceptance letter. I was definitely lying in my room, asleep. Why have I come to this un? Footsteps echo down the hallway. A woman pushes the door open and enters. She asks if I'm ready yet. She urges me to leave immediately. Rhodia's wrist is grabbed. Her body lurches forward involuntarily. Where are we going? Where else would we go? Alian gives a radiant smile. We're going to the Imperial Knights to sign the contract. Confusion flickers in Rhodia's eyes. That it right, if possessed a minor character in a novel. Rhodia Ariel Mertens. Alian clasps her hands together. Her eyes are sparkling. If we're lucky, we might see His Highness the Crown Prince at the training grounds. Rumor has it Heat so handsome he looks otherworldly. Since Heat my future partner, I have to at least make a lasting impression. Alian drags Rhodia along by the wrist. Once His Highness sees me, he'll definitely fall in love. Alian is a supporting character in the novel. She was executed for stalking the Crown Prince. And Rhodia even helped her do it. Because of a lionette stalking, Rhodia eventually met her death. She was also Rhodia's only friend. Alian grips Rhodia's hands tightly. Her eyes are full of anticipation. If we arrive early, we can even take a tour of the training grounds. Rhodia is jerked toward the door. Wait, I need a moment to think. Alian looks back at her. What at there to think about? Rhodia's expression stiffened. Her eyes betrayed her helplessness. No, I'm serious. I literally just got here. The carriage came to a stop before a grand building. The coachman opened the door. Welcome, Lady Alian and Lady Rhodia. Rhodia stepped out of the carriage. She surveyed her surroundings. In the end, I was still dragged here anyway. She took a deep breath, trying to steady her racing heart. She had been reciting mantras under her breath the whole way, praying that this was all just a dream. Unfortunately, it was no use. Rhodia squeezed her eyes shut. She pressed her folded hands against her forehead. Alian tilted her head and watched her. She looked completely perplexed. Is this the will of the original story? Forcing me to accept my fate, and then die a miserable death? Rhodia lowered her gaze. The only silver lining is that I have knowledge of the original plot, as well as Rhodia's own memories. Maybe I can find a way to survive. The carriage door was pulled open. A blonde knight bowed slightly. Welcome, thank you for traveling such a long way. Please allow me to assay you the way. Lady Rhodia. Rhodia was taken aback by the attention. She lightly touched her cheek with her fingertips. Why, thank you. I've never been treated like this before. Suddenly, a hand cut in. Alian stepped in front of her. A radiant smile played on her lips. Thank you for your kindness. The knighted face flushed deep red. Not at all. I did fine. Rhodia glanced away. She remained silent. Is the training ground far from here? I heard His Highness the Crown Prince goes there sometimes. So I was curious about what kind of place it is. The training grounds are usually off-limits to outsiders. A hint of unease flickered in Rhodia's eyes. If I remember correctly, this is where Alian is supposed to run into the Crown Prince. Shall fall in love with him at fence sight, and descend into a crazed obsession from that moment on. To make him hers, shall start stalking him relentlessly. If I don't stop this, I'm going to end up dead too. Rhodia suddenly gripped the hem of her skirt. Her knuckles turned white from the strain. No, Alian and the knight both looked back at once. They looked at her in surprise. Rhodia steadied her breathing. Her gaze was resolute. I appreciate the offer, but we didn't come here for a tour. I'm sorry, Alian, but I want to live. Alian stood there, stunned. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Since we're early, let's go over the documents Fent. Rhodia suddenly grabbed Alian's wrist. She forcibly pulled her in the opposite direction. Alian stumbled and cried out, "Ah!" "Wait, as long as Alian doesn't meet the crown prince, I won't die." Rhodia quickened her pace. Alian struggled behind her. "Hey, Rhodia." "Wait a minute, Rhodia." Alian violently shook off her hand. "I told you to wait." Alian's brow furrowed. Anger flickered in her eyes. Alian turned her head to look at the blonde knight standing nearby. "Mr. Aide?" The knight straightened his posture. "Yes." Alian instantly flashed a brilliant smile. Weak liked to speak in private for a moment. "So, what is it? What do you want to say?" Alian put her hands on her hips. Her gaze was sharp. "Do you have some kind of grievance against me?" Rhodia froze in place. Her pupils trembled slightly. "Is it because I made you prepare the contract by yourself? Is that why you're throwing a tantrum?" Alian closed in on her, step by step. Her tone was aggressive. "Didn't we make a promise? That at your job. You're in charge of the thinking, and I'm in charge of the negotiations." She leaned in close to Rhodia, whispering with a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. "We're friends, aren't we? So you should be supporting me from behind and cheering me on." Rhodia's fingertips trembled slightly. Memories flooded back like a rising tide. Alian was always like this, using sweet talk and psychological manipulation to toy with the innocent Rhodia, all just to get everything she wanted. Rhodia's eyes turned cold. "But things are different now." "Alian," she said, reaching out to grab Alian's wrist in return. "Of course it'll help you." Rhodia flashed a brilliant smile. "Just as you said, we're friends." "Too bad I'm not the real Rhodia." "I don't intend to seek revenge for her, but I'm certainly not going to sit around and wait for my own destruction. Though right now, just trying to adapt to this place is already exhausting enough." Rhodia let out a long, weary sigh. Her brow was etched with fatigue. "For now, I just need to get through today in one piece. Everything else can wait until later." She turned around abruptly, only to slam right into a rock-solid chest. Ouch. A hand reached out to steady her by the shoulders. "Sorry, I didn't mean to block your path. Are you all right?" Rhodia looked up and locked eyes with a pair of deep crimson eyes. Rhodia's pupils suddenly constricted. Her breath caught in her throat. It was the Crown Prince. Wait, if the Crown Prince is here? Rhodia's entire body went stiff. "Your Imperial Highness." Alian clasped her hands together, against her chin. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, as she let out a soft gasp of admiration. Rhodia clutched her head in frustration. Tears welled in the corners of her eyes. "Please, just let me go. Let me live." "No." Alian leaned in toward the Crown Prince. She whispered softly. "Your Highness." The Crown Prince stood there, looking completely bewildered. Rhodia lifted her face. Her round red eyes trembled slightly. A chill ran through her entire body. How can his looks be on such a level? "Your Highness, it is time to depart." The Crown Prince gave a slight nod. Understood. The Crown Prince straightened his posture. He bowed to Rhodia. "Then, if you'll excuse me." Rhodia stood there and instinctively replied.
"Hey, yes."
She watched the Crown Prince's retreating figure. His red cloak billowed in the wind. What on earth? Rhodia suddenly covered her cheeks. Her face was flushed bright red. Heat so handsome Itet practically abnormal. His appearance in person is even more overwhelming. I have no right to judge Alian anymore. I'm a total sucker for a pretty face, too. Rhodia, yes. That it right. She clenched her fingers. Her palms were slick with sweat. I think I'm in love. Alian cupped her face in her hands. Her expression was fanatical. This is just insane. Did you see that? The way he was just staring at me. Alian looked up. Her eyes sparkled. What a passionate gaze that was. What if he proposes to me? Alian closed her eyes. Don't worry, Rhodia. Even after I joined the Imperial family, we'll still be friends. Rhodia's face remained expressionless, her gaze cold. That it never going to happen. Alian clenched her fists, lost in her own. I'll talk to His Highness the Crown Prince. No, I'll talk to my future husband. I swear I'll find the perfect husband for you too. Rhodia turned her head. Her brow was furrowed deep. Alian, hey. Wait, just listen to me, Rhodia. Alian gripped Rhodiate's wrist tightly. You'll help me get His Highness, right? Rhodiate's face turned pale. Her fingertips were trembling. Chic crazy, completely beyond saving. What on earth do I do now? That dress is really far too extravagant. I honestly can't tell if you're here to sign a contract or to attend a royal ball.
Lady Alian.
The middle-aged official tapped the table. His tone was icy. Alian puffed out her chest. The corner of her mouth twitched. Rhodia hid behind her. She lowered her gaze. I forgot we were here to sign a contract. I was so preoccupied with looking at the crown prince that I completely forgot about the business at hand. Rhodia clenched her teeth. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. How did this scene play out in the original novel? Alian turned around abruptly. Her skirt swayed violently. How dare you critique my choice of attire? She lifted her chin. Her eyes were filled with arrogance. In that case, the deal is off. Alian messed up the meeting. No wonder the contract fell through. That is exactly how the original plot was supposed to go. Rhodiate's throat tightened. She swallowed hard. But only we can provide ore of this quality. Alian clenched her fists. Her knuckles turned white from the strain. You dare criticize my dress? Since that's the case, I'm going to cancel this. I apologize. Rhodia suddenly stepped forward. She cut her off before she could finish. My friend is attending an acquaintance engagement party tonight. Rhodia spread her arms. She shielded Alian behind her. Please understand that we have never taken this transaction lightly. We have come here today, specifically to provide the knights with high quality or... Rhodia placed a hand over her heart. Her gaze was unwavering. The Empire has enjoyed a long period of peace. But it is in times like these that we must bolster our military strength. Creating weapons from top-tier raw materials directly impacts the safety of our knights. The middle-aged official interlaced his fingers. He fell into deep thought. To be blunt, no one else can offer the quality that we do. Rhodia looked him straight in the eye. So, I hope you will reconsider. Please, do consider working with us. Rhodia suddenly bent her waist and gave a deep bow. Crap, I'm dead meat. Rhodiate's eye twitched. Nobles never lower their heads so easily. Why did I bow before I even realized what I was doing? What are you doing? Lift your head. You're making me look like the villain here. The middle-aged official unclasped his fingers. Rhodia slowly straightened her body. Her expression was dazed. I beg your pardon? What is your name? The middle-aged official leaned back in his chair. His gaze was scrutinizing. I am Rhodia of House Mertens. I am currently active in the local territories, and have yet to make my social debut. Rhodia lowered her eyes. She answered in a soft voice. I see. The middle-aged official gave a small nod. His gaze softened. Please, have a seat, he said, standing up. He pulled out a heavy wooden chair. As for the terms of the contract, we have already discussed them previously. The middle-aged official walked over to the desk. His leather boots clicked against the floor, making a heavy sound. Now, all that is missing is your signature. The middle-aged official pulled out the chair. With a smile playing on his lips, I hope to establish a more solid connection with your guild. Come to think of it, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am the commander of the Imperial Knights, Marquis Ramon Bernhardt. A marquis, Rhodia turned her head, her round red eyes widening instantly. Royal dukes, and then marquises. That rank is second only to the royal family and the founding fathers. There are no more than 10 people in the entire empire with such status. He isn't just an ordinary noble. Rhodia held her breath, her face flushing. To think I was negotiating business with such a powerful figure. Is our guild Going to be under the protection of the Imperial Knights from now on? Rhodia turned to look beside her. Alian was remaining silent. So that why she became so quiet. Miss Rhodia. Marquis Ramon gazed at her. Why has your hand stopped? I sincerely hope that this transaction will be the start of a long-term partnership. Marquis Ramon narrowed his eyes, his smile gentle. Rhodia stood frozen in place, her round red eyes quivering slightly. Just now, did I just pull off something incredible? The glow of the setting sun spilled into the carriage. Rhodia collapsed onto the cushions, letting out a long sigh. I'm exhausted, far too much happened today. Alian had slipped away halfway through. If I didn't have Rhodiate memories, none of this would have been possible. She looked out the window, her gaze deep. The reason I fought so hard to close this deal was all for Rhodiate's sake. The real Rhodia. She always did all the hard work for Alian, but was forever stuck in her shadow, never getting any of the attention. I just wanted her to have a little bit of light, even if I had just a tiny bit. That my only small wish. Rhodia closed her eyes. She let the setting sun envelop her. The carriage wheels ground against the stone bricks, emitting a harsh screeching sound. Rhodia stepped down from the carriage, her footsteps feeling somewhat heavy. You did a marvelous job. Rhodia, I'm just making up for things. Making up for what the real Rhodia never did, and for what I am about to do. I'm back, Rhodia murmured softly. Her gaze swept over the familiar mansion. Mother, father, Marquis Ramon picked up his teacup. That young lady was truly impressive. She'd far better than those bureaucrats who do nothing but shirk responsibility. Marquis Ramon let out a hearty laugh. The commander calls them idiots. An adjutant looked a bit uneasy. Lowering his voice to remind Marquis Ramon, the Marquis set down his teacup, his eyes sharp. I intend to give her more support. I might even recommend her to other night orders. The teaspoon clinked against the side of the CPP, making a clear, sharp sound. You haven't praised anyone like this in a long time.
Commander, the Crown Prince tapped his finger against his thigh.
Miss Rhodia, was it? The Crown Prince tilted his head to the side. A flicker of interest appeared in his red, almond-shaped eyes. I'm curious. I wonder what kind of person she really is. Starlight blanketed the mansion. Rhodia pushed open her bedroom door and threw herself onto the soft bed. Finally, I'm alone. My parents are so kind to me, and Rosie the maid is attentive to a fault. She lay sprawled on the edge of the bed, her round red eyes staring blankly. It looks like I won't be going back for a while. Since I possessed this body so suddenly, perhaps I'll leave just as suddenly. Until then, I must find a way to survive. Itet not completely hopeless. Rhodia sat up. This deal was a huge success. Maybe Alian can change too. She blinked. A glimmer of light flickered in her eyes. At least that what I was thinking. The door was suddenly flung open. Alian charged into the room. She was shouting Rhodiate name at the TNAP of her lungs. If one become the crown princess, it'll eventually become the empress, won't I? Alian leaned in close. Her round blue eyes were shimmering. When that happens, it'll make you my concubine. She seized Rhodiate hands. She looked absolutely thrilled. A concubine, she says. Even if Itet, the highest ran among the secondary wives, a concubine is still just a mistress. No matter how much you try to sugarcoat it, a mistress is a mistress. She wants me to be her husbandette concubine. Rhodia froze in place. Her round red eyes shook with shock. Her face turned pale as a sheet. Has this girl lost her mind? She stared down at her hands, trapped in a lionette-tight grip. Just think about it. Rhodia, once I'm the empress, I'm going to be so busy. Right. Alian leaned further onto the bed. A wide smile stretched across her face. I don't understand the Fent thing about politics. So, as my concubine, you can handle all those affairs for me. I'll just focus on managing the staff. Ited the perfect arrangement. That way you won't be bored. And it will be such a huge help to me. Alian's eyes were wide and bright. Her cheeks were flushed pink.
What do you think?
I had a great idea, isn't it? Rhodia sat at the head of the bed. Her gaze was chillingly cold. Environments might change, but human nature never does.
Is she playing with me?
A vein pulsed in Rhodiate's temple. Her round red eyes burned with rage. She jerked her hand back violently, pushing Alion's clingy hands away. Go find someone else for that. I'm not interested. Alion stood frozen in place, her round blue eyes wide with shock. Rhodia looked away, her expression returning to its usual calm. But one thing was now crystal clear. Her fingertips traced the envelope, the red wax seal catching her eye. Just stopping Alion wouldn't be enough. Rhodia picked up the letter, a cold glint in her round red eyes. She stared at the invitation in her hand. Alion, did you also receive an invitation to the engagement party at Marquis Asianet Estate? Alion tilted her head, her round blue eyes filled with confusion. Of course, I've already sent my reply saying I'll be there. I heard His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince will be attending. I absolutely have to go. She clasped her hands together against her chest, her face alight with excitement. Are you going too? I thought you hated these kinds of parties. The corners of Rhodiate's mouth quirked up, forming a subtle smile. You're right, I do hate them. But I've changed my mind. She lightly stroked the edge of the envelope, a calculating light shimmering in her eyes. The Crown Prince. The engagement celebrations at the Marquis Estate would last for 2 days. The fête day would be the engagement ceremony for the Marquis' eldest son, followed by a masquerade ball. There was a high chance the Crown Prince would essay up. Rhodia scanned her surroundings. Since everyone was wearing masks, he might already be here. The Crown Prince and the young Marquis were students of the same master. She crossed her arms, her round red eyes flickering behind the mask. The bond between those two was extraordinary. The noise of the crowd surged around her. Alion stood at the center of it all, her round blue eyes wide with excitement, as she chatted and laughed with the socialites. I really want to cut ties with her this instant. Rhodia looked away. Unfortunately, our family's businesses are so closely linked that I can't just walk away. I need a flawless plan. Rhodia picked up her wine glass. She took a small sip of the red wine. Her eyes were cold. Come to think of it, where on earth is the Crown Prince? She scanned the hall once more, searching for that figure. Everyone is wearing a mask. Perhaps he has already blended into the crowd. Rhodia set down her glass. Suddenly she remembered something. I've never actually had alcohol before. She clutched her forehead. Her round red eyes grew dazed. Her vision began to blur. The Crown Prince doesn't seem to have arrived yet. Rhodia stumbled toward the balcony. I need some fresh air. Demio wore a white mask, with a smirk on his face, as he raised his glass to the guests. Rhodia stood alone on the balcony. The night breeze brushed through her long silver-white hair. The air was much fresher out here. She patted her chest and exhaled a long breath. This wine is stronger than I thought. Footsteps approached from the distance. Steady and firm. Rhodia suddenly started, her round red eyes filled with caution. My apologies, did I startle you? Black hair, could it be the Crown Prince? Rhodia held her breath. She stared at the man in front of her. I am the second son of Count Brynhis. Demio raised his glass. Please forgive my intrusion. I am Rhodia, the only daughter of Viscount Mertens. Rhodia raised her glass.
He isn't the Crown Prince.
The color is completely wrong. Demio let out a small gasp. So you are the famous master of the Asteria Trading Company. I have always been curious about you. You are a legend in the business, yet a total mystery in high society. He sat on the bench, his tone laced with a hint of scrutiny. You flatter me. Rhodia sat at the other end of the bench, her body slightly tensed. I didn't really want to drink anymore, but for the sake of politeness, I'll just take one small sip. She raised the glass, and the reddish-purple liquid flowed into her mouth. Demio watched her, the smile on his face deepening. A strange glint flickered in his almond-shaped brown eyes. I can hardly believe it. To think someone is still playing these kinds of tricks. Steady footsteps shattered the silence. 2 years ago, I personally confiscated and destroyed all drugs of this nature. It seems the rumors that the nobility are still using them in secret were true after all. He stopped walking, his almond-shaped red eyes filled with a frigid chill. Demio stood up in a total panic, the wine glass trembling in his hand. Why, Your Imperial Highness? The Crown Prince, Rhodia froze where she sat, her round red eyes wide with shock. I was simply looking for Rhodia. My mind went completely blank. My vision began to blur and fade. The Crown Prince reached out to steady her shoulders, the warmth of his palm radiating through the fabric of her dress. It really is her. Rhodia turned her head, her round red eyes trembling behind her mask, as she gazed at the face so close to her own. Those ruby-like eyes. It really is the Crown Prince. In the original story, Elian was always hovering around the Crown Prince, solely to provoke him into making a scene. He would essay extreme hostility toward any woman who tried to win his favor, sometimes even causing a disaster. I had to warn him. Rhodia clenched her fingers, her heart pounding incessantly. Is this the young lady? The Crown Prince lowered his gaze, looking down at the weakened woman in his arms. The person master mentioned, Lady Rhodia. Your Highness, Rhodia clutched his lapels. Her fingertips turned white from the force of her grip. May I ask a favor of you? She tilted her face up toward him. Her round red eyes lost focus behind her mask. Her breathing became shallow and rapid. A favor. The Crown Prince looked down at her. His almond-shaped red pupils constricted slightly. He looked hesitant. Tonight, Rhodia leaned close to his ear. Her long silver-white hair brushed against his shoulder. Please be prepared. Her breath was soft and sweet. Her voice was as faint as a whisper. Rhodia's strength left her. She collapsed straight into his arms. He felt like he was going out of his mind. The Crown Prince froze. What did she mean by that? Be prepared tonight. Behind his mask, his face flushed a deep crimson. His red eyes trembled violently. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves. Rhodia opened her eyes. As her round red eyes opened, tears welled up reflexively. A muffled groan escaped her throat. What on earth happened? She propped herself up to sit straight. Her long, wavy silver-white hair spilled over her shoulders. She looked around at the unfamiliar furnishings. When did I fall asleep? A sudden sharp pain shot through her abdomen. She curled her body inward. Her hands clutched her stomach tightly. Cold sweat drenched her back. My stomach hurts so much. Why is it so painful? She gritted her teeth. Her face turned deathly pale. Rhodia looked down at her body. Her breath hitched instantly. My clothes have been changed. This isn't the dress from last night. This isn't my room. She surveyed the opulent bedroom. Fear began to spread through her eyes. What exactly is going on? Rhodia suddenly snapped her head up. Her round red eyes quivered violently. Cold sweat trickled down her cheek. The door was pushed open, making a dull thud. Rhodia looked toward the sound. You're awake, Cabby said, as he walked slowly into the room. I'm glad to see you've regained consciousness. He stopped by the bedside, his expression gentle. Who are you? Rhodia asked, shrinking back into the corner of the bed. Her eyes were filled with wariness. Wait, I feel like I've seen this face somewhere before. I remember now. Yesterday, he just got engaged to Miss Shuvania. Cabby's Asian. In my original memories, Cabby's Asian is the eldest son of the Marquis, the deputy commander of the Imperial Knights, and one of the Crown Prince's few close friends. Someone of his status should never be here, much less know my name. It looks like you're still trying to piece things together. Cabby's walked closer to the bed, a gentle smile on his face. The drug you ingested last night paralyzes the nervous system. It usually causes partial memory loss. Drug. Rhodia gripped the edge of the blanket. I don't remember taking any medicine. To be more precise, it was wine laced with a drug. Cabiset's voice was steady. Wine laced with a drug. Rhodio's pupils shrank. Her round red eyes filled with shock. Demio had walked over, holding a wine glass. I am the second son of Count Brynhis, he had said with a smirk on his face. I didn't want to drink it, but I had to at least take a polite sip. Rhodia had taken the glass. The red liquid swirled in the CPP. Do you remember anything? Cabby sat by the bed, watching her. I remember a little. Rhodia replied in a low voice. But where am I? This is the Asian Marquisate, our estate. His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince entrusted us to look after you. Cabiset's expression was gentle. We have already notified your family. There is no need to worry. He let out a soft chuckle. Thank you, Rhodia said, lowering her eyes. She wasn't quite sure what to say. At least I didn't make a scene while I was drunk. She exhaled a long sigh of relief. Her tense shoulders finally relaxed. As for what happened last night, His Highness the Crown Prince will handle it personally. He plans to track down the suppliers and put an end to this once and for all. I owe you an apology. Cabbies lowered his head. Guilt was etched between his brows. It was my engagement party. I should have been more careful. I am truly sorry. Please lift your head. Lord Asium. Rhodia reached out her arm, gesturing that he didn't need to do that. You couldn't possibly have watched every single corner. The one who should apologize is the person who drugged me. She had a faint smile on her lips. Her round red eyes curved into crescents. You are quite different from the rumors. Cabbies looked up. His eyes were filled with surprise. Rumors, Rhodia tilted her head. She looked puzzled. Yes, in high society, they call you the coward. The coward, Rhodia's red eyes widened. She looked taken aback. You are always absent from the banquets. And even when you do attend, you are always quiet, sitting right next to Elian. Cabbies explained the origin of the nickname. So that's it how it is. Rhodia lowered her head. I can understand why they say that, but I still don't particularly like that name. Well then, I shall leave you to your rest. Cabbies stood up.
He prepared to take his leave.
Thank you for everything. Rhodia thanked him softly. Can I ask a question before I go? What on earth did you say to His Highness yesterday? It made him so flustered. His Highness the Crown Prince was flustered? Rhodia stood there, stunned. Her round red eyes were full of bewilderment. To be honest, I only remember the part where he helped me. I see. Cabbies replied in a low voice. A hint of deeper meaning flickered in his eyes. You're even more interesting than the master said. Cabiset's cheeks flushed. His almond-shaped gray eyes sparkled. The master Rhodia tilted her head. Her round red eyes were full of confusion. If you don't mind, may I call you by your name? Cabbies leaned in closer. He gave a radiant smile. Please call me Cabbies as well. Well, if I tet only in private. Rhodia looked away. Her voice was barely a whisper. Thank you, Rhodia. Please get some rest. Cabbies closed the door. The sound of his footsteps gradually faded. Rhodia fell back onto the bed. Her silvery white hair spread across the sheets. I can't even think straight anymore. I haven't even been in this body for very long, but everything is already such a mess. She gritted her teeth. What kind of sins did I commit in my past life? I just want to rest right now. A long, deep rest. She closed her eyes. Her consciousness gradually faded. Rhodia, when are you coming back? Rhodia sat in the carriage. Her head rested on her hand. She looked out the window. She let out a heavy sigh. I should just go home. Cabbies walked alone. His leather shoes clicked against the ground. Each step made a dull thud. Miss Rhodia, the door was suddenly flung open. You don't mind if I borrow your bed for a bit, do you? She was pressed tight against the manet chest. Her long, wavy silver-white hair cascaded down. Her breathing was steady and deep. Has this finally turned into a criminal act? Cabbies froze in his tracks. His eyes were filled with sheer shock. Whatever you're thinking in that head of yours. I'd absolutely not like that. The crown prince protested loudly. And strictly speaking, she'd the one who came to me fent. Rhodia let out a soft hum. She shifted her body in the crown prince's arms, searching for a more comfortable position. Her eyes were half closed. Her lashes were thick and long. A satisfied curve played at the corners of her mouth. The crown prince's cheeks were flushed a deep crimson. His almond-shaped red eyes trembled. Please, just stop talking. Just let me collapse right here. I just want her to get some proper rest, the crown prince said with a pleading tone. Cabby stood there, jaw dropped. In that moment, I could feel it. The corners of Cabasset's mouth curled upward. He gave a meaningful, knowing smirk. Spring is finally arriving for my dear friend. Night fell. The Marquis' Asian estate was brightly lit. The building, its silhouette looked solemn in the fading afterglow. Rhodia stood before the manor. Her long, wavy, silver-white hair stirred slightly in the breeze. She wore a deep blue mask. I can't believe I'm back here again. I really just wanted to lie in bed and rest today. She raised a hand to press against her temple. Weariness was etched between her brows. Rhodia, come out. Let it go, Alian urged from outside the door. If it weren't for that child, she would have wanted to refuse. But when she had returned home, there was a note from Alian left on the table. They had an appointment to attend a banquet together tonight. Cabbies had explained to the household that he had accidentally given her some strong liquor. Rhodia stared at the note. She let out a heavy sigh. This is just my fate. She adjusted the edge of her mask. You've been acting very strange lately. Rhodia's fingertips stiffened. Her movements instantly came to a halt. Why are you being so cold to me? A lionette tone was low. A chill emanated from her eyes. Her gaze beneath the mask was sharp, glaring intently at Rhodia. You've been acting very strange lately. Why are you being so cold to me? You used to be so submissive. You even took the initiative to handle my troubles for me. But now you don't do that anymore. I've told you the whole way here that I'm not feeling well, Rhodia replied, looking down. But you never used to say it before. Alian raised her voice. You're really ruining my mood. Don't you realize that? And another thing, Alian turned her head. Her blue pupils suddenly constricted. Her gaze locked onto Rhodia. Your attitude and tastes have changed too. You clearly aren't the same person you used to be. Was she just sizing me up? This feeling of being scrutinized is incredibly unpleasant. There is a reason why Alian is so selfish. It didn't happen for no reason. Rhodia comes from the Mertens family. They were once a struggling border noble family, getting by solely on the meager income from their territory. Until 3 years ago, when Rhodia entered the business, the status of the Asteria Guild skyrocketed. Meanwhile, a lionette family, the Feliotans, are prestigious traditional aristocrats with deep roots in the local power structures. Other nobles were desperate to suck up to the Feliotans, and the Mertens family was no exception. This dependency had long since become ingrained. Alian sat at a lavish round table. She chuckled behind her hand, enjoying the attention of those surrounding her. Alian, rather than talking about this right now, shouldn't we go and greet the people inside? You brought me here because you said it was difficult to face the high nobility alone. She looked Alian straight in the eye. Her tone was calm. If we stay out here any longer, people will start to find it strange. Carriages shuttled back and forth in front of the porch. An endless stream of guests arrived, and the din of the crowd rose and fell. Alian lowered her head in silence, her hands tightly clutching the purple hem of her dress. Her fingertips were white from the strain. You're right. It's more important to go in and greet everyone now. She released her grip on her skirt and straightened her back once more. Let's head inside. The corners of a lionette mouth curled up, a brilliant smile appearing beneath her white mask. We're quite late, aren't we? Alian stepped onto the red carpet. She ascended the steps, her tone light and airy. It is my honor to see you young masters again. Alian giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. Her round blue eyes curved into crescents behind the white mask. I'm very happy to see you all as well. Ever since we spoke yesterday, I've been looking forward to speaking with Miss Alian again. He was clearly enchanted by her. Rhodia stood to the side, observing the scene. This is my dear friend, the representative of the Asteria Guild. Alian stepped aside to introduce her. I am Rhodia of House Mertens. Rhodia gave a slight curtsy, her tone remaining level. I never imagined I would see Miss Mertens here. The Manet eyes widened, surprise flickering in his gaze. The Asteria Guild has been gaining quite a reputation lately. I heard that recently. You secured the mineral supply contract for the Imperial Guard? He stepped forward, asking with a look of intense focus. That is truly a remarkable achievement. Yes, I was merely lucky. Rhodia responded softly. Luck, if heard, that the commander of the guard isn't the type to be moved by mere cleverness. The two of you must be incredibly capable. You flatter us. We've simply had everyone eat support. Rhodia is right. Alian suddenly interjected. Because we have a clear division of labor. The preparations were absolutely exhausting. She rested her chin on her hand, sounding a bit resigned. So I sometimes get worried. Rhodia is just too obsessed with her work. Even at a social event like today, she always ends up talking about business. I wish she would take an interest in other things. The man looked astonished. I was far too careless. Running the guild on behalf of my family? I didn't even realize it was like this. I'm just glad Alian isn't that perceptive. Rhodia took a glass from a servantette tray. The red liquid swirled inside the glass. She pretends to be concerned, while belittling me, manipulating others' perceptions for her own benefit. Rhodia stared at a lionette reflection in the wine. She a natural queen bee. Why, look, isn't that the crown prince you like over there? Rhodia suddenly turned to look toward the distance. What? Where? Alian whipped her head around. Her round blue eyes trembled violently behind her mask. Lionette methods are toxic, especially toward those who truly care for her. If she were smart enough, she wouldn't rely on such tactics. I'm going to take a look around. Rhodia swirled her glass. Attention easily won is just as easily lost. You two carry on. Rhodia lifted her blue skirt. Her silvery white hair swayed with every step. She made her way through the bustling ballroom. Perhaps this is just an impulse, but the outcome shouldn't be bad. Rhodia came to a halt. Her round red eyes stared straight ahead. From now on, she will never underestimate Rhodia again. As time passed, memories and emotions flooded back like a tide. Originally, I only wanted to escape. Alian must, before the day is over, finish organizing all the documents. She sat alone by the window. Her long, wavy silver-white hair was spread across her shoulders. The quill in her hand moved rapidly across the paper, making a scratching sound. If I still have to handle things for Alian, there won't be enough time at all. A red liquid dripped onto the documents, leaving a jarring stain. The burden of the family weighed heavy on her shoulders. She raised her hand to cover her mouth and nose. Beady LSD seeped through the gaps in her fingers. Her round red eyes trembled with pain. This is fine. Compared to everything Alian is running away from, this price is nothing at all. A voice called out from behind Lady Rhodia. Lord Asian. Rhodia looked at the newcomer. You've come today as well. Perfect timing. I've been looking everywhere for you. Cabbies turned his head. His almond-shaped red eyes locked onto his target. Looking for me, Rhodiate. Round red eyes were filled with confusion. My fiancé wants to meet Lady Rhodia. Cabbies stepped aside to introduce her. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Rhodia. I am Liana, the second daughter of the Chuvenia family. She placed a hand over her heart. Actually, I'm Vanette's cousin. Van, Hoot Van. Rhodiate's body stiffened. Her round red eyes constricted behind her mask. Wait, the Chuvenia family? They're one of the 3 ducal families tied to the imperial family. Why would someone of such status be interested in me? Is it because of what happened this morning? Rhodia felt uneasy. About what happened this morning. I must apologize to you. Rhodia gave a deep bow. I really did drink too much last night. Cabbies has already told me everything. I'm so sorry. You had to go through that because of us. I feel very responsible for it. Please accept my most sincere apologies. Liana raised her gloved fingertips and lightly touched her chin. Though these two are also nobles, they are completely different from a certain someone. Rhodia closed her eyes. A faint smile played on her lips beneath the blue mask. She let out a soft chuckle. Actually, I wanted to meet you, for another reason as well. Another reason? Rhodia tightened her grip on her wine glass. Her round red eyes filled with confusion. 3 years ago, hardly anyone knew of the Asteria Guild. Leonate tone became serious. But after you personally entered the business, the guild rapidly achieved immense success and fame. Not to mention last year at Famine. It was thanks to you that the losses were kept to a minimum. The foresight to predict the future, and precise judgment of value. Even though most people attribute all those achievements to Miss Alian, that only because they don't know the truth behind the scenes. Don't you agree? Liana leaned in closer to Rhodia. Her emerald eyes sparkled with a sharp glint. Rhodia remained silent. Van just arrived. Liana turned her head toward the entrance. She looked excited. Rhodia followed her gaze. So that at him, Van. Rhodia's eyes suddenly widened. Her round red eyes trembled violently behind her mask. Her gaze locked onto the figure ahead. The Crown Prince. The Crown Prince walked in slowly. His almond-shaped red eyes were cold and piercing. When did he get there? Give me a break. Rhodia clutched her head with both hands. Her face contorted in sheer distress and confusion. Liana leaned back toward Rhodia. You really should go and talk to Van. He's actually quite shy. He never approaches people of his own accord. Using a thank you as an excuse would be perfect. Liana blinked her emerald eyes. A bright smile appeared beneath her white deer antler mask. What did you say? Rhodia froze on the spot. Her round red eyes were wide with shock. Shall just stand there frozen if we leave her alone. Liana waved her hand in farewell. She turned to leave, arm in arm with cabbies. Hey, wait! Seriously, Rhodia was rooted to the spot. Cold sweat trickled down beneath her blue butterfly mask. Rhodia clutched her head with both hands. She let out a muffled wail. Why is everyone treating me like this? The banquet hall was buzzing with the roar of conversation. Guests were clustered in groups everywhere. This is getting difficult. Rhodia grit her teeth. I have no idea what kind of scheme Alian is planning. And yet I just barged in here so recklessly. Rhodia looked toward the center of the crowd. The distance was just too great. Can I really pull this off? The Crown Prince stood in the center of the crowd. He was nodding politely to the surrounding compliments. Yesterday and today, I shouldn't have worn the same mask. Not that it matters. If someone is determined to find out, they'll find out eventually. A slight smile played on Cabasset's lips. His short gray hair shimmered beside his mask. The Crown Prince suddenly whipped his head around. His eyes locked onto someone in the distance. Miss Rhodia. Rhodia's foot slipped. She lost her balance completely. She began to fall backward. Watch out, the Crown Prince lunged forward.
He reached out to catch her.
His eyes were fixed on her swaying figure. The Crown Prince steadied his footing. He stared down at the person in his arms. Rhodia looked up at him. Her hands were braced against his chest. The Crown Prince's face instantly flushed crimson.
His gaze darted around behind his mask. His breathing grew ragged.
This is exactly like what happened yesterday. Thank you for catching me. Young Mas why? Rhodia's lips had just curled into a smile, but her words came to a sudden halt. Why, Your Imperial Highness? Her round red eyes widened in shock, and her body froze in the Crown Prince's arms. This is the second time now. The Crown Prince leaned down closer. I've caught you twice already. My lady, you should be more careful. The crown prince released his grip, his fingertips brushing against hers. I've been thinking about this, thinking about it for a long time. Rhodia lowered her gaze, the purple mask concealing her expression. That smile was far too dazzling. It almost felt unreal. Rhodia clutched her heart with both hands, her round red eyes shimmering behind her blue mask. No wonder Elian is so obsessed with him. A hand reached out from behind, fingertips stroking her long silvery white hair. Hey, Rhodia let out a startled cry. I saw everything. Rhodia, Elian suddenly grabbed her wrist. You were just in the crown prince's arms. How did it feel? Did you enjoy it? I was almost getting jealous just now. Elian, that hurts. Rhodia's brow furrowed tightly, her round red eyes welling with pain. There is no way His Highness would help you of his own accord. Elian lowered her voice, her lips curling into a cold arc. He doesn't even know who you are. And what makes you think he doesn't know me? Rhodia swung her arm sharply, shaking off the fingers that held her captive. Would you spend the night with someone you didn't know? A mocking smile played on Rhodia's lips, her round red eyes flashing behind her blue mask. Elian froze in her tracks, her round blue eyes wide with shock. Are you saying that you really spend the night with the crown prince? That ain't impossible. Her eyes snapped wide, her pupils shrinking behind her white mask. Her breathing became ragged. So, that's it, why you suddenly disappeared last night. Lies. I tell all lies. A sneer played on Elianet's lips. If that were true, then why would His Highness be looking at me right now? He probably isn't looking at you at all. There's nothing between you and the crown prince. Rhodia straightened her back. Her round red eyes remained calm and steady. Elian let out a sharp gasp. Wake up, Elian. His Highness treats everyone with the same indifference. Rhodia raised her hand to adjust her purple mask. Do you really think a man like that would give his heart to you? He'd never even spoken to you. Impossible. This might just be a fleeting delusion of yours. But I'm warning you now. Don't you dare think about approaching His Highness. Elian gripped her purple skirt tightly. Her knuckles turned white from the force. For your own safety, Elian gritted her teeth. Her jawline was tense. And for mine too. She clutched her lace skirt tightly. Her fingertips trembled violently from the strain. Then go ahead. Say it out loud. Let everyone hear it. Rhodia stood across from her. Her round red eyes were filled with shock. What? I don't believe you. Elianet's lips curled into a mocking smile. Go in front of the crown prince right now and tell him exactly what happened last night. Rhodia clenched her fists. Her round red eyes flickered beneath her blue mask. To be honest, I can't say I didn't fall for her provocation. After all, what she said was the truth. Rhodia turned and walked toward the center of the hall. Seriously, Elian, Rhodia gritted her teeth. Her profile radiated annoyance. Her round red eyes were filled with anxiety. Her steps felt heavy. Each step was like walking on the edge of a blade. If I walk over there, and His Highness pretends he doesn't know me, what will I do? Everyone will be staring at me. Even in the midst of this uncertainty, I still hold a firm belief. He definitely won't ignore me. Rhodia made her way through the whispering crowd. Even amidst the chaos, His Highness has been watching me all along. Surrounded by the crowd, the crown prince turned his head.
His red, almond-shaped
eyes widened slightly. Rhodia stopped in her tracks. She folded her hands in front of her blue sash. A gentle smile played on her lips. I apologize for the sudden intrusion. Your Highness, she bowed slightly. Actually, I came to thank you for your help yesterday. I hope I didn't cause you too much trouble last night. The crown prince's adamant apple bobbed. He remained silent behind his white mask. His jawline was set tight. Why was I being that obvious? He finally spoke. He turned his body and leaned closer to Rhodia. Rhodia stood there, stunned. I beg your pardon? I was being scolded for staring at you for too long. So I've been trying my best to hold back. The crown prince's lips curled upward. His red, almond-shaped eyes crinkled with mirth. Please forgive my impertinence. My lady, he really has been watching me. Now I feel so embarrassed. Rhodey's round red eyes widened. The sound of her heartbeat throbbed in her ears. I know. I tad quite all right. She lowered her gaze. I think we should move to another spot. What? Rhodia suddenly looked up. Her round red eyes were full of bewilderment. As long as I stay here, the ball will remain at a standstill. 4 masked noblewomen were raising their folding fans. Their glares shot toward them like arrows. A chill ran down her spine. Cabbies clapped his hands together. His Highness is right. This is an engagement banquet. Itet not just a essay lead performance for His Highness. So, could you spare a little of that attention from me as well? She pressed a hand to her chest. A bright smile played on her lips. Let it go while we have the chance. Liana suddenly grabbed Rhodey's wrist. Please, wait a moment. Rhodey's body lurched forward. Her round red eyes widened in shock. Tomorrow at newspaper will surely sell like crazy. But it won't be anything serious. Liana dragged Rhodia quickly through the corridor. What does that mean? Rhodia stumbled along behind her. Why is she so strong? Rhodia suddenly looked back. Alian stood at the teenape of the stairs. She lifted her pink lace skirt. A sneer played on her lips. The crown prince stood at Rhodey's side. His almond-shaped red eyes were deep. You said some things to me yesterday, my lady. I only wanted to tease Alian a little. Rhodia looked down and gripped her skirt tightly. Her round red eyes were full of regret. Be mentally prepared for tonight. The crown prince leaned down. He whispered in Rhodey's ear. A trace of a smile played on his lips. What on earth is going on? Rhodia froze in place. Her round red eyes were wide with shock. Come in now that we're all the way here. It all feels a bit surreal. Miss Rhodia, Liana called out softly. Is there a tea you prefer? She took off her white antler mask, revealing her bright, round blue eyes. I'm not picky. Rhodia clasped her hands in front of her. Her round red eyes shimmered behind her purple mask. That it good, then. Liana tilted her head, letting out a soft laugh. Princess Liana, why did she bring me here? What do you think of me? I suppose you're qualified. Most people think it was Leonate doing, but those in the know think otherwise. At that moment, I felt as though she was looking down on me. Now she being way too friendly. What is she up to? Miss Rhodia, please have a seat here. Liana pointed toward the yellow sofa. Thank you. I think Itet time I brought cabbies over for a chat. I'll take my leave now. Wait, sorry, Rhodia snapped her head up. Her round red eyes were wide with shock. Metasilent also looked surprised. Didn't you want to talk to cabbies in the Fen place? That it why, I thought Miss Rhodia was looking for you. Liana tilted her head. Her round blue eyes looked completely innocent. Anyway, why don't you two talk Fend? After all, Van has something to say too. Why bring that up now? Metasilanet brow furrowed. His eyes showed. Awkwardness, Miss Rhodia. Is there some reason that you can't talk to Van alone? The voice you selected does not support this language. Please click the upper right corner to switch to another voice. Don't tell me you already have a date. No, I'd not like that. Rhodia waved her hands frantically. Her round red eyes widened in panic. In that case, there ain't no problem. I hope you have a nice chat. Liana put her antler mask back on. A bright smile hung on the corners of her lips. She waved her hand and turned to leave. The door clicked shut. Rhodia sat frozen on the sofa. Good grief, Metasilent stood to the side. His short silvery white hair cast shadows under the light. He rested one hand on the back of the sofa. His expression was tinged with embarrassment. The atmosphere has become so strange. Metasilent bowed slightly in apology. I apologize on behalf of my cousin. She'd always doing such unexpected things. Metasilent pressed a hand to his forehead in resignation. No, I'd had quite all right, Rhodia replied softly. So I'm not the only one who thinks so. So, what did you want to talk about? Actually, my teacher mentions your name quite often. Metasilon looked up. His eyes flickered. I'm curious about what kind of person you are. So, I've been wanting to chat with you like this for a while. You and Lord Asian were schoolmates, right? Right, but how would your teacher know about me? Rhodia tilted her head. Her round red eyes were full of confusion. Didn't you know? The commander of the Imperial Knights is my teacher, Marquis Bernhardt. He was even more incredible than I had imagined. There is one more thing I want to ask. Metasilon raised a hand to his chin. His almond-shaped red eyes shimmered. A blush crept onto his cheeks. Regarding what you told me yesterday, what exactly did you mean by that? What did I say? Sorry, maybe it was just the atmosphere at the time, but I don't remember. Rhodia fidgeted with her hands. She looked visibly uneasy. Is that so? Metasilon lowered his head. The light in his almond-shaped red eyes faded. He looked deeply disappointed. What on earth did I say to him? Rhodiate's heart hammered against her ribs. Her round red eyes were full of panic. I'm sorry if I said anything out of line. Rhodia leaned forward. Her right hand clutched the fabric at her chest tightly. No need to be so formal. Metasilon replied softly. Please, just call me Van and I'll call you Rhodia. Rhodia held her breath. Her round red eyes trembled in shock. Dropping the honorifics and using Fent names? The Imperial Crown Prince, Metasilon. Van Bettenberg, who has held the title for 10 years. The most brilliant among 5 siblings. The most favored heir to the throne. He is the male lead of this story. A person like that, while I'm just a background character. I'm not even a supporting character. Can I really talk to him so casually? Rhodia lowered her head and gripped the front of her dress. Her eyes were filled with agitation. Do you not like it? Metasilon leaned forward slightly. His almond-shaped red eyes gazed at her. His expression was laced with caution. No, it not that. I was just wondering if I'm worthy. Worthy, just a name. Is that so? Rhodia looked up. Her round red eyes reflected his figure. That it right. Metasilon nodded slightly. His short brown hair swayed with the movement. His eyes were full of tenderness. Then... Rhodia pressed her fingertip against her lower lip. A blush crept up her cheeks. She hesitated before speaking Van. I'm here, Rhodia. Metasilon's lips curled into a smile. Rhodia froze. Her round red eyes widened instantly. Her cheeks were burning like fire. What was with that smile just now? Why did he smile like that? Rhodia suddenly snapped her head away. Her heart thundered in her ears. She didn't dare look at his face again. Metasilon gazed ahead. A blush surfaced on his cheeks. His leather boots clicked against the floor. His footsteps were steady. He approached her step by step. You told me yesterday. Metasilon stopped walking. His almond-shaped red eyes looked down. He gazed at Rhodia. To be mentally prepared for tonight. That it what you said? Metasilon leaned in. A smile played on his lips. Are you saying I told? You. Rhodia stood rooted to the spot. Her round red eyes constricted in shock. Be prepared for tonight. Please forgive my rudeness. Rhodia suddenly covered her face. Her round red eyes were full of panic. He turned bright red all over. What? Metasilon stood there, stunned. I should just die right now. Right here. Rhodia tousled her long silvery white hair. She bowed repeatedly. I'm truly sorry for letting you see such an embarrassing sight. If you don't remember, please don't take it to heart. Metasilon turned away. I was just flattering myself. This is so awkward. Did you just say flattering yourself? Rhodia stopped what she was doing. Her round red eyes stared straight at him. Metasilon suddenly froze. His red, almond-shaped eyes shook violently. His cheeks flushed crimson instantly. He stammered. He was unable to speak for a long time. The air fell into a dead silence. This topic is too awkward. Should we talk about something else? Rhodia forced a smile. All right, okay. Metasilent whispered back. His gaze wandered. What should I say? Our red eyes are the exact same shade. My eyes are just a bit reddish. But Van, your color is so deep. They look like pure gemstones. The corners of Rhodie's mouth curled up. Her round red eyes were full of admiration. This is a trait of the Battenberg family. Black hair and red eyes. Metasilent lowered his eyes. His red almond-shaped eyes were hidden under his hair. Did you know? Before they became royalty, the Battenberg family were leaders of assassins. Black hair makes it easy to melt into the shadows. Red eyes represent the perception of death. People call it the gaze of the Reaper. What do you think? Don't you think it a terrifying color? No, I think it looks like a deep crimson ruby. Like a perfectly ripe ruby. A red so beautiful it takes my breath away. Rhodia broke into a radiant smile. So for me, it is very beautiful. Metasilent's eyes widened. His almond-shaped red eyes trembled violently. His cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. The sound of his heartbeat was deafening. He turned around abruptly, avoiding her gaze. Wait a moment. Metasilent raised his white-gloved hand, firmly covering the lower half of his face. His almond-shaped red eyes were full of panic. He walked quickly toward the door. Where is he going? Rhodia stood there, stunned. Her round red eyes showed confusion. What happened? Is it because he hates me? Rhodia hunched her shoulders, the light fading from her round red eyes. Say that again. Liana stared at the man before her. Her round blue eyes were filled with disbelief. So let me get this straight. You ran away because you were too shy after being complimented? That is the most ridiculous nonsense I've ever heard. Liana pressed a hand to her forehead. Her round blue eyes were full of exasperation. Nonsense, that it too much. Metasilent clutched his chest, his expression looking aggrieved. Though it really is surprising. Liana lowered her eyelids. Although Van holds the position of crown prince now, in the past, he faced a difficult situation as the youngest. It wasn't until he became a student of Marquis Bernhardt that the royalist faction began to rally around him. Only then did he gain enough power to stand his ground and directly oppose the expanding aristocratic faction. He has talent, and he has beauty. Metasilent turned his head. His almond-shaped red eyes were calm and steady. Behind him, a crowd of noble ladies let out a scream. He is well aware of his own charm. For a man so self-aware, I can't go back with my face looking like this. Sister, what should I do? Metasilent covered his burning cheeks. His almond-shaped red eyes were full of panic. Even though he was clearly aware of his own charm, he was absolutely hopeless when it came to romance. Liana gazed at her younger cousin before her. Her round blue eyes were filled with exasperation. I thought I was raising a Wolf, but it turns out he's just a lost puppy. So did you at least thank her for the compliment? Metasilent froze in his tracks. His almond-shaped red eyes were blank with confusion. Don't tell me you just ran off without explaining anything. You just left that young lady, all alone in such a massive room. Liana covered her mouth. Her round blue eyes were wide with shock. Metasilent stood there, paralyzed. His face turned deathly pale in an instant. His almond-shaped red eyes trembled violently. You really are far too naive. Liana watched the retreating back as they fled in panic. But come to think of it, it makes sense that Van would react this way. Anyone who knows Vanette's background understands that he has never heard such warm words before. She looked me straight in the eyes and said they were very beautiful. Metasilent threw open the door. Most people would flinch, saying these eyes were unsettling. But Rhodia said they were beautiful. The corners of Metasilent's mouth curled up. His almond-shaped red eyes sparkled with light. All he had ever faced were political attacks. No one had ever been this kind to him.
He was actually not good at dealing with people at all.
Is he still facing assassination threats?
His Highness is incredibly dense.
Cabby's picked up his teacup. You should learn to be a bit more sharp yourself. Liana glared at Cabby's. If you don't want him to get divorced, The very day after his wedding. A smile played on Leonate lips. Her round blue eyes narrowed slightly. An oppressive aura radiated from her. Cabby suddenly choked on his tea. He let out a strained gasp. Liana had raised 2 younger brothers all on her own. She is a resilient woman. I'm sorry, I was being too frivolous. Cabbies leaned in to apologize to Liana. Night fell. A crescent moon hung in the sky. The dark blue night sky was deep and boundless. Today was truly a whirlwind. Rhodia lay on her back in bed. Her long, wavy, silver-white hair spread across the pillow. Still, it didn't feel bad. At Fent, I thought she was playing a prank, leaving me all alone on purpose. Rhodia recalled the scene. It wasn't like that. Metasilent had suddenly burst through the door. I didn't mean to leave you behind. Something just came up. Metasilent explained while waving his hands frantically. His almond-shaped brown eyes were full of worry. Seeing him try so hard to explain, I knew he didn't mean it. After that, we talked for over an hour. We even dropped the formal speech. Is this really okay? Rhodia tossed and turned under the covers. Even someone as dense as me can tell he's interested in me. But that doesn't mean I want to become some kind of Cinderella. Although things have become a bit complicated because of Alian, I'm actually quite satisfied with Rhodiate life. A prestigious family background. Beauty far beyond my previous life. A family full of love. And more wealth than I can count. Life is pretty good. Actually, pretty good is an understatement. This is basically hitting the jackpot. I get the grand prize of the transmigration lottery. Moreover, over the past few years as Rhodia, I've already earned enough money to live lavishly for the rest of my life. On TNP of that, the Mertens family is an established local noble house with a solid status. There reads 0 risk of getting dragged into political power struggles. The timing is also perfect. The corners of Rhodiate's mouth curled up. There was a glint of mischief in her eyes. Someone with as much pride as Alian. I definitely won't just let what happened today slide. Goodbye, Alian. Rhodia rolled around on her bed, letting out a burst of wild laughter. That was absolute Hio. I hope we never see each other again. The next day, at the Asteria Trading Company at President Ep office, Rhodia pushed open the heavy doors. Hey, you're here. Alian turned around. Her straight golden hair shimmered in the sunlight. She was holding a book in her hand. You're a bit late today. Alian tilted her head, a radiant smile playing on her lips. Is it because you were too tired from yesterday at party? What on earth is going on? Rhodia froze in her tracks, her round red eyes wide with shock. How can you be here? What a strange thing to say. A lionette fingertips brushed over the book. Haven't we always worked together in this office? Since the party is over, I take time to make up for the rest we took. I can't let my work pile up like a mountain. She going to work. Rhodia stared at her back, a drop of cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. In my memory, Alian was always wearing a wide-brimmed hat, waving goodbye. I'm going shopping. Rhodia, thanks for handling this for me. You've never worked a serious day in your life. What exactly are you plotting? Plotting, what do you mean by that? Alian stopped what she was doing. Her round blue eyes widened slightly. In my memory, you never work. You just dump everything on me. And now you're saying you can't let the work pile up? Stop joking around. Rhodia gritted her teeth. Her round red eyes glared intensely at the other woman. What on earth do you want from me? What I want. Alian lowered her gaze, her round blue eyes hidden in the shadows. Alian started walking. Her high heels clicked against the wooden floor. I don't want anything. But if I had to say something, I just don't understand. Why are you acting this way? Alian suddenly grabbed Rhodiate's wrist. We're friends, aren't we? Alian leaned close to Rhodiate's face. A twisted smile played on her lips. Am I wrong? Rhodia stood frozen on the spot. Her round red eyes trembled slightly. Is this the GM you're playing? Fine, before I make my move. I'll see exactly what she's trying to do. Don't worry. I'll work even harder than before. Alian let go of her hand. She flashed a bright, innocent smile. Sunlight poured over the fountain outside the guild. The splashing water refracted into a blinding glare. I can't believe Alian would play this card. She even more cunning than I thought. Rhodia slumped onto a bench. Her round red eyes were clouded with fatigue. I absolutely cannot underestimate her. She definitely plotting something. Who knows when she'll try to get rid of me. Winning the jackpot my foot. I just want my old life back. Rhodia leaned her head back against the bench. She let out a long, heavy sigh. Rhodia suddenly bolted upright. A figure in a gray cloak blocked her view. Wait, this is a fantasy. Right, taxi. No, I need to hire a carriage. Rhodia raised her right hand. This carriage is already reserved. The driver looked troubled. I'll pay double. Rhodia yanked the carriage door open. No problem at all, ma'am. Please, step inside as long as I play this right. I'll find a way out of this trap. Rhodia clenched her fist. Her round red eyes gleamed with determination. A confident smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. We've arrived. My lady, this is the place. Rhodia stepped down from the carriage. Her round red eyes took in her surroundings. Though it was a famous landmark in the capital, it was definitely not a place ordinary people could enter as they pleased. The Tower of Sages, the Tower of the Seer, this grand structure was built by the most respected archmage on the continent. Rhodia looked up at the towering spire. The Tower of the Blind. I'm here for a consultation. Rhodia stood before the counter. Very well. May I have your name, please? And what is the subject of your inquiry? My name is Rhodia, Ariel Mertens. Mertens? The Manet pen stopped mid-stroke. Are you the Mertens from the Asteria Trading Company? Fat it right. I'm the guild master. Rhodia, the man murmured as Rhodia lightly touched her chest. Her round red eyes were filled with resolve. As for the nature of my inquiry, it concerns interdimensional transfer. The place looked like a grand mansion from the outside, and the interior was much the same. Rhodia looked around the hall. The man led the way past the bookshelves. There is one person who specializes in dimensional travel. His name is Tefri Aquila. The man stopped walking. He spread his hands, indicating that he was the person in charge here. He'd over 200 years old. 200? How is that even possible? Rhodia halted in her tracks. Her round red eyes were wide with astonishment. Is there some reason why it wouldn't be? The man asked in return. He seemed completely indifferent. Rhodia fell into a thoughtful silence. Heat currently in a meeting. You'll have to wait a moment. Aye, all right. Is this a Magicka-word elevator? About that man? What? Rhodia tilted her head. Her round red eyes were full of confusion. His personality is a bit difficult. Are you sure it'll be all right? The Manet expression was grave. His eyes were clouded with worry. Rhodia stood there, momentarily stunned. I think it'll be fine. I'm used to dealing with people like her by now. Rhodia pressed her fingertip against her lower lip. An image of Alian cackling madly flashed through her mind. Are you serious? I'm serious.
Dead serious.
Understood, we're heading up now. Hold on tight, the man reached for the control panel. A purple light bloomed instantly. Rhodia reached out and gripped the handrail. Wait, Rhodia's eyes suddenly flew open. Her body jerked as the lift accelerated upward. Ooh, this is insane. Wait, we're actually descending? I swear, I'm never coming back to this godforsaken place. Rhodia leaned against the wall for support. Her fingertips were trembling violently. Good luck. The man waved as he departed. He definitely did that on purpose. He specifically said we were going up, and then he dropped me off in the basement. Rhodia gritted her teeth. Her cheeks flushed crimson with irritation. Rhodia? A low voice called out. What are you doing here? Metasilon looked genuinely caught off guard. I'm here for a consultation. Why, with whom? I can't quite remember the name. I only know that his title is Master.
I see.
Metasilent stopped in his tracks. He fell into deep thought. You seem to know who I'm talking about. What kind of person is he? Rhodia tilted her head. Her round red eyes were full of curiosity.
Let me think.
Metasilent rested his chin in his hand. A hint of a smile played on his lips. Calling oneself the master. That is certainly a twisted hobby. Rhodia narrowed her round red eyes. A look of disdain crossed his face. You don't need to overthink it. That person is the master of this tower. Rhodia stood rooted to the spot. Let me give you a tip. He absolutely despises troublesome matters. So I'd best to be direct. If you beat around the bush, you definitely won't hear anything pleasant. In fact, he might even give you a piece of his mind. Metasilent raised his index finger. He let out a light-hearted laugh. Someone who dares to scold the crown prince. This old man really is something else. So, Rhodia. Metasilent reached out and placed his hand over the back of hers. Once you're finished with the consultation, do you have any plans? Metasilent lowered his head slightly. A faint blush colored his cheeks.
Not for now.
Why? Are you trying to ask me out on a date? A teasing smile played on radiate lips. WH, how did you know? Metasilent's body suddenly went rigid. I felt quite bad about not being able to see you home yesterday. Itat been weighing on me. So I wanted to take you out for a meal. Rhodia waved her hands dismissively. I was just joking. No, wait, this is actually a great opportunity. I almost forgot my actual business. Rhodia lowered her eyelashes. I have to warn him to stay on his guard against Alian. In that case, could you wait for me for a moment? Rhodia pushed open the heavy main doors. Pardon me, I'm here for a consultation. Rhodia stopped in her tracks. Her pupils quivered in astonishment. A red-haired figure was hovering high above, reaching for the T-P shelf of the bookcase. A white robe billowed in midair. Scared half to death just by the sight of an old woman? What a disgraceful youth. The red-haired woman slowly floated down. So there were steps here after all. And you just stood there gawking, without so much as moving a finger to help. The unnet standards are truly in decline these days. A red-haired boy clutches a thick book to his chest. His round red eyes are filled with displeasure.
Rhodia stares
At the boy's cheeks. I really want to pinch those chubby cheeks. A kid, Rhodia murmurs softly. I am the master, the rightful owner of this magic tower. The red-haired boy waves his arms in a huff. My name is Teferi, one of the last survivors of the Aquila bloodline. Teferi tosses his long red hair. His manner is arrogant. So, what kind of trouble has brought an outsider like you here? Teferi's lips curl into a smirk. A glint of mischief flashes in his eyes. What do you mean by that? Rhoda's expression goes stiff. What do I mean? You should be the one who knows that best. Teferi extends his right hand. Our bloodline is renowned for its extraordinary empathic abilities. So, I can sense it. Teferi spreads his fingers. A multicolored sphere of light hovers in his palm. A strange energy is flowing through your body. What a fascinating sensation. Your soul doesn't belong to this Right, every soul has its own unique wavelength. Teferi holds up the massive ball of light. The glow reflects off his face. And your color is undoubtedly this kind. Itat truly hard to believe. Rumor says you're over 200 years old. But you look like a 10-year-old child. In fact, this body has only been alive for 8 years. Quite interesting, isn't it? A soul that has lived for 200 years, now residing in the body of an 8-year-old child. Teferi's lips curl upward. Did you steal this childed body? Rhodia recoils instinctively. Her round red eyes narrow sharply. Steal? Of course not. Teferi hops back onto his high stool. I performed a soul reconstruction. I ted a power unique to the Aquila bloodline. If I were to explain it properly, we kept to go into myths and legends from 1,000 years ago. Teferi rests his hand on the thick book cover. Her fingertips tightened. That is a complicated story. Letty, just skip it. The reason you came to see me is to ask about the connection between souls and dimensions. Yes. I want to know. Rhodia clutched the fabric of her dress at her chest. Her round red eyes were full of hope. Can I still return to my original, somehow? The method for you to return to your original, simply doesn't exist. Teferi simply stared into Rhodia's round red eyes with a cruel calmness. Rhodia stood frozen. It was as if she had been struck by lightning. As expected, it was the answer I least wanted to hear. Rhodia's shoulders slumped. The light faded from her round red eyes. Are you disappointed settling down here isn't such a bad thing? Teferi spread his hands. As you can see, it's not so bad here, is it? It was true. I had adapted faster than I expected. But even so, I still have a family back there. Rhodia clasped her hands together. She pressed them against her chest. If that is the reason, Teferi propped up his chin with his hand. He tapped his fingertips on the desk. On this continent, no one knows more about this field than I do. But in other disciplines, the situation might be different, particularly in theology. Teferi raised his index finger. That is the study of the divine, the exploration of invisible, absolute beings. Magic, even when invisible, can still be measured and understood. Theology, however, is completely different. In the fields they research and govern, they might be able to give you a different answer. And there is also the forest to the west. The forest to the west? Rhodia tilted her head up slightly. Her round red eyes were full of confusion. What is in there? Teferi's lips curled upward, into a meaningful smirk. My father, the door lock clicked softly. Metasilence stepped forward to meet her. Rhodia, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Metasilence walked up to her. I did fine. I wouldn't have minded waiting a bit longer. In that case, Metasilence held out his arm. A gentle look crossed his face. Shall we go? So, it really is impossible for me to return to my original Rhodia cut into the pancakes on her plate. The metal cutlery clinked against the porcelain, making a sharp, clear sound. I had a feeling this would be the case. But hearing it confirmed is still a shock. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Before you arrived here, do you remember anything in particular? Like anything out of the ordinary? No, I just fell asleep while reading a book. Rhodia stood inside the tower. Her round red eyes were clouded with confusion. I see, that is a real shame. I was hoping for some more details. However, I can look into a way for you to return. My father has lived for over 2,000 years. He is a witness to the history of the Aquila family. If you could look into it for me, I would be incredibly grateful. Rhodia broke into a smile. Her round red eyes were full of anticipation. But I'm guessing this won't be free. Teferi's lips curled up. His smile gradually widened. A single piece of paper, Teferi pressed his index finger to his lips. Just a written guarantee promising that you will pay whatever price I ask. That will be enough. Fine, but in exchange, let me pinch your cheeks. Rhodia reached out her hand. Her round red eyes were full of longing. Teferi froze in place. His smile vanished instantly. I can't even imagine how outrageous a price hell demand. Since he agreed to that request, the cost is bound to be staggering. Rhodia stared at her plate. Her round red eyes were clouded with worry. Are you all right? You've barely eaten anything. Metasilence asked softly. Rhodia snapped back to her senses. Is my disguised appearance still making you feel awkward? Metasilence toyed with the long hair near his ear.
His fingertips brushed against his magical ring.
Should I just cut it off? Metasilence picked up a steak knife. He gestured toward the long strands of hair hanging down. What? Absolutely do not cut it. Rhodia waved her hands frantically to stop him. The long hair suits you very well, too. But I chose this disguise specifically to avoid drawing attention, Metasilence explained in a low voice. Metasilence explained in a low voice. Why, my God, look at him. He's so handsome. I wonder which family he'd from. The female guests at the neighboring tables all turned to steal glances. Their eyes were filled with nothing but admiration. It turns out heat drawing even more attention this way. This place is practically a shark tank of socialites. I don't even dare to look back. Rhodia stiffened her back. You are already handsome enough as you are. I want to see more of how you look right now. Rhodia cupped her own cheeks. So please don't cut it, okay? Metasilon held his breath. His heart began to pound wildly. He subconsciously gripped the fabric over his chest. I understand. Metasilon lowered his head and let out a long, heavy sigh. Why is he sighing all of a sudden? Rhodia tilted her head. Her round red eyes were full of confusion. If you did cut it, would the hair even grow back? Rhodia asked curiously. This is a magical effect. If I just take off the ring and put it back on, it will return to this length, Metasilon explained. Why, magic truly is amazing. Excuse me. A waiter approached the table. There was a soft clink from the tray in his hand. As he set down an exquisite dessert. This is the Fent toast I've made today. The maid held out the golden brown toast, her smile radiant. Would you like to try some? This scene was practically flirting. With looks like his, it would be stranger if things like this didn't happen. Anyway, it looked delicious. I'll take a serving too. Rhodia stared at the piece of toast, a look of longing flashing in her eyes. We didn't order this, Metasilon said coldly. I'd had a gift from the shop. No, Metasilon refused coldly. Please take it away. Metasilon looked straight ahead. I don't like special treatment that it only directed at me. The maid's shoulders slumped. She picked up the tray and fled in a panic, her retreating figure looking completely flustered. It really looked delicious, though. What a pity. Rhodia sat at the table, her round red eyes fixed on the direction the maid had fled. I did well, didn't I? In Metasilonet's almond-shaped red eyes, the smile was gentle. Rhodia's heart skipped a beat. Her round red eyes widened in surprise, and she instinctively clutched her chest. What at with that expression? Itad really bothering me. Hep a piece of candy. Itad my favorite grape flavor. Do you want some grape juice? The ones I bought earlier might not be cold anymore. I want some juice too. What we eat isn't important. What at important is who you eat it with. Don't you think so? Where on earth did he learn to say things like that? Is there a school that specifically teaches lines like these? A blush colored Rhodia's cheeks. Rhodia, are you free today? Running a trading company. Must be very busy, right? I just happened to have something to handle today, so I came out. How about you? Isn't that position very complicated? Busy, in a way, Itad actually quite simple. So Itad not complicated, nor is it particularly busy. Metasilon lowered his gaze.
His red, almond-shaped.
A dark glint flickered in the depths of his eyes. In this position, I can see things more clearly. Those who harbor hostility toward me, those who try to use me, and those who only want to take from me. Their intentions are clear as day, which makes them much easier to deal with. Thinking about it that way, Rhodia, you seem a bit different. Metasilon turned his head to the side. His red, almond eyes held a gentle gaze. At least you treat me like an ordinary human being. Rhodia stopped in her tracks. Her round red eyes trembled with surprise. Last year, my sister took me to the south. At the time, the imperial family was in an uproar because people had gone missing during the festival. But none of that mattered. There are plenty of people who could take my place anyway. I even told them to go ahead and replace me if they could. But unfortunately, I've sat in this position for 10 years, and I've never once stepped down from my pedestal. Itad quite ironic, don't you think? Although he acted nonchalantly, Rhodia lowered her eyes. Her round red eyes reflected his lonely silhouette. Those days must have been incredibly difficult. He wasn't the eldest son, nor was he the child of the empress or a high consort. He was just the son of a concubine. Are you bragging right now? Like, look how capable I am. Metasilent suddenly turned his head. His red almond eyes were wide with surprise. Rhodia gave a brilliant smile. You're right. I am bragging. The corners of Metasilent's mouth curled upward. It's alright to essay off a little, isn't it? Metasilent let out a hearty laugh. Of course it is. I like how frank you are. Rhodia walked side by side with him. Laughter echoed through the streets. By the way, what is your ideal type, Rhodia? Me? Someone handsome. Someone handsome. I have plenty of money. So a man just needs to bring himself. We can work on our personalities over time. As long as he isn't too rude, it's fine. As for competence, I'm capable enough on my own. He doesn't need any of that. So as long as he's handsome. Rhodia's gaze drifted. Her round red eyes fixed on the man in front of her. Aye, there's a handsome guy right here. What on earth am I thinking? Rhodia shook her head vigorously. Her round red eyes were full of panic. But Van really is incredibly handsome. They say no matter how good someone looks, you'll get tired of them after 3 years. But I feel like I'll never get tired of looking at Vanette's face. I see. Metasilent responded in a low voice. Rhodia, I've been thinking about something. Metasilent turned his head toward her. An almost imperceptible blush surfaced on his cheeks. It seems my ideal type overlaps with yours. Really, Rhodia looked up at him. Her round red eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, a force surged forward. Rhodia lost her balance. Her body involuntarily tipped backward. Water splashed everywhere. The cold liquid instantly enveloped her entire body. Rhodia fell into the pool. A massive splash erupted. Ouch! Rhodia poked her head out of the water. Droplets of water slid down her cheeks. Van, are you okay? I think so too. I also think my ideal type is someone beautiful. Metasilent was submerged in the water.
He reached out and grasped Rhodia's fingertips.
What do you think? Don't we look like a perfect match? People often say that a crown princely life is inevitably exhausting and full of responsibility. In truth, it is just a simple repetition. He wakes up at dawn, practices swordsmanship on the training grounds, and then receives those requesting an audience. By afternoon, Cabbies enters the office. He walks to the desk with documents in hand, reporting his work to Metasilent. Thanks to Cabisset competence, even when reports pile up like mountains, Metasilent only needs to flip through a few pages. Surrounded by such capable talents, the UN functions even without orders. But today is different. This morning, which should have been spent on official business, Metasilent is not sitting at his desk. He is meeting with someone. Liana picks up her teacup. What on earth happened with Lady Rhodia yesterday to make you look like this? Metasilent lets out a long sigh, resting his cheek in his palm. Stop sighing, Liana says, putting down her tea. You're making everyone around you feel uneasy. Even the attendants are trembling. Tell me what happened. Following your advice, I acted with respect and was generous with my praise. Metasilent clasps his hands against his chin. A blush creeps onto his cheeks. Thanks to those words, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Rhodia didn't seem to dislike it either. And then Liana presses. Her round blue eyes are fixed on Metasilent. Didn't you tell me to ask about Rhodia's ideal type and then try to match it? Metasilent lowered his head. His voice grew smaller and smaller. I gave a similar answer, and then I confessed to her. Rhodia suddenly covered her cheeks. Her round red eyes trembled from the shock. She let out a short gasp. Rhodia turned and jumped out of the pool. She ran away without looking back, leaving only her retreating figure behind. She just left like that. Liana suddenly stood up. Her round blue eyes were wide with shock. That's impossible. Sister, I've always trusted your advice, but this time things turned into a total mess. Perhaps your method. Liana squinted at Metasilent. Her round blue eyes were filled with displeasure. Metasilent hunched his shoulders, his gaze flickering away. There was a slight problem. How strange. Liana sat back down in her chair. Why did she leave without saying a word? Usually, people would at least give some kind of response. When I saw Rhodia earlier, she didn't seem like the type to do that. It didn't look like she was completely uninterested in you either. Liana leaned in closer to Metasilent. Her round blue eyes were full of scrutiny. Just tell me the truth. What exactly did you do to Miss Rhodia? Metasilent flinched. His cheeks flushed red. He avoided her gaze, his fingers nervously clutching his collar. You. Liana pressed him further, her round blue eyes blazing with anger. What on earth did you do? I didn't do anything strange. Metasilent kept backing away. My eyes wandered a little. Your eyes wandered? Liana grabbed him by the ear. Right after I confessed, Metasilent's voice trembled. He closed his eyes. The memory of that moment surfaced in his mind. Metasilent reached out to embrace the young girl. He planted a kiss on Rhodiate's forehead. Rhodia stood frozen in place, her round red eyes glazed over from shock. I kissed her forehead. A forehead kiss, Liana mused, walking down the corridor. That doesn't seem too bad. Even if a priest were present, actually something done during the oath-taking ceremony. No, looking at it from Miss Rhodiate's perspective, it might have been quite the shock. She'd only just turned 18, and she had only just finished the ritual. Being kissed by a man she barely knows, it would certainly startle her. Van, who used to treat women like they were made of stone, is actually making such aggressive moves on Miss Rhodia. Liana bit her fingertip. Her round blue eyes were full of doubt. This is so out of character. Even so, someone as straightforward as Miss Rhodia actually left without saying a word. Could there be another reason? Hey, a hand suddenly reached out, and fingertips lightly tapped Leonate's cheek. What are you doing? Liana snapped back to her senses. She stared at Cabiset's forehead and fell into silence. Cabis tilted his head. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to try kissing my forehead? Liana looked him straight in the eye. Cabis jumped back, waving his hands in a frantic panic. Right here. Come on, sit down quickly. Why the sudden request for a kiss? Does our dear princess want a forehead kiss? Cabis closed his eyes and pressed his palms together in front of his chest. He puckered his lips and leaned in. Fine then, I'll grant your wish. Cabis cupped Leonate's face. He gently closed his eyes and planted a kiss amidst her golden hair. Liana stood frozen in place, her round blue eyes widening slightly. Cabis slowly opened his eyes, a gentle smile playing on his lips. A heartbeat echoed in his chest. Liana raised her hand, her fingertips brushing the spot where she, been kissed. She remained silent for a long time. Not like it was anything special. Liana turned around abruptly. I'll go and ask him myself. Cabis froze where he stood. He let out a short, confused sound. You are forbidden from coming near me. Keep a distance of at least 5 steps for the rest of the day. Why, Cabis chased after her. This is so sudden. 2 days, Liana stopped in her tracks. She turned her head slightly. But why on earth? Cabis let out a wail. 3 days, I'm sorry, to visit so suddenly. It seems you were in the middle of getting ready. Did I disturb you? No, fine. Rhodia lightly touched her cheek. I didn't sleep well last night, so I've just been lazing about. Didn't sleep well, Leonate's gaze became sharp. Was it because of Van? Why did she come here? Rhodiate's fingertips gripped her sleeve. Did she hear something from Van? This is making me very anxious.
Lady Rhodia?
Actually, Liana hesitated. Before that, may I call you Rhodia? Of course. Rhodia nodded in agreement. Thank you, Rhodia. I prefer being direct. How about you? Liana picked up her teacup. Her round blue eyes looked straight at her. I don't want to waste time either. Rhodia responded softly. I like that personality. Liana set down her teacup. Then I'll get straight to the point. What happened with Van yesterday? In fact, I've known for a while that you two met yesterday. My network is broader than it seems. I often hear news about you. Sheet frighteningly sharp. A flash of panic crossed radiate eyes. A stiff smile was fixed on her face. But would you believe it? Liana propped her cheek in her hand. Her blue eyes were filled with resignation. He'd been sighing all day today. I asked him if something happened yesterday, but he wouldn't tell me a thing. I know that barging in like this to ask is rude. Liana looked Rhodia straight in the eye. Her blue eyes were full of sincerity. But I'm really concerned. As his cousin, I'm truly worried. By the time I realized what I was doing, my feet had already brought me here. Please, Rhodia. Did Van do something improper yesterday? Rhodia fell into silence. Nothing special happened yesterday, and Van didn't do anything wrong. Rhodia hesitated. The scene replayed in her mind. Just that I was too shy. Rhodia let out a startled cry. She clapped her hands tightly over her face. What? Liana froze in place. Her blue eyes went wide. Van did do something to me. Rhodia wrung her fingers. Her red eyes darted about restlessly. But it definitely wasn't anything weird. I was just so flustered at the time that I impulsively ran away. Later on, I realized how rude that was. I've been wanting to apologize to him. But he is the crown prince, after all. I can't just go and see him whenever I want. This is so embarrassing. Liana covered her lips. Her blue eyes narrowed slightly. So that is what happened. Rhodia, have you ever considered? Liana leaned forward. Her blue eyes locked onto Rhodia. Becoming the empress? 1 hour ago. Rhodia pressed her hand to her forehead. Her red eyes were dazed. Her forehead was burning. It felt like it had been scorched by fire. I was in such a panic back then that I completely forgot to warn him about Alian. Does Van really want to take our relationship to the next level? Alian used to chase after the crown prince. Back then, I thought she was pathetic. Foolish, even. But now that I've fallen into this strange relationship, I'm in no position to judge anyone else. On the other hand, I can't deny that deep down, I feel a sense of relief. At least this way, I won't be caught up in Alionet crimes. And I certainly won't be wrongly executed. Rhodia curled up in the bathtub. Her silver-white, wavy, long hair was soaking wet. This is the extent of my interest in Van. Not that I dislike him. I just never expected anything to come of this. If such a perfect man were to become my lover, just too embarrassing. Rhodia abruptly buried her face in the water. Let me say it again. I have no desire to be Cinderella. I just want to escape the death ending as soon as possible. Move to the quiet countryside. Spend money like going out of style. And live a peaceful, healing life. Miss Rhodia, have you ever thought about becoming the empress? And now I'm in a real bind. Sweat beaded on Rhodiate's forehead. The corners of her mouth twitched stiffly. Does she really think I'd answer a question like that? This is practically just another kind of death flag.
Duchess?
That's it, a very dangerous question. I'm not sure why you're asking me this. But Rhodia, Liana lowered her voice. Do you remember Duke Demio? The one who drugged you at my engagement banquet? This is a private matter, but Liana continued. Van has an absolute loathing for any crime involving drugs. Because of his past. Because of that, Van launched a thorough purge 3 years ago, cracking down ruthlessly on all drug-related crimes. 2 years ago, we thought it was all over. Or at least what we believed. Until recently, this issue had surfaced once again. Van is currently investigating this matter with incredible zeal. He truly detests such crimes, but the level of his involvement has reached a point where it makes one wonder if IT even necessary. Rhodia sat at the table, her round red eyes wide with shock. You mean this is all because of me? Liana let out a soft laugh. Just as you suspect. Precisely because of you, Rhodia. Liana giggled behind her hand. Rhodia froze in place. her cheeks flushing a deep red. The imperial family simply has too many relatives. The empire's long history has spawned countless in-laws. Throughout this process, imperial power has been severely diluted. They tried to restore the crown and authority, but it was already too late. A massive power has been growing in the darkness, one that has already exceeded anyone in control. My family is struggling just to maintain our power. That alone should tell you everything. Liana spread her hands, her round blue eyes filled with helplessness. The same is true for the other two ducal houses, not to mention the subordinate families. That is exactly why.
His Majesty wants Van to be the heir.
Because he has no powerful maternal relatives. But if Van is to inherit the throne, he needs a partner. Leonida's expression turned solemn, her round blue eyes gazing intently at Rhodia. He doesn't need someone with power or influence. He only needs someone who won't deceive him. Someone who will cheer for him and support him with love. Someone exactly like you. Rhodia, if you promise to help Van, then in return, I will help you as well. I will help you become the Empress. A few days later, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled spots on the ground. My mind is a total mess right now. Rhodia gripped the letter in her hand, her fingertips turning white from the pressure. The paper trembled slightly in her palm. To Rhodia Ariel Mertens, Master of the Asteria Trading Guild. Miss Ariel Mertens, you are cordially invited to the charity auction hosted by the Imperial family.
Hakridbin, Twand.
Why on earth did I receive an invitation to an event like this? An Imperial charity auction. If it wasn't for that Imperial seal on it, I would never have set foot in a place like this. Rhodia raised her hand to her forehead. Her round red eyes were full of agitation. Her mouth twisted in annoyance. Who exactly is this Hakridbin person? This is wonderful. I can't believe I'm actually here. Alian clutched her hands to her heart. She gazed up at the magnificent architecture of the venue. And she actually tagged along. Rhodia glanced sideways at her. Her expression was one of pure exasperation. Just a few days ago, Alian and I had a massive falling out. But Rhodia, I only came here for work. Alian suddenly lunged at her. She threw her arms around Rhodia's waist in a death grip. Yet by the next day, she was back to being my shadow. Rhodia, the invitation to the charity auction is here. You're going too. Right, what do you mean you're going too? That letter was addressed to me. To the guild master. Exactly, that ain't why we have to go together. That it right, keeping her close and keeping an eye on her is better than letting her out of my sight. I intended to go along with her whims, but Rhodia stood frozen to the spot. The light vanished from her round red eyes. She was radiating a dark, gloomy aura. Alian clung tightly to her side. Her round blue eyes were sparkling with excitement. I think you've made a terrible mistake. Is this really going to be okay? If you promise to help Van, then in exchange, I will help you as well. I'll help you become the Empress. Rhodia remained silent. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly. Alian. Alian stopped in her tracks. Her blue eyes were filled with confusion. Let me ask you one thing. What do you think are the duties of an empress? Well, the highest position, of course. It is the only place where you can stand above everyone else. Alian raised her white-gloved hand. Her fingertips lightly touched her chin. Isn't it the status that every woman covets? The right to stand alongside the emperor, never having to bow to another soul. Quite the opposite. It is the position where everyone else must bow to you. Alian opened her eyes. Her lips curled into a twisted smirk. Rhodia turned her head. Her red eyes stared at Alian. But why are you asking this all of a sudden? Just curious. Rhodia lowered her eyelids. She turned and walked further into the hall. Rhodia, hurry up. Alian lifted the hem of her skirt. She quickened her pace to catch up with the back in front of her. Alian, do you know a man named Harkard? The person who sent us the invitation, of course I do. Heat very famous. Famous, Rhodia. You don't seriously mean to tell me you don't even know who he is? Goodness, Rhodia. You really are clueless about these things. Alian held up her index finger. A smug smile played on her lips. Now listen up. I'll tell you everything there is to know about him. Harkard, the eldest son of the Bantavan family. He was once the heir to a marquisate. However, when he was very young,
He was handpicked by His Highness the Crown Prince.
he became His Highness's personal aide. But here the interesting part. Harkard's family is one of the leaders of the aristocratic faction. So you're saying that the Crown Prince appointed a core member of the aristocratic faction to be his own confidant? Exactly, and it goes even further than that. Harkard is absolutely loyal to the Crown Prince. That is precisely why. There are so many rumors. What kind of rumors? Arguments over who is deceiving whom. Alian held up her index finger. Her round blue eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, nobody knows what the actual truth is.
I see.
So that man is using Van to gather intelligence, while Van uses him to keep the aristocratic faction in check. Alian propped her chin on her hand. Her round blue eyes looked off to the side. This is why. I thought that invitation was suspicious. He has no connection to our guild, so why would he invite us? A scream tore through the silence. Rhodia whipped her head around. Two women were slumped against the wall. Their faces were flushed bright red, and their eyes had turned into heart shapes. They clutched their chests tightly, letting out one hysterical scream after another.
Goodness, what was that sound?
Rhodia came to a halt. Her round red eyes were wide with shock. How classless. Alian furrowed her brows. It seems to be because of that auction catalog. Rhodia turned her head. Her round red eyes stared at the booklet on the display stand. Alian stepped forward. Just what is inside that catalog? To make them react like that? Honestly, heat and embarrassment to the nobility. Alian leaned over to look at the display stand. Her round blue eyes were full of disdain. Her pupils suddenly shrank. The light from the catalog reflected in her blue eyes. Alian froze where she stood. Her breath caught in her throat. Alian fell backward. She landed heavily on the floor. She covered her face with both hands, letting out a swooning moan. Alian and Rhodia rushed over. What on earth is going on? Imperial Auction Catalog. A semi-nude portrait of the Crown Prince. This is absolutely insane. He stared fixedly at that single line. The words made his breathing turn ragged. I don't know who the genius behind this is, but they deserve an award. 2 days ago, a scream erupted from among the bookshelves. This is impossible. Van stood up abruptly. Why on earth do I have to take off my shirt? Liana leaned back in her armchair and spread her hands. So what? Itet not like the whole is going to see it anyway. Van slumped back into his chair. But a semi-nude portrait is still a bit much. Liana looked him straight in the eye. Don't you want to marry Rhodia? Vanette's face instantly turned beet red. Mary, what are you talking about? Itet far too early to be discussing marriage. Van lowered his head, avoiding her gaze. We're out of time, Liana said decisively. Van fell into silence, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. The Emperor's health is failing. A transfer of power is imminent. As the heir, the Crown Prince must have a spouse. He isn't even engaged yet. Whether his partner's influence is too great or too small, neither would be to his advantage. Although the Mertens family are minor nobility, they control the Asteria Trading Company. The royal faction is currently struggling with military funding. If Rhodia can secure trade with the entire military, and not just the knights, he will gain significant leverage over military affairs. Imagine the network of connections he could build within the army. When that power gathers around Rhodia, it could even unify the imperial authority. Metasilin leaned against the back of his chair, worry etched on his face.
I know.
But does Rhodia actually want that position? Liana lowered her gaze. She probably doesn't want it right now. If you agree to support Van, it'll help you in return. I'll support you in becoming the Empress. I appreciate the sentiment, Rhodia responded softly. But that position is far too heavy a burden for me. Perhaps being suddenly asked to become the Empress has left her feeling overwhelmed. Liana lowered her gaze, worry edged between her brows. That is exactly why we need to take bold action. Liana suddenly snapped her head up and stared at Metasilent. Go and seduce her. You want me to seduce Rhodia? Metasilent cried out in shock, his face flushing crimson instantly. Of course, Liana said, spreading her arms. That is how I seduce cabbies. As long as you use the right method, no woman will be able to resist you. Except for me, that is. Everyone, men and women alike, loves a bit of mystery. What do you mean by that? Metasilent crossed his arms tightly, his eyes full of wariness. Rhodia is only human, after all. Liana pressed a fingertip to her lower lip, a cunning smile on her face. She'll definitely like how you look with your clothes off. Exactly, a half-naked portrait of the crown prince. I want one. The bidding is bound to be intense. I absolutely cannot go over budget. Rhodia, Alian suddenly rushed over to the mirror. Whoa, what? Rhodia's shoulders hunched in surprise, her round red eyes full of panic. Buy that one. Alian said firmly. What? Surely she doesn't mean that. Alian pressed her folded hands against her chin, her round blue eyes crinkling into crescents. The nude portrait. I'd a bit much. Buying imperial artwork at the highest price signifies public support for that royal member. I can't imagine how expensive Vanette portrait will be. I literally just said that I have no interest in being empress. Alian grabbed Rhodia's arm, her round blue eyes sparkling with excitement. Buy it. Quickly, Rhodia. Goodness, a woman in a long red dress approached Miss Mertens. The woman in red clutched her chest. A gentle smile played on her lips. Rhodia stopped in her tracks. Her round red eyes were filled with confusion. Who are you, Vilponia? Rotpelt. Alian let out a low gasp. Rhodia's eyes widened in realization. That it, right. Vilponia. Rotpelt, the eldest daughter of the Rotpelt family, a descendant of the Empirite founding heroes, and the craziest woman in this story. The Rotpelt family belongs to the aristocratic faction. They were trying to annex the imperial family to expand their own power. The only way to do that was through marriage. Their target was set on Van, the unbetrothed crown prince. Vilponia was chosen as a key player in this grand scheme. The problem was, Vilponia truly fell in love with Van. She cupped her face in her hands. Her eyes were brimming with hearts. She fell into a feverish obsession. She did everything she could to tempt the crown prince. Your Highness, will you attend the ball I'm hosting? Metasilent gave a slight nod. My apologies, Your Highness. There is a very popular opera playing lately. No, I've already seen it. Your Highness, perhaps next time we could. I'm sorry. Metasilent turned and walked away. After being rejected over and over again, Vilponia completely snapped. Her obsession for Van turned into an equal amount of hatred. The female lead then entered the story. Her relationship with the crown prince grew closer by the day. The two embraced on the dance floor. Their smiles stung the eyes of everyone watching. Vilponia gripped her wine glass. Her fingertips trembled from the force. The red liquid swirled violently in the glass. She began to directly threaten the crown prince and the female lead. She raised her wine glass high and splashed the red liquid forward. Rhodia crossed her arms tightly. Her round red eyes were full of weariness. Simply put, she was even more radical than Alian. Even after committing a crime, Vilponia was never executed. By relying on her family at influence, she was merely sentenced to exile. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Mertens. Vilponia gave a slight bow. Yes, Rhodia replied stiffly. I don't want to get involved with her. I have to stay calm. Everyone has been talking about the Asteria Guild lately. I hear you are quite capable. A total business genius, really. Vilponia chuckled behind her hand. I thought you were finally staying in your place. Thank you. Rhodia responded politely. I would very much like to be your friend. Vilponia tilted her head. Could I address you more intimately? Since we are the same age. Rhodia. Well, Rhodia looked troubled. Vilponia. It had been a long time. Alian stepped forward. I didn't expect you to essay up at this auction. Long time no see. Alian. I was wondering where you disappeared to after vanishing from the social circle. I've just been busy lately. Alian propped up her chin. A mocking smile played on her lips. I thought you would be married by now. Vilponia. To that old count who said he was so fond of you. Alian closed her eyes, her smile growing even more radiant. What did you just say? Vilponia's lip twitched. Was their relationship this bad in the original novel? I don't recall them ever appearing in the same scene. Alian, perhaps you should find somewhere to stay out of the way. Vilponia's gaze turned icy. Don't go sticking your nose into everything. Please, I'm nothing like Vilponia. I'm still young and beautiful. Alian crossed her arms. Her round blue eyes were filled with arrogance. This isn't good. Rhodia hunched her shoulders. Everyone nearby is staying clear. I need to slip away before I get dragged into this. She crouched down low. She began to tiptoe backward. You just addressed Rhodia by her name without an honorific, didn't you? Who gave you permission to do that? How incredibly snobbish. Does the House of Rot-Pelted upbringing really just consist of teaching you to be this disrespectful to others? Wait a minute, Rhodia screamed internally. Why is Alian dragging me into her mess? How laughable. A member of the House of Count Feliotin actually thinks she can lecture me on the House of Duke Rot-Peltet education? How bold of you to run your mouth. Vilponia turned sideways. A cold sneer played on her lips. Alian tilted her chin up slightly. Speaking of impressive upbringings, weren't you caught once, sneaking into the Imperial Garde barracks? I never. Vilponia gripped her folding fan tightly. Vilponia whipped her head around. Her folding fan covered half of her face. She sneaked into the guard barracks. Rhodia froze in place. They are exactly the same. That is why they don't get along. I thought those were just rumors. I didn't expect them to be true. Alian turned back abruptly. A mischievous smile hung on her lips. She really doesn't know when to quit. Then what about what happened last time? Alian. Rhodia reached out and grabbed Alian's arm. You're getting too worked up. Calm down for a second. Alian stood there, stunned. Miss Vilponia, you should also calm down. This behavior is beneath someone of your noble status. Alian puffed out her cheeks in frustration. Vilponia fanned herself vigorously. I really lost my composure. How could she speak to me like that? I want to leave right now. But if I leave, they'll definitely start fighting again. At a time like this, the only choice is to change the subject. Lady Vilponia, what do you plan on bidding for at this charity event? As for me, naturally. Vilponia turned her head. A golden glint flashed in her round orange eyes. I intend to buy the Crown Prince half-naked portrait. Just as I expected. Rhodia gave an awkward smile. The competition will be fierce. It sounds like ITET going to be a brutal battle. But I'm still going to try. Vilponia lightly tapped her folding fan. Rather than the painting itself, I'm more interested in the prize. The prize? A date with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. If I want to become the Empress, an investment of this level is only natural, wouldn't you say? Vilponia straightened her back. A confident smile played on her lips. You won't win that easily. Alian stepped forward. Why? And what makes you so sure, Alian? Their eyes met in a clash once more. It felt as if lightning were striking between them. Because I'll be participating in the bidding this time as well. Alian puffed out her chest. Alian, Rhodia let out a sharp gasp. No wonder she was so quiet until just now. It turns out she was plotting this the whole time. Don't worry, this is my decision alone. Alian gave a radiant smile. That is exactly the biggest problem. Rhodia clenched her fists. A vein pulsed in her temple. So you're challenging me? Then let's have a proper showdown. Rhodia collapsed onto the ground. She panted heavily, gasping for breath. Phew, I finally escaped. Good afternoon, Lady Rhodia. The attendant bowed his head. Yes, my lady. She wants to see you. Who is this lady? Rhodia tilted her head. Her face was a complete blank. I didn't make myself clear. The attendant gave an apologetic smile. It is Lady Liana. Rhodia gripped the front of her dress. Her round red eyes trembled slightly. To think it would be her. Rhodia walked toward the ornate carriage. The attendant pulled open the door. The carriage door swung open. Rhodia, Liana opened her arms wide in welcome. Her blue eyes shone with joy. Quick, come in and sit for a while. Liana took her by the hand. Her smile was radiant. I wanted to have a little chat with you. Do you have a moment? Of course, please, speak freely. You saw that announcement, didn't you?
Yes.
The portrait of the crown prince's bare torso was quite shocking. Right, Liana spread her hands. She gave a brilliant smile.
Yes.
But don't you think this is all going a bit too far? Selling a painting like that is certainly no simple matter. That is why we are planning a secret auction. Liana raised her index finger. Her smile deepened further. Don't worry too much. Only the buyers will be permitted to view the painting. Will a secret auction really be enough to solve everything? Rhodia folded her hands together. Her round red eyes were full of unease. I still feel that something isn't quite right. The official auction is tomorrow. So for now, just enjoy the party to your hearted content. Liana threw her head back and laughed. Her blue eyes curved like crescent moons. The imperial family has put a lot of effort into this. The atmosphere is bound to be wonderful. She called me over specifically. Was it really just to say all this? I assume there is another reason you sought me out. Leonade's smile faded. It's simple. This auction might be dangerous. Rhodia straightened her back. What do you mean by that? You saw the reward for the auction, right? Rhodia nodded slightly. More than the painting itself, people will be far more interested in the reward. But beneath that lies a much more serious purpose. The reward is merely bait. Rhodia held her breath. Her round red eyes trembled slightly. A large amount of poison was recently discovered in the Crown Prince's palace. But the culprit is already dead. Liana closed her eyes. She let out a heavy sigh. If we leave it at that, something even worse might happen next. Liana opened her eyes. Her round blue eyes were full of cold resolve. So Van decided to act as the bait himself. Regarding the reward for this auction, are you saying the people who want to cure Van will participate in the bidding? Liana nodded solemnly with her eyes closed. Exactly, especially those in the aristocratic faction. And Van's other siblings. We will be monitoring them closely. Rhodia walked down the hall holding onto the railing. Her round red eyes scanned the banquet hall. It looks so peaceful here. But even if he is the crown prince, isn't a semi-nude portrait going a bit too far? They chose controversy to mask their true goal. In order to protect that throne, over the last 10 years, Van and I have done things far worse than this. Shame and pride are fleeting, but death is eternal. You don't need to worry too much. Liana clapped her hands together. A smile returned to her face. I only explained because I thought Rhodia would be curious. After hearing something like that, how could I possibly not worry? Rhodia froze in place. Her round red eyes were filled with dread. She could only let out a dry, hollow laugh. Wait, a minute. Rhodia's pupils suddenly contracted. Did she tell me all this just to make me worry? Rhodia suddenly clutched her head. Her round red eyes practically flared with anger. Arg, I specifically said I didn't want to be the empress. Rhodia, what are you doing? Alian appeared, holding a wine glass. I've been looking for you everywhere. Alian held up 2 orange drinks, her smile radiant. Want some? Alian handed over a glass. This isn't too strong, right? Rhodia took the glass. Her round red eyes stared at the swirling liquid.
No, this is orange schnapps.
Itet not strong at all. Alian leaned against the terrace railing, her round blue eyes looking down at the dance floor. Everyone looks so happy. Don't you think they look like elegant butterflies? I'm not sure about butterflies.
They look more like moths to me.
What? You're so funny. Alian burst into a fit of laughter, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She said this drink wasn't strong. Could she be drunk already? Rhodia took another sip. Her round red eyes sparkled. The taste was actually quite good. Right, Itet my favorite. I'm glad you like it. Alian gesticulated wildly as she spoke. Yes, I suppose so. Wait, radiate pupils suddenly contracted. Her movements froze abruptly. Why am I? Rhodia watched the Alian standing before her. Why am I chatting so casually with her? Lately, being with Alian hasn't felt awkward at all. Maybe Itet because she's treating me better. No, I absolutely cannot let my guard down because of this. Rhodia tilted her head back and down the liquor. Rhodia, go get me a glass of wine. This is the woman who used to treat me like a maid. Rhodia, what at wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Alian stepped forward quickly, her round blue eyes filled with concern. I'm fine, don't worry about it. Rhodia turned her head away, her round red eyes cold and distant. But that was pure liquor. I'll go get you some water. Wait here for a moment. Alian lifted her skirts and ran off into the distance. I have no idea why she's acting like a completely different person. Pull yourself together. Rhodia suddenly raised her hands and slapped her cheeks hard. This must be part of her scheme. It definitely is. I am not falling into a lionette trap ever again. Here, drink this. Rhodia took the water. CPP. Hey, I've had a question for a while, huh? What is it? Alian tilted her head. Her round blue eyes were full of curiosity. How do you know Lady Viponia? A lionette face changed instantly. Her eyelids lowered. A chilling look entered her round blue eyes. Why are you asking about her? Alian snapped her head around. You two look like old friends, but I've never seen you together before. She'd a rival. Alian gritted her teeth. Her gaze was icy. A rival. Rhodia stood frozen. That woman is always stealing the men I like. Alian crossed her arms. Her round blue eyes were filled with disgust. So that's the kind of relationship they have. Rhodia let out a dry laugh. And Itet not just men? Alian leaned forward abruptly. Anger flared in her round blue eyes. People, things, attention. As long as I want it. She tries to snatch it all away. Alian clutched the fabric at her chest. Her teeth were clenched tight. Right now, I think her target is you. Alian turned her head. Her round blue eyes locked onto Rhodia. She's the one who took the initiative to approach you. Remember, but I'm not a man. Why would she come after me? Rhodia, there you are. Lady Viponia. Don't call me that, just Viponia is fine. What exactly do you want with Rhodia? Alian stepped in front of Rhodia. Her round blue eyes were wide. I just want to get to know Rhodia a little better. Viponia lightly stroked her cheek. Her eyes were bright. You're the one who should step back. Alian, Viponia leaned in toward Rhodia. She looks very uncomfortable because of you. You two are making me twice as uncomfortable. Rhodia is my friend. She would never feel uncomfortable. Alian gripped Rhodia's arm tightly. You'll never know unless you ask her. Be honest, Ro. Dia. Viponia took a step closer. Isn't Alian putting a lot of pressure on you? Rhodia. Alian and Viponia both reached out at the same time. They both grabbed Rhodia's arms in a death grip. I'm right, aren't I? Why do they have to drag me into this? Rhodia hung her head. A vein throbbed at her temple. Enough, Rhodia violently shook off their arms. Rhodia? Well, since you two seem to be getting along so well, I won't disturb you any further. A cold smile played on Rhodia's lips. I'm leaving now. Rhodia turned and walked away, leaving the two of them frozen in place. High heels clicked against the ground. Rhodia walked quickly through the corridor. Her skirt fluttered in the wind. Let's have dinner together next time.
Sure, goodbye.
By the way, if you need any help tonight, come find me at the West Lake. Rhodia walked alone through the dense forest. Her skirt brushed against the grass, making a soft rustling sound. This definitely isn't the help he was talking about. But at least I managed to shake those two off. Rhodia stopped in her tracks. She looked around. There wasn't a soul in sight. Rhodia walked toward a bench by the lake. I thought I might find some help here, but help doesn't always come from humans. Just being in this place is relaxing enough. Rhodia sat in silence, her expression gradually calming. A hand came to rest on her shoulder. Rhodia turned back with a start, her round red eyes wide with astonishment. Rhodia, Metacillinet, eyes were sparkling with a smile.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
Did Miss Liana tell you I was here?
Yes, may I sit here for a moment?
Of course you can. The two of them sat side by side. Is there something you need my help with? Rhodia turned her head, his profile reflected in the depths of her round red eyes. Or is he just making up an excuse for us to meet? Whatever the reason, he clearly wants me to be his empress. Being the empress doesn't seem all that bad, especially if I could live here forever. But if I truly became the empress, everything would change. If I were to suddenly return to my original it would be an absolute disaster. I could also feel terrible for the original female lead. Rhodia, Metacilin called out softly. What are you thinking about? To be so lost in thought? The corners of Metacillinet lips turned up slightly, his expression gentle. Why, I did nothing special. Rhodia snapped her head away, her round red eyes avoiding his gaze. Meeting you like this, it feels incredible. Van, Rhodia clutched the fabric over her chest. You probably didn't expect to see me here, did you? Actually, I have a reason for being here. A reason? Metacilin leaned in slowly, his red almond-shaped eyes deepening. Rhodia froze where she was, her round red eyes trembling. The next day, the grand hall was brilliantly lit, the red carpet stretching toward the far end. The low murmurs of the crowd echoed through the vaulted ceiling. Rhodia had dark circles under her eyes, and her round red eyes were bloodshot. Good heavens, Rhodia! What on earth happened to you? Alian exclaimed as she leaned in. I barely slept last night. Rhodia lowered her head, her voice sounding hoarse. You were really strange yesterday, claiming you were going for a walk in the middle of the night. Alian stood with her hands on her hips, her round blue eyes filled with suspicion. So, where did you actually go? West Lake, Rhodia replied in a low voice. In a formal gown? To the lakeside in the middle of the night. A lionette voice rose sharply. No wonder you're such a mess. Your nagging is making me even more tired. If Van hadn't said those things, I wouldn't have been held up for so long. Rhodia's cheeks flushed red. Rhodia to you. What am I? She couldn't believe he had actually said those words. Rhodia, Alian walked over quickly, her round blue eyes full of anxiety. The auction is about to start.
If
Vilponia wins the Crown Prince seat portrait, what are we going to do? They seemed to be getting along quite well yesterday. What? Don't say such disgusting things. Alian gritted her teeth, her face turning pale with anger. Vilponia is my enemy. Getting along. Alian took Rhodia's arm. A phrase like that only applies to us. Anyway, I still feel a bit bad about yesterday. Alian turned her face away, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. I feel like I troubled you for no reason. What is wrong with her? This uncharacteristic behavior is really making me uneasy. All right, Rhodia replied softly, a stiff smile on her face. The two of them stood side by side. The atmosphere fell silent. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is about to begin. The auctioneer took his position in the center of the hall. Please take your seats. A massive exhibit was covered by a white cloth. ITET finally starting. Up next is the auction for the shirtless portrait of Van. The statue of the Fent Prince has sold for 3,000 platinum coins. The auctioneer's voice echoed through the vaulted room, breaking the brief silence. Duke Morian has set to diet record. The crowd burst into gasps of amazement. All eyes turned toward the private boxes on the second floor. Then Prince Ballin turned his head, his almond-shaped red eyes full of arrogance. It looks like I'm still in Fent Place this year. Don't you agree? Metasilence stood to the side, his expression gentle yet distant. I'm not so sure. I tad a bit too early to come to that conclusion. Two attendants walked onto the auction stage and pulled back the white cloth together. The silhouette of the new exhibit was revealed. Ballin snapped his head around, gritting his teeth. He let out a scoffing laugh. That filthy half-bel-esti. As everyone knows, the final item up for bid is that scandalous portrait of the Crown Prince. Given its immense value, only the winning bidder will be allowed to view it in person. The auction begins now. MT Engen, 1,500, 2,000. Bidding paddles were raised one after another. Bids flew from every corner of the room. 2,200. What on earth is going on? Belinted man-shaped red eyes widened, and cold sweat broke out on his temple. 3,500, 3,500. Does anyone have a higher bid? 3,500. The auctioneer scanned the room, his voice ringing out through the deathly silent hall. Are you going to bid? 4,000? Vilponia raised paddle number 55, a provocative smile on her face. 4,000 platinum coins. The auctioneer let out a startled cry. The audience burst into an uproar. 4,000? Are they insane? Alian clenched her knuckles, her round blue eyes bulging. Her face was flushed deep red with anger. Fee 5,000. Alian suddenly thrust paddle number 78 high into the air. 5,500. 5,600. 6,000. 6,200. 6,820. He raised his paddle once more. A broad smile spread across his face. 6,000 platinum coins for a single painting. A wave of commotion erupted throughout the crowd. The guests in the front row began whispering frantically to each other. I doubt anyone will ever break a price record like this in their lifetime. Now, after the third and final call, we shall conclude the bidding. The auctioneer's voice echoed through the auction hall. Alian gripped paddle number 78 so tightly her knuckles turned white. Her teeth were clenched in frustration. 6,820. The auctioneer raised his right hand high. Are there any further bids? Going for the final time. 6,800. 10,000. Rhodia parted her lips slightly. A calm and composed smile rested on her face. What, did you just say 10,000? Balling whipped his head around. His red almond-shaped eyes were wide with shock. Rhodia raised paddle number 62. Her expression remained perfectly indifferent. 10,000 platinum coins. I will be paying the full amount up front. Rhodia walked alone toward the far end of the exhibition hall. Her figure looked poised yet solitary from behind. Her leather shoes tapped against the floor. Each step produced a sharp, echoing click. Well, what do you think of the painting? Liana leaned toward the mirror. She wore a bright, radiant smile. Rhodia turned her head. This was all a setup. This isn't a portrait with the Crown Prince as the model at all. I tet a portrait painted by the Crown Prince himself. Am I right? There was never any portrait of the Crown Prince to begin with. Who knows? I'll leave that for Rhodia to judge. Liana rested her head against her folded hands. A mischievous glint appeared in her smile. What would you have done if someone else had bought it? Rhodia asked, glancing at her. Rhodia tilted her head as she questioned her. It would have conveniently gone missing in transit anyway. All we would have had to do was issue a refund. Liana giggled behind her hand. When you offer a temptation, that is truly irresistible. Naturally, nothing else will be able to catch their eye. Rhodia had simply made the right choice. Did he even consider the possibility that I wouldn't go to the lake? Or was he certain that I definitely would? Rhodia lowered her gaze. A trace of resignation tugged at the corner of her mouth. I was completely played by Lady Liana. Now that I've bought this painting, it inevitably ended up on the Crown Prince's side. Rhodia raised her hand. Her fingertips lightly brushed the edge of the frame. Of course, I brought all of this on myself. Actually, I have a reason for being here. The reason is, may I paint a portrait of you? Miss, I'd like to paint your portrait. Rhodia held her breath. A blush crept across her face. That day, everything was a feint for me. It was my feint time being a model for a painting. Feeling that gaze that seemed to take me apart. Perhaps it was that look that captivated me. I couldn't tear my eyes away from Van. Rhodiate's face flushed. Her round red eyes trembled slightly. Because Van himself looked like a masterpiece. By buying that painting, can I assume that Rhodia is also interested in Van? Rhodia lowered her head slightly. The corner of her mouth curled upward. What would happen after I become the crown princess? What do you mean by that? Liana tilted her head. She propped her cheek up with one hand. If one become the crown princess, would I be able to keep Liana in check? Do you hate me? Liana leaned closer to Rhodia. A pained, pouting look crossed her face. No, I can't know that I hate you. I just want a bit of revenge. You deliberately took me to the lake and arranged for me to meet Van, just so I would never be able to run away again. I'm delighted that my plan went so smoothly. Liana clasped her hands together. She pressed them against her chin. Her cheeks flushed pink. You're not even going to try and deny it. Rhodia wore a look of resignation. If you need a villain, you can cast me in that role to your heart's content. Leonate's lips curled up. I've spent over 20 years protecting that child. If I have to be the only one who takes the blame, that's fine with me. From now on, I might even do things that are much worse. One day, when you two stand at the peak of the empire, Liana wrapped her hands around her neck. You might want my head for what I've done, but certainly not now. Liana suddenly spread her arms wide. Her expression instantly returned to being light-hearted. So push your revenge plans back for now. For something like that, I just want you to pay the price for what you've done. Rhodia closed her eyes. She let out a soft chuckle. Then I'm relieved. By the way, don't you plan on going to see him? The voice you selected does not support this language. Please click the upper right corner to switch to another voice. Could it be that it, right? Since I won the auction, I had time to enjoy the extra prize. Rhodia stepped across the grass. She watched the figure up ahead. Metasilent stood by the water. He slowly turned around. His almond-shaped red eyes locked onto the visitor. A gentle smile played on his lips. Metasilent gazed at Rhodia. Her reflection was mirrored in his almond-shaped red eyes. His face was slightly flushed. His fingertips tightly gripped the paintbrush. His eyes were filled with focus. Rhodia tilted her head. Her round red eyes curved into a soft arc. A smile played on her lips.
He didn't know if Rhodia realized
that every time she smiled at him, his heart would race out of control. He once lived in of hypocrisy, surrounded by people wearing masks. They hid their true intentions, only ever opposing him or using him. But Rhodia was different. From the fent time he heard her name, Miss Rhodia, I really wanted to know what kind of person he was. He always manages to capture my attention. Be prepared tonight. So-called composure, so-called rational judgment. In this moment, they have all lost their meaning. Even at this very second, Metasilent gripped the paintbrush. His fingertips glided across the canvas. Itet finished. Rhodia had a radiant smile on her face. She reached up to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. This was my fent time modeling, so it felt a bit awkward. Metasilent stood frozen in place. His almond-shaped red eyes widened slightly. He held his breath. He couldn't tear his eyes away from that smiling face. I want to help her. I want to possess her completely. I want to be honest with myself. Rhodia, yes. I want to stay by your side from now on. Metasilent gazed at Rhodia. His eyes were filled with deep affection. I understand what staying by your side implies, but I have already begun to crave it. Rhodiate's round red eyes widened. When I open my eyes, I will look for you. When I see you, I will want to go to you. Even though it has only been a few days since we shared our names. Metasilent clenched his fist. What Rhodia is to me. Exactly what kind of presence she holds. I have already found the answer. A smile played on Metasilent lips. To me, Rhodia is the kind of person you are. Rhodia covered her chest with both hands. Her round red eyes trembled slightly. Rhodia lowered her gaze. All right. Our story won't end here. I only hope that, for you, I will always be an eternal presence. Do I like him? Rhodia started walking away. Her heart was a haze of confusion. Do I love him? This is based on a story. I've never really thought about it seriously before. But there is one thing I'm sure of. Rhodia widened her round red eyes as a blush crept up her cheeks. The man in front of me has completely stirred my heart. I've invested a lot in this painting. Do you know what that means? I know. If the returns are less than the investment, then I take a loss. I know, so Metasilent cheeks flushed. He let Rhodia CPP his face in her hands. You should realize, this is a losing deal for me, isn't it? Rhodia broke into a smile. Her round red eyes curved into crescents. I'm not good enough for you. Metasilent raised his hands and gently placed them over the backs of Rhodia. I can be cruel. I know, I'll accept that. I might even pester you for money. As you wish. If my life is ever at stake, I might even abandon you. No matter what happens, I will protect you. Metasilent lowered his head, with a smile playing on his lips. Metasilent leaned down and kissed Rhodiate's forehead. He pulled her into a tight embrace. Since you won the auction, you can take me home today. The two of them walked side by side along the forest path. I heard that military spending is causing quite a bit of trouble. Who did you hear that from? Princess Liana, my sister again. You don't need to worry too much about that part. Daimyo raised a hand to his forehead and let out a helpless sigh. No, military spending is something I can handle. If the Asteria Guild signs an exclusive agreement to supply iron ore to the army, costs could be cut by nearly half. If we build large-scale housing and provide it to the knights at low prices, we can also solve the housing shortage. This would be too much of a burden for the guild, wouldn't it? Metasilent came to a halt. A look of concern flickered in his eyes. Not at all. As long as the empire exists, our contract with the military will remain in effect. This serves the guild at long-term interests. ITET essentially making the military our backing. Metasilent gave a slight nod. I never strike a bargain that isn't profitable. Even so, please don't push yourself too hard. If we want to scale up our operations, we'll eventually need to speak with Marquis Bernhardt regarding the terms of the contract. But if news leaks that I'm involved, it will look like I'm exerting undue influence. Let's keep our relationship a secret for the time being. Metasilent stopped in his tracks. His red, alien-shaped eyes widened slightly. His expression stiffened. I don't like keeping things in the dark. Not like we can go public right this second anyway. I had planned to make an official announcement as soon as possible. Metasilent furrowed his brows. I'm struggling with everything I have to restrain myself right now. I want to just scoop you up into the carriage and take you straight back to the Imperial Palace. Being carried back to the palace by him, Rhodia froze where she stood. You absolutely cannot do that. Everyone would see us. Rhodia flailed her arms, her expression frantic. That would be even better. Metasilent tilted his head slightly. There was a look of pure sincerity in his red, almond-shaped eyes. What do you mean better? Rhodia felt like crying. A horrifying scene flashed through her mind. If the rumors start spreading, Alian and Vilponia will literally cure me. It's still way too early for this. So please don't do anything strange. Just wait a little longer. Fine. In that case, our engagement ceremony will also have to be pushed back. Metasilent began to walk again, letting out a long sigh. He'd already thinking that far ahead. Just when do you plan on holding it? I want to hold the engagement ceremony during the Foundation Festival. 3 months from now. 3 months. Rhodia cupped her cheeks in her hands. Her round red eyes were wide with shock. That seems far too rushed. We can discuss the schedule in detail later. Right now, there reads something more important. What is it? Metasilent took Rhodiate's hand, lowering his head to kiss the back of it. Who knows when we'll be able to see each other again after today. So, I want to look at you as much as I can right now. What? Rhodia recoiled abruptly. Her cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. Just because someone is dating, can they really change this much? Wait, if I think about it carefully, did he actually ever say that we are dating? He never explicitly said we're dating. Can this even be considered a relationship? Then there is one thing we need to clarify. Secret affairs, engagement ceremonies. We've talked about all these things, but we've never actually defined our relationship. So, tell me, what exactly is our relationship? Metasilent's eyes widened slightly. This relationship is obvious. A blush spread across his cheeks, and he fell into silence. You said all those cheesy things just now, but now you can't even define our relationship. Rhodia giggled behind her hand. You're right. I forgot to explain it to you formally. Rhodia, would you be willing to? Metasilent's face was beet red. She watched the flustered man before her, her expression playful. Dating. Metasilent muttered to himself repeatedly. Rhodia, would you be willing to late date? Van Rhodia interrupted softly. I was supposed to be the one to say it Fent. Metasilent stood there, stunned. His face was flushed, and his eyes were filled with frustration. But I got tired of waiting. Rhodia leaned in close to his face. Since I'm the one who confessed Fent, then you'll have to be the one to propose to me later. Understood. A smile played on Metasilent's lips. His almond-shaped red eyes were full of mirth. The next day, Rhodia Alian pushed open the door. Good morning. Rhodia was sitting in an armchair. There were dark circles under her round red eyes. She listlessly flipped through the pages of her documents. So, how did things go? Alian leaned in close. She rested her hands on the wooden tabletop. What? Who knows? When will I be able to see you again after today? I need to take a good look at you now. Metasilent's words echoed in Rhodiate's mind. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. What do you mean by that? What else do you think I could mean? I'm talking about the Crown Princete portrait. Alian cupped her cheeks with her hands. A blush crept onto her face. She let out a little squeal. Why that? Rhodia lowered her gaze. So, how was the Crown Princete physique? Alian leaned further over the desk. Can't you just let me hep one little peek? No, to protect His Highness's dignity. Only the winning bidder is allowed to see that painting. That kind of painting shouldn't even exist in the Fent place. You're so stingy. Alian slammed her hand on the desk. Not even just once? No means no. Rhodia let out a heavy sigh. That it's so mean. Alian slumped onto the desk. Her round blue eyes were full of pouty resentment. We're supposed to be friends. Just let me see it for 1 second. Is a so-called friend someone who dumps all their work on me while showing up late for work themselves? Rhodia gripped her quill tightly. She glared at Alian. That it because Alian hunched her shoulders. Cold sweat broke out on her temple. Get to work already? Rhodia stood up abruptly. She braced her hands against the tabletop. Where are you going? To see a client. The white carriage sped along the cobblestone road. The wheels made a rhythmic sound. Rhodia sat inside the carriage. She watched the street scenery passing by outside the window. Since I'm already dating Metasilent, I shouldn't be dragged into Lionette troubles anymore. I don't have to worry about my life either. I just need to maintain the status quo. Alian seems easier to deal with than before, too. We're here. Rhodia pushed open the carriage door. This is the place? Rhodia looked up. Before her stood the Capitale's largest jewelry shop. Welcome. The doorbell chimed. Rhodia pushed the door open and entered. I am Buber, the deputy manager of Sagare Jewelry. A middle-aged man bowed. He placed a hand over his heart. with a professional smile on his face. How can I help you today? I'm here to buy a ruby. I plan to have it specially processed, to give as a gift. In that case, I should SAUR unmounted gemstones. Buber stepped aside to lead the way. He pointed toward the stairs. Please follow me. I'll take you to the second floor. Go, and bring out all the ruby samples we have in stock. Buber sat at the table. He gave orders to the clerk beside him. Yes, deputy manager. You've certainly come to the right place. Buber spread his hands. He let out a soft chuckle. Our shop only deals in the highest quality gems in the empire. I noticed as soon as I walked in. There are indeed many high-quality gemstones here. You seem to know your gems. Buber bowed slightly. He gazed at Rhodia. His expression was full of approval. Yes, I run a trading company myself. I am the head of the Asteria Trading Company. Rhodia Ariel Mertens. Bubelet's eyes widened in surprise. Here are the ruby samples you requested. A saleswoman entered the shop carrying a tray. All of our gemstones are top quality, but these rubies are part of our finest collection. The box was slowly opened. 3 rubies glittered brilliantly. Bubel let out a soft chuckle. These gems will surely be a perfect fit for the head of the Asteria Company. Rhodia leaned forward. Her round red eyes scrutinized the gems at close range. She rested her fingertips against her chin, her expression appearing hesitant. I want a deeper color. Do you have anything like that in stock? I want a red as deep and profound as Metacillinette eyes. Bubel pulled out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his brow. If you require a shade deeper than this, we would have to use magic for a special enhancement process. The person in charge of that is quite eccentric. I'm afraid it would be difficult to arrange an introduction. Who is it? Is it Teferi Aquila? Bubel whispered the name under his breath. His eyes shifted nervously, his expression full of helplessness. That bratty shopkeeper. The towering magic tower pierced the clouds. Its stone exterior glinted coldly under the scorching sun. You want to process some gemstones? Yes, I heard that magic can be used to enhance gems. Of course it can. Hand them over. Teferi reached out his right hand. Rhodia took his hand in hers. Teferi suddenly yanked his hand away. Pa. I meant the gems. Why, sorry, here they are. Rhodia handed the red jewelry box over with both hands. How do you want them processed? Teferi took the box and slowly opened it. I want a deeper shade of red. Like this? Teferi snapped his fingers. A brilliant light burst from the rubies. The color instantly became rich and deep. The facets sparkled with a dazzling light. Since Itet that simple, Itet been altered. Rhodiate's round red eyes widened. No, that it only a temporary change. It takes time to make it permanent. I want a color that it a bit deeper than this. If you want a deeper color, Itet going to cost a lot more mana. Which means Itet going to cost you extra. Teferi didn't move his hands, but made a gesture as if he were counting money. To reach the depth you're asking for, Teferi held up 3 fingers. You'll need to pay 3 times the original price. 3 times. Rhodia froze in place, her face turning pale in an instant. I've spent a lot of money at auctions lately. Rhodia lowered her head, a cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. Spending that much more money. Itet a bit, since you gave me a certified check last time. Teferi closed his eyes and tilted his chin up slightly. I'll do it for free this time. Really, of course. But why are you processing this gem? As far as I'm concerned, Itet already perfect. I plan on giving it to someone as a gift. A gift for your parents? Itet for Metacilin. Rhodia lowered her gaze, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. I want to give him a gem, thatted the same color as his eyes. You're giving this to him? Teferi's expression soured. His eyes instantly turned cold. I take it back. I'm not doing it. Why? No reason. Get out of here right now. Teferi crossed his arms and abruptly turned his head away. Why the sudden change of heart? Did I let something slip? Rhodia suddenly gasped. Could it be that Teferi also likes Metasilin? To think if fallen for such a sinful man. Rhodia pressed a hand to her forehead. She let out a long, heavy sigh. If you really wanted that badly, not like I can't do it. Really, you absolutely cannot back out this time. Rhodia snapped her head up. Her round red eyes were sparkling. I'm a man of my word. Honestly, what's so great about an emotionless guy like him emotionless? Are you talking about Van? Rhodia turned her head. Her round red eyes were full of confusion. Exactly, well, to be honest, sometimes he's so emotional I'd actually overwhelming. The image of Vanette's smiling face flickered through Rhodiate's mind. Teferi tapped a finger against his chin. His round red eyes were filled with bewilderment. Right, is it because of that strange aura I sense coming from you? What are you talking about? As I thought, staying by your side seems like it will make things much more interesting. A smirk played on Teferi's lips. I'm not exactly a comedian. Rhodiate's shoulders slumped. She looked completely exasperated. I'll have the gems processed and delivered by the end of this weekend. Hang in there. Life might feel meaningless for now, but good things always happen. Don't be too depressed. Teferi gave her a light pat on the shoulder. His round red eyes were full of pity. Rhodia turned her head. She was completely puzzled. If you're willing, you can try depending on me. Teferi crossed his arms over his chest. Depend on you, then can I touch your face for a bit? Not this again, Teferi's brow furrowed.
Rhodia reached out a finger.
Her fingertip brushed against his cheek. It felt so soft. Why is Teferi's face so squishy and nice to touch? Go away, stop bothering me. Teferi swatted her hand away. Teferi waved his hand abruptly. Get off me. Rhodia was pushed aside. Her round red eyes still twinkled with mischief. Just let me touch you one more time.
Get out.
Teferi snapped his fingers. Rhodia was instantly teleported outside. How mean, I only pinched his cheek. Rhodia walked down the long corridor, dejected. I guess I'd time to head back and deal with that mountain of work. A commotion broke out at the end of the hallway. Rhodia stopped in her tracks. What do you plan to do about this? I asked how you intend to handle this situation. Rhodia saw Alian. Her round blue eyes were brimming with tears. She clutched her skirt tightly with both hands. She looked absolutely terrified. What's going on here? Are you the person in charge of this guild? The man pointed abruptly at Rhodia. The veins on his temples were bulging. He looked furious. Strictly speaking, I am the co-director. May I ask who you are? This is my card. An accompanying secretary handed over a business card. Sebanal Beginto. Rhodia took the card. She read the name under her breath. It is Count Beginto, the secretary added from the side. I see. I am the only daughter of Viscount Rhodia Mertens. Rhodia gave a slight nod. Did I ask you for your introduction? Count Beginto turned sharply. He jabbed his finger forcefully toward her. What I'm asking is, how do you plan to compensate me? He slammed a stack of documents down. According to the geological reports, because you are mining in that area, the foundation of the Beginto territory has become unstable. It could collapse at any moment. That is how dire the situation is. Shut down the mine immediately. Or else, I will demand compensation for all damages to the territory. Where was this report prepared? At the Imperial University, of course. 2 years ago, we only began mining after obtaining approval from the Imperial University. There wasn't a single complaint until last year. Now, all of a sudden, a problem. Furthermore, this document is missing the signature of the person in charge of the investigation. Rhodiate's finger traced the edge of the paper as her round red eyes looked directly at him. You claim abnormalities were found in the Beginto territory. So who exactly authorized this investigation? Why are you asking that? Are you doubting my word right now? Until you provide the name of the official who approved the investigation, we cannot take any action on this matter. Rhodia straightened her back, looking completely composed. Guards burst into the office. The room was filled with noise and commotion. What going on here? Count Beginto froze in place. I'll withdraw for today. Count Beginto spun around, grabbing the documents and stuffing them into his coat. You better watch your back next time. Where do you think you're going? Rhodia took a step forward. If our minds are truly endangering the territory, you can't just walk away like this. About the compensation, no. Rhodia cut him off. We will go through the Gilded Patron, Marquis Ramon Bernhardt, to request a reinvestigation of the mines. Depending on the findings, we will either close the mines and provide compensation, or we will hold you accountable for threatening the guild with false accusations. Count Beginto stood frozen, his pupils trembling violently. Cold sweat rolled down his cheek. Rhodia, you were so cool just now. Just like a Prince Charming. Alian lunged forward, gripping Rhodia's arm tightly. Quiet down. Rhodia's brow furrowed slightly. Since you are a cowhead of this merchant guild, you should be able to handle something of this level. But that guy is so tall and looks so fierce. Alian hunched her shoulders. Her round blue eyes were full of grievance. Look at this. Rhodia spread a map out on the table. This is the Beginto territory. Our mine is located right beneath this mountain. Unless the entire mountain collapses, it's almost impossible for the tunnels to cave in. So that's how it is. Besides, you always put safety fence. Why would the geological report suddenly change after 2 years? Not long ago, there was a cave-in at the Baker mine. I believe the accident actually occurred in Count Beginto new mining district. I can't be entirely sure yet, but he might be lashing out at us. In a fit of rage because his own district was damaged. Attacking us, basically. But can he really make our mine his own just like that? It's possible. Rhodia nodded in confirmation. What? Alian suddenly stood up. Her expression was one of total shock. If Count Beginto claims are accepted, the mine will temporarily fall under his jurisdiction, because he is the applicant for the investigation and the one who submitted the report. During the investigation period, we will be forced to stop profiting from the mine. The longer it drags on, the greater our losses will be. He likely wants to delay the investigation until we are forced to give up ownership of the mine. That is the absolute worst-case scenario. Alian cried out in alarm. Since Count Beginto left quietly, maybe things won't escalate. I don't know. Rhodia lowered her head in thought. If the report isn't a forgery, then someone truly did authorize the investigation. Do you know anyone at the Imperial Academy? Alian leaned in and asked. I do know someone, actually. The corners of Rhodia's mouth turned up slightly. There was a profound look in her round red eyes. You're back after only an hour. I was wondering what happened. Did you drag me all the way out here just for this? Teferi is the only one I can think of. After all, you've lived for over 200 years. You must know a person or two at the Imperial University. That is true. Since I TED about a geological survey, there is indeed someone who might be able to help. Who is it, Rosalind Sackman? That name sounds incredibly familiar. Could it be Rhodiate pupils constricted suddenly? The carriage stopped before the grand stone steps. High spires pierced the clouds. Sunlight spilled over the intricate reliefs, giving off a solemn atmosphere. The Dean of the Imperial University. Is it really okay to just barge in like this? He said ITET fine. Rosalind, Teferi suddenly threw open the grand doors. Teferi, Rosalind put down the letter in her hand and turned toward the door. Everyone out. I need to speak with Rosalind. Teferi waved his arms to usher everyone out. The staff in the office stood up one by one to leave. This is way too forceful. Rhodia leaned toward Teferi's ear and whispered softly. ITET been a while. Teferi, we just saw each other last month. And this is Rosalind Det gaze locked onto Rhodia. I am Rhodia, Ariel Mertens, head of the Asteria Trading Company. Hey, the celebrity. Anyway, both of you, please sit. Rosalind gestured toward the sofa. Rhodia says she has something she needs your help with.
Lady Rhodia, don't tell me you need bombs too.
Rosalind leaned forward, a hint of fanaticism flickering in her eyes. Bombs, Rhodiate pupils contracted sharply. My specialty is explosives and gunpowder. Rosalind lowered her voice, the smile on her lips deepening. I was looking for a geology expert.
Why has this turned into bombs?
In order to detonate bombs correctly, one must study the terrain thoroughly. Teferi leaned in to explain.
She really is an expert in that field.
Why, you finally admitted that I'm an expert. Rosalind chuckled, covering her mouth. You used to always call me a half-baked rookie. Only regarding explosives.
Teferi crossed his arms.
He had a sooner look on his face. With only 50 years of experience, you can't possibly compare to the sheer volume of my knowledge. Teferi rested his chin on one hand. A mocking smirk played on his lips. Living for hundreds or thousands of years doesn't necessarily mean one becomes clever or wise. Rosalind narrowed her eyes. Her gaze was full of playful banter. What, was she just talking about me? Teferi slammed his hands on the table and stood up. A vein in his temple throbbed slightly. Of course she wasn't talking about you. Rosalind let out a muffled giggle. Calm down, Teferi. Don't cause a scene here. You really are an interesting person, Miss Rhodia. Rosalind stopped laughing. So what exactly is it that you need from me? Rosalind leaned forward. Yes, I'm looking for a consultation with a geological expert. I'd like to request an investigation into the safety and mining feasibility of a mine owned by my guild. Wasn't an investigation done before the mining began? Rosalind frowned slightly. One was conducted 2 years ago. But recently, someone has suddenly raised questions about its safety. Rhodia handed over the documents. It seems Count Beginto is behind this. I see, so you conducted a re-investigation? And the results showed that the foundation has suddenly become unstable. Rosalind flipped through the report. Yes. Rosalind paused. Her pupils contracted slightly. The person responsible for this re-investigation no longer holds a position at the university. What, does the report say who authorized the investigation? No, but I recognize this specific methodology. Rosalind pressed her fingertip against the paper. That person made a mistake during the research phase last year, which resulted in an accident involving multiple fatalities. Rosalind lowered her eyes. His eyes were completely cold. So, he was expelled from the academic community. In that case, this report is nothing but nonsense. Then how did he get it approved? And how did he manage to get the university its seal on it? I've been wondering about that myself. Rosalind leaned back in her chair and let out a long sigh. Exactly who authorized this? Teferi suddenly looked up. Someone Teferi is very familiar with. Jack Serderin. Teferi's lips curled into an arc, but there was no warmth in his eyes. Rhodia, you are even more unfortunate than I imagined. Teferi turned his head, his expression one of pity.
Hey, Teferi raised his index finger.
A point of light expanded in the air, transforming into a transparent sphere. Once I track that fellow down, I'll notify you immediately. Rosalind, could you please investigate this? How the university seal ended up on this report? Of course I can. We absolutely cannot allow the university reputation to be damaged. I'll handle this as quickly as possible. Please, don't worry. Thank you, why, right. Tomorrow at the Imperial University, there is a thesis presentation and an award ceremony. Would you be able to attend? Rosalind watched Rhodia, her expression sincere. Me, yes. I'll introduce several geology experts to you tomorrow. Perhaps one of them will be better suited than I am to handle the re-investigation. Then I'll head over tomorrow after I finish my work. This is progressing even more smoothly than expected. Rhodia breathed a sigh of relief, a slight smile playing on her lips. The mining issue should be resolved without a hitch now. Moonlight streamed through the high lancet windows, casting cold blue shadows. Silence reigned at the end of the corridor. Sebano knelt on the floor, cold sweat rolling down his cheeks. A dark shadow loomed over the seat. You can't even handle a simple task like this. Lady O'Connell looked down, her round blue eyes filled with icy coldness.
I am so sorry.
Sebana lowered his head and trembled. Excuses are the privilege of the incompetent, Lady O'Connell interrupted. How am I supposed to report such a result? This puts me in a very awkward position. Please give me one more chance. It'll definitely do better next time. Sebano took a step forward, his expression humble and submissive. If you can't even handle a small matter like this, what else can I possibly entrust to you? Lady O'Connell propped up her chin. Sebano, Count Beginto. Yes, my lady. Sebano bowed his head deeply. The emperor doesn't have much longer to live. When that day comes, the one to inherit the throne will be Metasailan. Even though he is of humble birth, he has already secured his position as crown prince. We cannot sit idly by and watch Metasailan become the emperor. Lady O'Connell ground her foot down onto his hand. Sebana's body jerked violently, his expression twisted in pain. Rhodia of the Mertens family. She is also a woman that Lady Liana is keeping an eye on. And that woman has been supporting the crown prince from behind the scenes. This means Rhodia is also one of our targets. I understand. Understand if you truly understood. How could you have missed this opportunity? We are running out of time. You were the one who came to pledge your loyalty to me. Now, prove your worth. As long as my son ascends the throne, your family will see the light of day again. Right, Delpo. Yes, mother. Prince Delpo stepped out from the shadows. How are the preparations for the Foundation Festival progressing? Lady O'Connell took her sonnet arm. I will do my utmost to meet your expectations. Delpo replied with a bow, his expression dutiful. My expectations. Delpo's shoulders shuddered violently. I believe I told you never to essay such a weak display in my presence. Empress O'Connell suddenly gripped her sonnet collar. I'm sorry, mother. Delpo gritted his teeth, sweat dripping from his jaw. I still had business to attend to. Please excuse me. This is a duel to the death, after all. Isn't it, Count? You are quite right. My lady, then stake your very life on dragging Rhodia Ariel Mertens down. That is your one and only duty. After Count Beginto visited the Asteria Guild, he went to see Empress O'Connell. The timing of this visit is highly suspicious. Liana tapped her chin with her fingertip. Does Empress O'Connell intend to interfere with the guild now? Should we report this to His Highness the Crown Prince? Liana shook her head gently. There is no benefit in telling him right now. Pass the intelligence to cabbies. Let Van discover it naturally. No matter how hard Count Beginto tries, he won't be able to crush the Asteria Guild overnight. Liana folded her hands. In addition, send more people to monitor the Fent Prince. He'd been making some military moves lately. He'd the kind of man who must be watched at all times. Well, have to deal with him sooner or later anyway. Understood. Is an arms race truly the answer? If we want to win this battle, we need Rhodia to step up. Even if she hasn't realized that herself yet. Liana lowered her gaze, a shadow passing through her round blue eyes. The die is cast. All I can do now is wait. A few days later, Rhodia stood before the mirror. She held up a pink gown. How about this one? The maid shook her head, hand on her chin. This looks nothing like something you'll wear to a university thesis awards ceremony. Rhodia put the gown down. This is quite a difficult choice. The maid held up a long dress with purple patterns. How about this one? Is it perhaps a bit too plain? The maid fastened a string of pearls to the collar. Doesn't it look very elegant if you wear it like this? I've never been to an awards ceremony before, but this feels just right. Itet not too flashy, yet not dull either. You're right. And this color really complements your silver hair. Miss, the maid held the long dress up against Rhodia. Do you really think so? A knock came from the door. Miss, Itet time to leave. Rhodia turned her head sharply. Is it time already? Rhodia scrambled to grab the gown. Am I going to be late? I absolutely cannot miss this. The maid followed closely behind. Miss, please let me help you. The hall was brilliantly lit. Guests were conversing in low tones. Silhouettes moved between the round tables. The air was filled with a low hum of chatter. Thank goodness. I made it just in time. Wow, all the big shots are here. Rhodia looked around. Her eyes were full of surprise. The Chancellor of the Exchequer, the Legion Commander, and even the Union representatives. There's no way they gathered here, just for the presentation of a thesis. Is this for networking? Rhodia, a voice called out from the distance. Rhodia turned around abruptly. I'm glad you arrived on time. Rosalind walked over quickly. Rosalind looked her up and down. She let out a thoughtful hum. Is something wrong? Is there an issue with my outfit? Rhodia clutched her collar. She looked ill at ease. No, Rosalind lowered her eyes. I finally understand why Tefri took an interest in you. Rosalind tilted her head. Her expression was playful. Rhodia blinked. Her round red eyes were filled with confusion. I'm saying you're very beautiful. Tefri places a lot of importance on appearances. Rosalind turned and began to walk. Follow me, sit here. Rosalind pulled out a wooden chair. Just relax for a moment. Rosalind pressed down on Rhodiate's shoulders. Thank you. I have to go preside over the ceremony, so I can't stay with you the whole time. Rosalind picked up a wine bottle. She poured the red liquid into a goblet. I'll be back soon. Wait for me a little while. All right, no problem. However, Rhodia looked around. Her expression became a bit restless. Nobody is paying attention to me at all. With a guest list of this caliber, I thought there would be a chance to network. Rhodia lowered her gaze and let out a soft sigh. Is that Miss Rhodia? A voice came from the side. Rhodia whipped her head around, her expression surprised. I am Margaret, the representative of the Margaret Guild. The noblewoman gave a slight nod, a smile playing on her lips. I tet this person. Rhodiate pupils trembled slightly. Sheet, the one who participated in the auction for Vanette portrait. Hello, Representative Margaret. Just call me Margaret. I'm so glad to see you again. At that auction, you spent a staggering 10,000 platinum coins. Do you remember? Rhodia gave a dry laugh, beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. I did go a bit overboard back then. What did you think of that painting? Margaret rested her chin on her hand, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. So that her objective. That painting went missing. Haven't you heard? Margaret leaned in closer. I've heard about it, of course. But have you really never seen him? Sagare stared intently at Rhodiate's face. I really haven't. Rhodia shook her head. That'd a shame. I paid a fortune to buy it, you know. Sagare leaned back against the chair. He closed his eyes. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Since he attended the auction, I was worried he'd be as obsessed with it as Elian is. The imperial family did offer a refund, but I told them it wasn't necessary. Is that so? You are certainly a bold person. Bold. Ultimately, the painting itself isn't what matters. What matters is using it to win the favor of the imperial family. Rhodia let out a few dry laughs. The only reason I paid that much was because Van had once painted a portrait for me. Sagare. Very few people in Hainan know my full name. I only share it with those I acknowledge. Sagare extended his white-gloved hand and gripped Rhodiate's hand firmly. Miss Rhodia, you have earned that right. You flatter me. I look forward to seeing how much you grow. If there is anything you need, don't hesitate to ask. As long as I tet within my power, I will help. Right, okay. He has completely misunderstood the situation. Explaining it now would only make things more awkward. Rhodia maintained her stiff smile. She had no choice but to just go along with it. The ceremony shall now officially begin. The Master of Ceremonies announced from behind the long table. Rhodia turned slightly. She joined the others in applause. Thank you all for joining us for the Imperial Academia thesis presentation and awards ceremony. Rosalind stood at the podium. Endless streams of research data scrolled across the screen behind her. Densely packed text flickered in succession, showcasing their academic achievements. After the awards ceremony, we had prepared a banquet. I hope you will all grace us with your presence. Dense applause erupted from the audience. Well, did I look cool on stage just now? Yes, you were like a completely different person. Rhodia looked up at her. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Rosalind straightened up. She stood with one hand on her hip. She looked pleased.
Dean.
An attendant approached. He called out in a low voice. Rosalind stopped smiling. She turned her head. Her gaze turned cold again. The attendant leaned toward her ear. She covered her lips with her hand. He whispered to her, I'm sorry, something urgent has come up. Rosalind looked at Rhodia. Please, go ahead, Rhodia nodded slightly. It seems something major has happened. Rhodia withdrew her gaze. Two middle-aged nobles were sitting opposite her. They were staring intently at Rhodia. Rhodia looked up. She looked uneasy. Goodness, you actually tamed Rosalind. Dean Sackman? Sagare covered his mouth. His eyes were full of shock. Rumor has it sheet, as brutal as a wyvern. I can't believe it. I never thought she would essay such a gentle side. Brutal, tamed. Rhodia froze in place. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. I had no idea Dean Rosalind had that kind of reputation. After all, her nickname is the Wyvern. The guests leaned in toward each other. They were whispering amongst themselves. I heard she's incredibly cold to people. Everyone calls her the cold-blooded witch. But seeing her being so friendly to Miss Rhodia, it really is surprising. She has never treated me coldly. Not even once. Rhodia clenched her fingertips. A ripple of emotion stirred in her eyes. They were intentionally slandering Rosalind. It was rather unpleasant to hear. I pay no mind to those rumors. I only believe the facts I see with my own eyes. Rhodia straightened her back. Her expression became firm. Rumors are always exaggerated. I don't wish to hear any more ill words about Rosalind. After all, no one truly knows what kind of person she is. The surrounding murmurs gradually died down. Those who run a merchant guild must possess the ability to discern the truth. Rhodia tilted her head. A smile played on her lips. Right, of course. Sagare averted his gaze. A drop of cold sweat broke out on his temple. Sagare snapped his head away. He stopped looking at Rhodia. His expression was one of irritation. Laughter rose and fell around the long table. Guests clinked glasses and chatted. Rhodia sat alone at one end. She looked completely out of place. Have I become the boring person now? A hand pressed against the edge of the table.
Lady Rhodia.
Rhodia looked up in surprise. I am Yulad, Podless. The man leaned down. A bright smile was plastered on his face. The second son of Marquis Podless. You know me? Of course, lately, there have been many rumors about the Asteria Guild and its owner. My family even once attempted an arranged marriage with the Mertens family. He leaned closer to Rhodia. His tone was light. What did you say? Rhodia froze instantly. Her expression was one of pure shock. Sorry, that was a bit sudden, wasn't it? Yulad scratched the back of his head. He narrowed his eyes and laughed. Duh, I thought so too. Rhodia turned her face away. She avoided his gaze. He doesn't seem like a bad person, but he's a bit much to handle. Rhodia pursed her lips, her eyes showing a hint of helplessness. Maybe he knows a geology expert. Never mind, I'll just go ask someone else. Rhodia turned away, ignoring his smiling face. Truth be told, I don't really have anyone else to consult. Should I have just endured the awkwardness earlier? She bit her lower lip, her expression filled with regret. What on earth is Rosalind so busy with right now? Miss Mertens, Urad spoke up again. Is something bothering you? Hey, Rhodia snapped back to reality. She pressed a hand to her forehead, looking a bit flustered. I'm not sure. if I'm in any position to be picky right now. She let out a sigh, looking exhausted. Actually, I'm looking for a geology expert, but I don't know anyone who knows talent in that field. I happen to know someone in that field. Urad raised an eyebrow, his lips curling upward. What, really? Rhodia looked up abruptly, her round red eyes sparkling. Of course, Urad held up his index finger, his smile radiant. My former tutor, Professor Romelia, majored in geology. If you like, I can introduce you. Yes, Rhodia leaned forward suddenly, her hands pressing against the table. Professor Romelia, where is she now? Rhodia pushed back her chair and stood up, in one swift motion. Please follow me. Urad stepped aside, gesturing in a specific direction. I can't believe I get to meet a geologist this easily. She closed her eyes slightly, unable to stop her lips from curling into a smile. I didn't have high expectations at Fent. I had a good thing I asked just now. Heat right over there. Urad came to a halt. He pointed straight ahead. Please wait here for a moment. He turned his head, his smile bright and cheerful. Urad walked toward a woman in the distance. Why, is that so? I had a pleasure to meet you. I am Jenny, Romelia. She placed a hand over her heart, a smile playing on her lips. You can just call me Romelia. Rhodia Ariel Mertens. Rhodia lifted her skirt and performed a slight curtsy. Eldest daughter of the Mertens family and president of the Asteria Trading Company. Please, just call me Rhodia as well. Shall we get started? I heard you were looking for a geologist. Yes, I would like to offer you a commission. A commission? The guild received a report claiming that one of our mines is threatening the stability of the foundation. Rhodia spread her palms, her brows furrowing slightly. We would like to conduct a reinspection. The last survey 2 years ago showed that everything was stable. Romelia rested her fingertips against her chin, her gaze becoming sharp. So the survey results changed recently. Were explosives used during the mining process? Rhodia shook her head gently. No, even without explosives. The foundation supposedly weakened in just 2 years. Romelia adjusted her monocle, falling into deep thought. Who was responsible for the most recent survey? Rhodia hesitated for a moment. That'd the strange part. She lowered her gaze, her tone uncertain. According to the dean, the personate name is Jack Sidoline.
He was expelled from the academic community a year ago.
Romelia's movements suddenly stiffened. Jack Sidoline. You know him? He is very familiar with Jack Sedoranax. He is an old man who has dedicated 50 years of his life to geology and archaeology. If he personally evaluated the site and determined that the foundation is unstable, then that conclusion is likely the truth. Moreover, he is a medium, capable of directly sensing the earth's energy. A medium, Rhodia leaned forward abruptly. Her round red eyes widened in surprise. Didn't the dean tell you? Quite a few scholars are mediums. In the field of geology, they commune with earth spirits. In climate or meteorological research, they connect with wind spirits. This fusion is extremely useful for research. Jack Severin is one of only 20 high-level mediums in the Empire. I see. Spirits. So this aunt has things like that too. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. A glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. Perhaps that's it why Teferi knows Jack Severin. They are both mages and mediums. Why, no, I don't have time to sit here and chat. If Jack Severin is a medium, then that report is very likely to be true. Rhodia froze in her seat. Her face turned pale. Is the mine really going to be closed down? It'll take the job. Really, it'll have an opening in 2 weeks. Romelia chuckled, covering her mouth. She looked quite relaxed. We'll discuss the details later. It seems things are about to begin. Thank you all for waiting. Rosalind stepped onto the high platform. She spread her arms wide. The mine is today's final agenda item. Please bear with us for just a moment longer. So she went to prepare for her speech just now. As everyone knows, I have been researching explosives. Over the past 30 years, I have developed many powerful and stable bombs.
They
Exist not only to gain the upper hand in the arms race, but also to support industrial applications. Click, he reached out and snapped open the lock of the golden chest. The lid opened slowly, revealing a dazzling light from within. However, this latest bomb is unlike any other. This model was created purely for slaughter. A cold, mocking sneer played on his lips. Its destructive power is 5 times that of all previous models. A stir rippled through the audience. The guests looked at one another, their expressions filled with terror. Isn't that far too dangerous? A man wearing glasses suddenly stood up. He raised his right hand, beads of sweat forming on his brow. How could you bring such a hazardous object here? Can safety really be guaranteed? A series of challenges erupted from the crowd. Tefri walked forward slowly. Do I look that incompetent to you? To think you doubt something I crafted with my own hands. I suppose if you live long enough, you really do see everything. I also had a hand in this research. As Rosalind, the founder of the Imperial University, I integrated my knowledge into Rosalindet research. Mark my words. To those of you who just questioned and mocked us. He looked straight ahead, his gaze sharp. Marquis Romang and I were just directly insulted. The one who placed the order is none other than Romang, Marquis Bernhardt. Rhodia gave a violent flinch. The commander of the Imperial Knights himself. Teferi raised his right hand,
tapping his fingers lightly.
A red sphere floated upward. He swung his arm abruptly, hurling the sphere toward the center of the venue. Screams erupted from the crowd. The guests scrambled in all directions. A bomb, someone shrieked, their voice full of dread. Rhodia clamped her hands over her ears and squeezed her eyes shut. A dead silence fell over the surroundings. The expected explosion never happened. Rhodia opened her eyes, her expression one of utter confusion. The red sphere lay still on the stone tiles. No fire. No sound. See? Ited safe. Tefri spread his hands. He looked perfectly composed. Tefri, what are you doing here? I was just worried about how things were progressing. Tefri pulled out a chair and sat down. I'm part of this project too. It doesn't feel great being criticized. Tefri picked up a cookie and popped it into his mouth. Rhodia stared straight ahead. Her round red eyes didn't blink. She looked intensely focused. Why are you staring at me like that? Tefri asked with his mouth full of cookies, his voice muffled. Why, you have a crumb on your face. Rhodia reached out with her index finger and lightly touched his cheek. Tefri flinched violently. You could have just said so. He flailed his arms wildly, shouting at the teen AP of his lungs. Tefri is surprisingly tolerant, isn't he? Rosalind rested a hand on her face, a look of surprise in her eyes. Come on, try raising your hand. By the way, Rhodia, did you find a geology expert? Rosalind lowered her hand and turned to ask. Sorry, I should have handled it already. All right. Professor, I was introduced to someone. Really, who? Why, they're right over there. What a coincidence. Tefri gazed ahead, his expression unreadable. What? Such a coincidence. Specifically Rhodia, Romelia, and Jack Cedarin. The two of them are actually father and daughter. Rhodia froze where she stood. Her round red eyes widened slightly. Rhodia flipped through the logbook. The schedule for the mine survey has been finalized. Jack settled in. To think he is actually Professor Romeliat father. Why wasn't this mentioned from the start? Is there some sort of complicated family issue? Rhodia's brows furrowed slightly. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Alian, have you finished processing the documents I assigned you? Alian handed over a thick stack of papers. Yes, they're all here. What is wrong with her today? Is she sick? Rhodia thought to herself. Rhodia, Alian spoke in a low voice. Can I take some time off? Alian bit her lower lip. Her round blue eyes filled with a pleading look. Time off? What for? My grandmother is ill. Alian lowered her head. Her shoulders slumped slightly. Come to think of it, Alian really was very close to her grandmother. She was always spoiled by her grandmother in the past, which is why she acted so willful and immature. Go ahead, really. Alian snapped her head up. The corners of her mouth curled up, unable to contain her joy. Does she think I'm some kind of evil bot? The corner of Rhodio's eye twitched, her expression one of resignation. Why would I lie to you about something like this? Anyway, is your grandmother seriously ill? Alian nodded vigorously. Yes, her health has always been poor, and it has taken a turn for the worse lately. She might not have much time left. Alian hung her head, looking desolate. I used to just find her annoying, but seeing her like this, it really doesn't feel good. Finish up that document, and then you can go. I'll handle the rest myself. I'm sorry, Rhodia. I did fine. If Alian goes on leave, there will be even less time to rest. I wonder how Van is doing. He looked up. His expression was filled with longing. Yes, I have already received it. Metasilent sat behind the office desk. I'm not sure if I should be accepting something like this. I simply wanted to give it to you. Please don't feel burdened. So this isn't to ask for anything? Just a simple gift. Yes, that is correct. Understood, then I shall take my leave. Thank you for accepting it. Please be sure to let him know about this. Another bribe? Metasilent picked up the wooden box. A mocking smirk played on his lips. I'm curious to see how much this is actually worth. Metasilent opened the lid. The gemstone refracted a dazzling light. Worth at least MT platinum coins. MT, that is insane. What did you say, sir? Nothing. Put it away. You always accept these things, instead of rejecting them. To distinguish who is a sycophant, and who is truly on my side. A crisp knocking sound came from the door. Who't there? Me. Liana pushed the door open and entered. Sister, what are you doing here? Metasilent stood up abruptly.
He braced his hands against the desk.
I was just passing by, so I stopped in to see you. Liana walked toward the desk. How is the preparation for the Foundation Festival? Progressing, as you can see. Metasilent hid behind a mountain of documents. He looked quite helpless. It seems you're as busy as ever. Liana looked around the room. A faint smile played on her lips. So, when was the last time you saw Rhodia? Metasilent's pupils contracted sharply. A bead of cold sweat broke out on his temple. He froze in place. He looked completely caught off guard. Probably been over a week. Things aren't looking good, Ina. Liana raised her hand to her cheek. She let out a heavy sigh. Listen carefully, Liana said, suddenly slamming her hand onto the desk. You might be getting dumped very soon. Van froze in his tracks. His breath hitched instantly. What? That is impossible. Van shook his head repeatedly. Think about it logically. Liana turned her face toward him. Her round blue eyes were cold and calm. Rhodia is the eldest daughter of a noble house who has just come of age. She is also the head of a major trading guild. She has deep ties with the daughters of counts. Her network spans across the entire empire. Suitors are lining up outside the Viscounted estate as we speak. Why do you think that is? Van stammered, unable to find his words. Because you're moving too slowly. Before Rhodia is snatched away by another man. At least go essay your face to her. Liana slammed the table again. Her round blue eyes burned with fury. But sister, you should know better than anyone. Lately, I haven't been able to step a foot out of this office. Van knit his brows tightly. He looked genuinely aggrieved. Even if you're busy, you should have at least written a letter. If I help you, you should be able to make some time, right? Liana snatched the documents from him. Determination flickered in her round blue eyes. Really? Vanette's eyes shimmered with hope. Only for today. I will handle these as your proxy. Liana flipped through the papers. She looked professional and efficient. Fent, categorize the important documents. Then sort them by urgency. I'd best to have everything wrapped up before lunch.
I understand, thank you.
Don't mention it, brother. Liana waved the stationery in her hand. A faint smile played on her lips.
So, when do you want to start the sorting?
I'll start working right now.
Piling up like a mountain.
Hurry up. At the same time, Rhodia was sitting at her desk. A knock came from the door. Rhodia stopped her pen. Who is it? The door was pushed open a crack. Her mother peeked her head in. A smile played at the corners of her eyes.
Rhodia, mother. What are you doing here?
Rhodia stood up abruptly. I have something I want to ask you. Her mother sat down across from Rhodia. Her expression was gentle.
What is it so suddenly?
Rhodia, is there someone you've been seeing lately?
Her mother asked softly.
Tea suddenly overflowed from the rim of the CPP. Rhodia's wrist gave a jerk. Red liquid splashed all over the desk. What on earth are you talking about? She frantically set the teapot down. Her face flushed crimson instantly. If you don't have a partner, how about meeting a few candidates? Her mother chuckled behind her hand. Her eyes were full of anticipation. Blind dates, this is way too sudden. Rhodia turned around abruptly. Why, darling, this isn't sudden at all.
Her mother blinked.
We've been receiving many gifts lately, as well as letters from other families. Rhodia froze in place. Her round red eyes trembled slightly. Thinking back on it, that family indeed once had an engagement with the Mertens. That was something I heard a long time ago. Well then, let's set a date. Her mother rummaged through her handbag. Her fingertips slid over a stack of documents. There are many candidates. How about you, lad, the second son of the Podless family? Her mother held up a portrait. She looked excited. Just as I thought. Rhodia's heart tightened. Exasperation showed between her brows. Mother, I don't want to go on a blind date.
Why not?
Her mother sat in the armchair, her expression full of confusion. Well, Rhodia hesitated, the words catching in her throat. But Rhodia, her mother spoke softly. She seems like a wonderful choice. The thing is, I'm already seeing someone. Rhodia stood up abruptly, her hands tightly clutching the fabric over her chest. Her mother waved through the window, a smile playing on her lips. I'll see you at home later. All right, Rhodia lowered her head, her brow etched with exhaustion. The carriage wheels spun rapidly, kicking up clouds of dust. She stood by the roadside, watching the carriage disappear. What on earth did I just say? I can't believe I blurted out that I'm dating someone. But I certainly can't tell her Idet Van. What should I do? The sound of galloping hooves approached quickly. Wheels screeched against the ground, letting out a sharp, long whine. A magnificent carriage pulled up in front of the estate. Are there more guests? Rhodia stopped in her tracks, her round red eyes filled with doubt. The staff should be able to handle it. She turned around, intending to slip away quietly. Rhodia, that voice. She whipped her head around toward the carriage. Van, I'd been a long time. Rhodia Metasilent stepped down from the carriage. His red almond-shaped eyes crinkled, as a brilliant smile spread across his face. What are you doing here? I missed you. I'd already been over 10 days since we last met. Metasilent stepped forward, and leaned down slightly to bring his face close to hers. Rhodia's face flushed a deep red, her fingertips unconsciously tightening their grip. You're right. She lowered her gaze, a soft curve touching her lips. Actually, there is something I need to ask of you. Ask of me. Metasilent straightened his posture. His eyes were gentle. Rhodia stood on her tiptoes. She leaned in close to his ear. She whispered softly, Is it really okay? He took half a step back. His expression betrayed his nervousness. Of course it is. Van nodded in agreement. A reassuring smile played on his lips. I'm more than happy to help you. Rhodia, his gaze was tender. His tone was firm. A few days later, at the Viscount Merton's estate, sunlight washed over the grand facade of the mansion. Flowers were in full bloom on both sides of the steps. Please, just don't act too awkward. Rhodia took a deep breath. She swallowed hard. Her round red eyes trembled slightly. From the nerves. Do you understand? Rhodia turned her head to ask. I understand. Van raised a hand to straighten his collar. As long as he hid his natural black hair and red eyes, no one would recognize him as the crown prince. Blonde hair and blue eyes were common enough in this To avoid the blind dates, she had to prove she was already seeing someone. But she absolutely could not let anyone discover he was the crown prince. Rhodia lowered her eyes. A blush crept across her face. Though she hated lying, she had no other choice right now. If rumors started spreading, it would be a disaster. He clenched his fists. There was a look of determination in his eyes. By the way, how should I introduce myself? Van turned his face toward her. There was a hint of doubt in his gaze. Rhodia closed her eyes. She fell into deep thought. Your birth mother. Which family did the concubine come from? Van tilted his head slightly. A smile touched his lips. The Battenberg family. They are remote nobles who have never entered the capital. Hardly anyone knows anything about them. Then let's say you're the fourth son of the Battenberg family. Why did you specifically choose the fourth child? You look younger than the third, and older than the fifth. Rhodia stepped forward and took his hand. Van lowered his head, staring at their interlaced fingers, as a blush crept across his face. My point is, there no need to overthink it. Well then, let's go. He pulled her arm and walked quickly toward the mansion. Rhodia, wait a moment. The long table was laden with a sumptuous feast. The roasted meat glistened with an oily sheen, and the side dishes were arranged meticulously.
Eat up, Van.
Mother's cheeks flushed pink as she gave a radiant smile. Thank you, my lady. I will enjoy it thoroughly. Van sat at the dining table and gave a slight, respectful bow. He seemed to be smiling exceptionally bright today. What do you think of Van? Rhodia leaned toward her mother's ear and whispered the question. He is very charming. Isn't he? Mother chuckled, covering her mouth, her eyes full of warmth. What do you like most about him? That, obvious. He, very handsome. Van, you mentioned earlier that you are from the Battenberg family. Mother set down her utensils and turned her gaze toward Van. Yes, it is a small fief in the south, located right next to the town of Baronia. Van leaned forward slightly, his tone calm. Baronia. I've been there a few times. Mother rested her chin in her hands, a bright smile on her lips. I'll have to find an opportunity to visit again in the future. Mom, why would you go there? What, am I not allowed to ask? Mother arched an eyebrow, her expression teasing. Since you two are planning to get married, I'll need to meet the elders of your family as well. Mother rested her face in her hands. Her cheeks were flushed. She was lost in a beautiful daydream. Even if she is incredibly fond of Van, Rhodia froze in place. The light instantly vanished from her round red eyes. To think she'd already thinking about marriage. I'm sorry, please excuse my lack of manners. Metasilon lowered his hand. He looked quite embarrassed. I take quite all right. I don't mind at all. The Viscountess waved her hand dismissively. A smile played on her lips. Viscountess. Metasilon spoke tentatively. There was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Just call me Mother, dear. The Viscountess chuckled behind her hand. All right, Mother. Metasilon bowed slightly. His tone was gentle.
He really is quite taken with her.
Rhodia watched her overjoyed mother. Her eyes betrayed her exhaustion. Zoxenbertel is just a minor local noble family. I can't believe she had taken a fancy to their fourth son. Rhodia lowered her eyelashes. Her round red eyes were full of doubt. Van is certainly handsome, but an engagement between nobles isn't something decided by looks alone. I thought she would have preferred a prestigious family like the Podless. Mother rested her chin on one hand. She let out a hearty laugh. By the way, the food today was truly delicious. Why, really? The Viscountess straightened her back. She looked delighted. Actually, I prepared all of today's dishes myself. The Viscountess clapped her hands and laughed.
Her eyes were brimming with pride.
Really? Rhodia leaned forward abruptly.
Her round red eyes were wide with shock.
When I heard Rhodia's partner was coming, I stepped back into the kitchen for the first time in 20 years. What did I do to deserve this? To think I could taste such a precious dish. It is because I once received such a welcome myself. The Viscountess closed her eyes, her lips curving in a nostalgic smile. When I went to meet my husband's family years ago, Rhodia's late grandmother cooked a meal with her own hands to let me taste her cooking. She treated me with crops grown on this very land and told me that I was welcome here. That was the day I decided I would marry my husband. The Viscountess turned her head, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. So I wanted to do the same for you. Welcome, Van. The Viscountess gave a brilliant smile, her expression full of maternal affection. Thank you for such warm hospitality. Mother. Van looked up slightly, his round blue eyes bright and clear.
Mother?
Rhodia set down her utensils and spoke softly. Yes, the Viscountess turned toward her, a smile still on her face. Is it really all right that I brought him here while father is away? Rhodia lowered her eyelashes, her expression revealing her unease. He will like Van too. The Viscountess folded her hands together, her tone certain. Why? Because he is the person you chose. We trust your judgment. The Viscountess gazed at her daughter, her eyes filled with nothing but tenderness.
Rhodia froze in place,
her round red eyes trembling slightly. Itat not the man we trust. Itat you, just as it has always been. Rhodia lowered her head, her long wavy silver-white hair obscuring her face. Just as it has always been. Rhodia sat alone at the table, her back stiff. I'm not even their biological daughter. The carriage wheels began to turn, rolling over the stone pavement. The Viscountess stood at the bottom of the steps. She waved goodbye. Waving goodbye. Thank you for your help today. Van, I'm just happy I could be of use. Besides, I'm glad the Viscountess took a liking to me. After all, she is my future mother-in-law. Medicillinet's lips curled upward, breaking into a brilliant smile. I can hardly believe it. To think I'm actually dating a man like this. Rhodia gazed at him from across the carriage, her heartbeat echoing in her chest. In my original, I never even had a proper romance. Now I'm actually discussing marriage quite calmly. Is it because I've adapted too quickly? Or is it thanks to this body I've possessed? Is there something on my face?
I know.
Rhodia snapped back to her senses, her gaze shifting flusteredly toward the window. I was just thinking that we won't see each other for a while, and I felt a bit sad.
For a while?
Why? Medicilin frowned slightly, his expression puzzled. There'd been a minor issue with one of the mines, under the Asteria Trading Company. We need to head out for another inspection as soon as possible. Is there anything I can do to help? Medicilin leaned forward, his red almond-shaped eyes filled with concern. The preparations are already complete. All right.
I see.
Medicilin lowered his gaze, a trace of loneliness hanging on his lips. We're almost at the guild. Rhodia looked out the window, her silver-white wavy hair swaying with the movement. Thank you for dropping me off. Then Rhodia turned back. Her cheeks flushed, as a radiant smile bloomed on her face. You're very welcome. Medicilin closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth turning up, with a gentle expression. The carriage came to a stop in front of the grand building. The door was swung open. Take my hand. Medicilin extended his right hand, her red almond-shaped eyes fixed on him. Thank you, Rhodia, he said as she placed her hand in his. Rhodia, if there is ever anything you need help with, please don't hesitate to tell me. He gazed at Rhodia, his expression sincere. You can even come find me at my office. Vanette's office was, of course, the Imperial Palace. Rhodia turned her face away, a cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. But I couldn't bring myself to refuse him. Rhodia closed her eyes and let out a forced, dry laugh. All right, you should get going.
You must be very busy, Van.
Yes, I really should head out. Rhodia stood before the door, watching the carriage depart. I should get back to work too. With Elian gone, the workload at the guild has been absolutely insane. Rhodia turned and walked toward the merchant guild, exhaustion etched between her brows. Excuse me, hello? A tall man blocked her path. Rhodia came to a dead stop, her round red eyes wide with shock. Her body instinctively recoiled. Could you please come with me? The guard asked, his expression grim. And why exactly should I go with you? Rhodia steadied herself, her expression wary and guarded. Someone wishes to see you. The guard pulled an object from his coat. I represent those people. The guard opened his palm to reveal an exquisite crest on an identification plate. Rhodia stared at the plate, her breath hitching. Those people? The name August sounded familiar. She stared at the patterns on the crest, lost in thought. Could it be August Linger? You mustn't speak that name aloud so casually. The guard raised his index finger to his lips. His gaze was sharp and piercing. Rhodia's shoulders shuddered violently. She lowered her head. She nodded in silence. August Linger has nothing to do with royal power. But in the of commoners, the sound of money is louder than the sound of power. And when the sound of a fist drowns out money, that man is the ruler. August Linger stands at the very teen AP. Gender unknown. Age unknown. No one has even seen their true face. They established an organization called August. For a full 300 years, they have secretly ruled this city and its markets. In the original story, Rhodia had bribed August, back when she started the trading company. Why would that person want to see me? I don't know the details either. The only order I received was to bring Lady Rhodia over. She lowered her head slightly. Her tone left no room for doubt. I'm afraid I can't do that. Rhodia took a step back. I won't go to a place where my safety cannot be guaranteed. They are called the rulers of the market. But isn't this basically asking me to go empty-handed? To see a mobot? But the guard followed closely behind. Her expression was urgent. I can't even verify the authenticity of that nameplate. Rhodia turned her face away. Her expression was cold. I'll think about it, Fen. Well, talk later. The guard froze in place. Her right hand hung stiffly in midair. I said I wanted to see you. A cool, clear female voice rang out. Rhodia came to a sudden halt. The clicking sound of leather shoes approached from the distance. The pace was steady and slow. Lady Rhodia Ariel Mertens. A woman walked up slowly. Her silver-white short hair was groomed meticulously. She placed a hand over her heart. She bowed slightly in greeting. Could you be? That it right? The woman tilted her head up slightly. A smile played on his lips. I am indeed August Linger. Please, have some tea, August said, sitting opposite her. He pushed a teacup forward. Thank you. Rhodia picked up the CPP. So that child is August Linger. He looks 15 at most. He wouldn't poison me, would he? Rhodia held her breath. Her throat tightened slightly. Staring at the shimmering liquid in the CPP, she took a sip of the tea. Her movements were stiff. Her fingertips gripped the rim of the CPP tightly. This tea is imported from the East. Is it to your liking? August asked softly. The flavor is excellent. Rhodia spoke softly. Her lips were red, and her round eyes sparkled. It tastes like roasted rice tea. Allow me to reintroduce myself? August's lips parted slightly. I am August Linger. As you know, I am the master of the August Information Guild. I am the eldest daughter of the Mertens family, and the representative of the Asteria Trading Company. Rhodia straightened her back. I know who you are, Miss Rhodia Ariel Mertens. August interrupted her. He leaned forward. The growth of the Asteria Trading Company is truly astounding. In just a few years, you have seized the core of the empire commercial power. Itet almost as if you can foresee the future. You've simply been lucky. Rhodia lowered her eyelashes. A flash of unease crossed her round red eyes. Luck, August repeated the word. He folded his hands and rested his chin on them. The smile on his lips deepened. Well then, perhaps Miss Rodiate luck is a gift from the gods. Pardon me? Rhodia looked up. She looked confused. I tet nothing. Augustine's smile faded. His tone returned to a flat, neutral state. Teferi, she spat out the name, her gaze sharp as a blade. Stay away from Teferi. I don't understand what you're talking about. Rhodia set down her teacup. The bottom of the CPP hit the table, with a dull thud. I mean exactly what I said. Stay away from Teferi. August turned her head, her eyes cold. You went through the trouble of calling me here just to say that? Rhodia countered her gaze. You could have just written a letter for something like this. Do you have any idea how many eyes are watching you? I'm the one taking risks here. August folded her hands, a smirk playing on her lips. Do you have nothing else to say? Then I'll take my leave. I'll hear the details directly from Teferi myself. What did you say? Are you planning to ignore my proposal? August looked up, her eyes filled with chilling darkness. I tet not so much ignoring it. Rhodia gave a bright smile, her round red eyes curving into crescents. But since Teferi never mentioned a relationship with you, I'll have to see him in person to confirm. Rhodia Ariel Mertens. You belong to the Aquila family, don't you? The name August has lasted for centuries. The head shouldn't be a mere child, besides. You seem to know Teferi. Did Teferi tell you about the family? August looked up sharply, her breathing becoming shallow and quick. That it right. I heard it from his own mouth. Enough for me to see through your current facade. August grit her teeth, her breathing growing heavy. Are you worried? Worried that I might use Teferi. Or perhaps use the Aquila family. Rhodia looked her straight in the eye, her expression indifferent. Use us? With just someone like you, August let out a cold sneer. If that is the case, you can rest easy. Rhodia spread her hands, a reassuring smile playing on her lips. I have no intention of going around publicizing the Aquila family, nor do I plan to use Teferi for business. If anything, we are merely acquaintances. So you're saying you have no special interest in Teferi? August looked up, his eyes fixed intently on her. Why, I'm interested. Rhodier's smile faded, and her gaze turned serious. He adorable, he looks just like an exquisite doll. Being that cute, how could I not be interested? Rhodia cupped her cheeks, letting out a soft giggle. Cute, August froze in place, his expression blank. Yes, just like a little sister. Rhodia clasped her hands together. So you, August lowered his head, resting a finger against his lower lip. He let out a soft snort. You think of Teferi as a sister? Yes. Is there a problem with that? Rhodia tilted her head, her expression perfectly calm. No, I tet nothing. A little sister is quite good. If that's all it is, then there is no problem. August looked up, a corner of his mouth curling into a smirk. As long as you keep thinking that way in the future, we should get along quite pleasantly. He looked like he wanted to swallow me whole a second ago. What at with him now? Rhodia stood frozen, her eyes full of confusion. All right. Today a conversation has been very pleasant. August snapped his fingers. Then take care on your way back. Rhodia Ariel Mertens. Thank you. Well, I shall take my leave now. Rhodia gave a polite bow. The door shut heavily behind her. A dull thud echoed. Hee, a little sister. August remained seated, letting out a low, deep chuckle. It seems I was worried for nothing. To think he only sees her as a little sister. If it were a sister in the familial sense, it would indeed be troublesome. But how they acted just now didn't look like that at all. I didn't know that you would actually spend time maintaining such a childish mindset. I thought the young Teferi was a privilege exclusive to me. August rested her chin on her hand, picking up a flower-shaped cookie with her fingertips. Anyway, that it not Teferi true face, so it doesn't matter. Teferi wouldn't essay that side of himself to anyone else, would he? For Teferi, the only special person, is me the one who looked after him since he was small? August took a bite of the cookie, looking utterly entranced. The rustling sound of paper turning filled the room, echoing in the silence. Just when is Elian coming back? Rhodia was buried behind a mountain of official documents. Her almond-shaped red eyes filled with exhaustion.
Director?
The secretary walked slowly to the desk. Regarding the regional bank issue mentioned earlier, what have you decided? That. Rhodia snapped her head up. I don't understand banking operations, so I haven't been able to make a decision yet. You seem to be falling ill from overwork lately. Why don't you take a break, friend? The secretary leaned in close, her eyes full of concern. With Elian gone, I can't rest at all right now. Rhodia waved her hand dismissively, her expression anxious. And besides, resting won't make this mountain of problems disappear. She pointed at the high stack of documents on the desk, letting out a bitter laugh. Knock, knock. A heavy sound came from the door. I'll go check it out. The secretary bowed respectfully. Rhodia turned her head. Her round red eyes were filled with confusion. Representative, you have a visitor. A visitor? Hello? Miss Mertens. A crisp female voice rang out, accompanied by steady footsteps. I apologize for dropping by so suddenly. A young woman with brown hair entered the room. Her long hair swayed gently with her movements. This person is Rhodia, froze in place. Her round red eyes widened suddenly. Her breath hitched. The girlette movements were elegant, and her long brown hair fell like silk. My name is Aldina. The brown-haired girl placed a hand over her heart and bowed slightly. I am the second daughter of the Menelodio family. This is the true heroine of the novel. Rhodia stood frozen, her breathing stopped. The original story a true female lead, Aldina, Menelodio. In the Menelodio household, she was treated as an outcast after the Countess remarriage. Yet she never gave up hope. She always lived a resilient life. Until that chance encounter. At a royal banquet, Aldina met that man, the crown prince. It was a classic Cinderella story. But why did she suddenly come to find me? Is this a love rival appearance? My sudden visit must have startled you. Aldina stepped forward, her expression apologetic. I came here after seeing this. Aldina held up a piece of paper, gripping the edges with both hands. This is our gilded recruitment flyer. Rhodia stared at the paper. Her round red eyes were filled with shock. Yes, I am here to apply for a part-time position. Aldina let out a bright laugh. Miss Menelodio, did you read the job requirements clearly? Rhodia's expression grew serious. It says here that applicants must hold a degree or possess equivalent relevant knowledge. Have you studied these subjects professionally? Not within this country. Aldina straightened her back, looking perfectly composed. What? Rhodia froze in place. Her round red eyes clouded with confusion. I didn't study within the borders of the empire. Aldina waved her hand dismissively, her tone light. Did she study abroad? There was absolutely no mention of such a detail in the original setting. I'm currently dating Van. That fact alone has already derailed the original plot. Since that is the case, why should I care about small discrepancies? Please take a look at this. This is the production and sales report for various mines from the front half of this year. Rhodia handed over the documents, keeping her eyes fixed on the other woman. Can you analyze this for me? I'll give it a try. Aldina took the report, the corners of her mouth curling upward slightly. To be honest, if I didn't have the knowledge that the original Rhodia possessed, I wouldn't be able to handle this job either. But can Aldina really analyze all of this in such a short amount of time? Fent, the profitability of the newly commissioned mines is looking good. However, I'm a bit concerned that the ratio of bartering and credit transactions has exceeded cash transactions. It seems difficult to secure liquid capital based solely on the current flow of mineral trade. However, as long as you collect the outstanding accounts receivable, the problem should be resolved. Considering mineral production increases year by year, the proportion of cash transactions in the future will likely increase further. If I asked you to write reports like this in the future, could you do it? Of course it isn't difficult. Aldina gave a small smile, looking entirely at ease. Someone without real talent
Wouldn't be able to give an answer like that.
Rhodia gripped the report in her hands, her expression complicated.
Under normal circumstances,
I would have welcomed this with open arms. But given the current situation, this is all a bit suspicious. Is it not possible? Aldina clasped her hands together and pressed them against her chest. Her brown eyes shimmered with hope. I truly want to work here. Though it involves personal matters, I desperately want to break away from my family and live independently. If you are willing to hire me, I promise, I will never do anything to harm the interests of the guild. Aldina lowered her head, her tone sincere. That it right. Aldina certainly does have a complicated family background. Although I feel somewhat uneasy, what could possibly go wrong? Rhodier's lips curled upward, and the tension in her brow finally eased. All right. Miss Menelodio, can you start working tomorrow? I can start right now. But please just call me Aldina. I'm looking forward to working with you too. Aldina, did I really make the right choice? Rhodier's smile felt stiff, and a trace of unease flickered deep within her. Meanwhile, Teferi stood alone by the window in the magic tower, watching the light stream in from outside. Teferi stopped in his tracks. He turned his head, his gaze cold. What wind blew you in here? You didn't even give me a heads up. Metasilon wore a faint smile. I came here to thank you. Thank me. Teferi turned around, his brow furrowed in confusion. That it right. Didn't you help Rhodia before? Metasilon took a step forward, following closely behind. Did I? Teferi slumped heavily into the sofa. He looked impatient. I heard you provided the personnel to assist with the mine inspection. I've come to express my gratitude. Metasilon pushed a square box onto the table. Teferi reached out and flipped open the lid, producing a crisp snap. This is... Teferi's pupils constricted slightly. His breath hitched. Lapis lazuli, Teferi cried out in surprise. He picked up the blue ore with his fingertips. It pulsed with immense magical power. This must be worth a fortune. But did I really do something deserving of such a reward? The imperial family receives a fixed quota every year. Metasilon turned his head, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Please, take it without any worries. Something feels off. He placed the ore back into the box, with a dull thud. If that is the case, I'll take the lapis lazuli back. Metasilon reached out to close the lid, making a move to withdraw it. No. Teferi slammed his hand down onto the back of Metasilonet. So you're willing to accept it then? Teferi let out a cold snort. I knew you wouldn't give such a heavy gift for no reason. What is it you really want? Metasilonet's smile faded. I have only one request. Please protect Rhodia. I know it is forbidden for the Aquila clan to interfere in human affairs. But forbidden or not, you are the only one I can ask right now. Empress O'Connell has already made her move. It is highly probable that her target is in me. But Rhodia... Why, Teferi turned his head, his expression grim. According to imperial law, to ascend the throne, one must have a spouse. Therefore, the easiest way to prevent my coronation is to eliminate Rhodia. So, when you say protect her, it means I have to stay by her side. You could interpret it that way. You haven't forgotten my duties within the tower, have you? Teferi gazed at him, his expression cold. How could I ever forget your position, Teferi? Metasilon responded in a low voice, his fingertips inadvertently tightening. Fine, I accept. Teferi lowered his eyelids, his tone flat. Really? Metasilon snapped his head up, a spark of light in his eyes. I've told you repeatedly, Teferi said, his eyes filled with a serious intensity. You must live your entire life in a state of suspicion. I remember, of course. Metasilon sat on the sofa, his expression calm. And yet, you still dare to come here? Teferi stood up abruptly, pointing a finger directly at him. He looked incensed. Teferi, are you suggesting that I should suspect you as well? Metasilon tilted his head slightly. Exactly, Teferi grit his teeth.
His gaze icy.
I'm not just telling you to suspect me. I'm telling you to suspect even yourself. Teferi turned away sharply and closed his eyes. In that case, why is Rhodia the only person you've never told me to suspect? What? I haven't known Rhodia for very long, yet you never stopped me from trusting her.
Why is that?
He crossed his arms over his chest, a mocking smirk on his face. Give me 10 pieces of lapis lazuli, and I will promise to protect Rhodia. What did you say? Metasilon froze in place, his eyes wide with bewilderment. If you don't agree, then please leave. Immediately, Teferi raised his right hand, pointing toward the door. Fine, I'll bring them. As long as you can keep Rhodia safe, I'll give you 100 pieces, let alone 10. The quill scratched across the paper, making a rhythmic rustling sound. Hiring the Aquila clan actually consumed this much of the budget. The workload is staggering. Should I make him a permanent employee? If I end up firing Alian, but what is it? Aren't you going to inspect the mines today?
Aye, right.
I almost forgot. While I'm away, I'm leaving the guild. It affairs in your hands. Of course. But Aldina looked up, her expression hesitant. Is there a problem? Rhodia tilted her head slightly, her round red eyes filled with confusion. Aldina suddenly reached out and tightly gripped Rhodia's wrist. Please, you must be careful. But I am truly worried that you are heading to the mines in such a weakened state. I'm genuinely concerned. Aldina leaned closer to Rhodia, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Why is she suddenly acting like this? Rhodia froze in place, her lip twitching. A bead of cold sweat formed on her temple. There ain't no way, right? Did I accidentally charm the original female lead too? No, that's absolutely impossible. She shook her head gently, a helpless smile playing on her lips. You are a very important person to me, so please you must return safely. Aldinate's voice grew even more earnest, as she held onto the other woman at hands with a death grip. To think she'd worried to this extent. It seems she is a loyal person. Or perhaps she'd just desperate for her own independence. Rhodia pulled her hand back, her red eyes regaining their composure. Don't worry, nothing is going to happen. Well then, Understood, please don't worry about things here. Just take care of yourself. Aldina stood her ground. She folded her hands in front of her. She watched him closely. As he left, Rhodia pushed open the heavy wooden door. To be honest, I really don't understand him. The carriage wheels began to turn, rolling over the cobblestone road. Rhodia sat inside the carriage, her gaze fixed out the window, looking lost in thought. We're moving a bit slow. Is the road blocked? I originally planned to meet them at the Imperial Academy. At this rate, there ain't no way I'll pick them up on time. Dean Rosalind and Professor Romelia are waiting. What? The road is actually sealed off. Rhodia pushed open the carriage window, leaning out to look ahead. The street was swarming with guards. What is going on? She pushed open the door and stepped down from the carriage. The driver wiped the sweat from his brow, looking hesitant. I heard Prince Delpo is passing through here, so they've closed off the entire road. Just because a prince is passing by, they block the whole street? Did he rent the place out or something? A mocking smile played on Rhodia's lips, her eyes full of disbelief at the absurdity. This is a victory parade for Prince Delpo, heat on his way back after suppressing the rebellion in the south. Passers-by gathered and whispered among themselves. I heard it was just a small-scale rebellion, but he still led the campaign personally. What a remarkable man. Sounds of admiration rose from the crowd. Blocking the publicite path for something so trivial, Rhodia frowned slightly, her red eyes flashing with disgust. There ain't only one person who would give such an order. Her Majesty the Empress. When do you think we can reach the meeting point? Rhodia turned her head to ask the driver. Well, if the parade ends quickly, it shouldn't take long to get to the Imperial Academy. The driver gripped the reins, looking uncertain. If we pick up the pace a little, we should be able to reach the mines before sunset. Rhodia nodded slightly. A faint smile appeared on her lips. Thank goodness. It looks like we won't be falling behind schedule. His Royal Highness the Prince has arrived? The herald galloped past on his horse. He shouted at the teenap of his lungs. His voice echoed through the streets. The sound of a horn pierced the air. The heavy thud of hooves drew closer. A troop of cavalry escorted a magnificent carriage, slowly coming into the center of view. Itet all just a essay. Rhodia crossed her arms. Her round red eyes were full of disdain. She let out a cold snort. He wants to use this kind of spectacle to solidify his position. Too bad for him. The Fen Prince won't be able to beat Van, no matter what he does. Delpo was dressed in lavish attire. He waved his hand in greeting to the crowd. A gentle smile was fixed on his face. At least that's how it went in the original story. The original story. Rhodia suddenly clutched her collar. Her pupils constricted sharply. I already changed the plot a long time ago. In the original novel, Aldina was pursued by both Van and Delpo. Ultimately, Aldina chose Van. Delpo threatened Van in public. That was the moment Van gained the upper hand completely. But because of my interference, Delpo never even got the chance to clash with Van. Delpo turned his head. A playful smirk played on his lips. His gaze swept across the roadside. Was he just looking at me? Rhodia froze. She pressed her fingertips to her chest. What was with that expression? Delpo's smile vanished. His gaze became sharp. His expression soured. How unpleasant.
Indeed it is.
Metasilent walked up behind Rhodia. Whoa, you scared the life out of me. Rhodia spun around abruptly. Her round red eyes were filled with terror. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you. Van bowed slightly. His gaze was gentle. Itet all right, Rhodia said, patting her chest. There was still a lingering trace of fear in her round red eyes. You don't need to pay him any mind. He's just a superficial man of no real substance. He couldn't possibly stir up any real trouble. If I agree with a statement like that, my head will probably get chopped off. Rhodia gave a hollow laugh. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Anyway, what are you doing here? Van lowered his eyes. His expression was tinged with regret. I've been feeling guilty about not being able to accompany you on your inspection of the mine. So I wanted to at least come and see you off. I wanted to go with you, but as the crown prince, I cannot leave my post for too long. There ain't no need to feel sorry. This is my job. I'll handle everything. Rhodia flashed a brilliant smile. Besides, you're working hard in your own way, Van. Speaking of which, Your Highness seems to enjoy these sorts of spectacles. To be precise, that is the impressive preference. Van turned his face away. He looked quite exasperated. For the Foundation Festival, she wants to throw a massive, lavish celebration. I am currently trying my best to restrain her. The budget is clearly tight, yet she keeps submitting plans that are far over budget. Van pressed a hand to his forehead. He let out a long sigh. You must be having such a hard time, Van. Rhodia reached out and patted his arm. Her expression was full of sympathy. However, this is my duty. I will take care of it. Van gazed at her. A blush crept onto his cheeks. His gaze became intense. Rhodia, he whispered. He tightened his grip on her hand. He gripped her hand tightly. Please promise me one thing. Never go anywhere dangerous, and absolutely never let yourself be alone. I can understand not going to dangerous places, but never being alone? Rhodia froze in place, her round red eyes filled with confusion. I'm truly sorry. I cannot be by your side right now. Van reached out and caressed Rhodia's cheek. I've already arranged for others to protect you in my stead. They will ensure your safety. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Rhodia took his hand, a smile on her face. But Rhodia, Van lowered his eyes, his expression full of inner struggle. I can't help but wonder if my own greed will cause me to lose the person I want to protect most. I keep blaming myself. I am so desperate, so full of longing. Van dropped to one knee and held her fingertips tightly in both hands. Rhodia looked down at him, her red eyes wide with surprise. It is said that the founding hero Gerard, for the sake of his wife, won all 33 of his battles. May his blessing descend upon you.
He lowered his head
And pressed a kiss onto the back of Rhodio's hand. I pray that this foolish greed of mine will never
turn into regret.
Rhodia stood frozen, her red eyes trembling slightly, as a blush crept across her cheeks. The carriage door slowly closed. The wheels rolled over the stone road, making a dull, heavy sound. I must depart now. As I mentioned before, I have sent people to protect you. You will meet them soon. Please come back safely. Rhodia stopped her pace and turned back to look at Van in the distance. Van, at the very least, I should have thanked him. Aldina, and Van, everyone is being far too dramatic. Ite only. A week-long trip, yet they're making such a huge fuss.
Rhodia thought of their faces, and a smile unconsciously tugged at the corners of her mouth.
It seems I really am quite valued. It kept you waiting, Miss Rhodia.
I was a bit late because there was so much to prepare.
Ite alright, I only just arrived myself. I'm sorry that when I invited you to the meeting last time, I wasn't able to introduce you to more people. Rosalind stopped in her tracks, a look of apology on her face. Once I focus on something, I tend to neglect all other details.
That was rude of me.
No, not at all. Rhodia waved her hand dismissively. Having the dean and the professor there actually made me feel very much at ease. Focus is a remarkable talent in itself, isn't it? That is true. Rosalind lowered her eyes and let out a soft sigh. But sometimes it causes me to miss out on important things. Important things? Rhodia blinked, her expression full of confusion. Like marriage, Rosalind said, cupping her cheek. I wasn't like this before. But lately I've been thinking quite often that I'm like a child who looks just like me. She held her face in her hands, a yearning look in her eyes. Why bring that up all of a sudden? Rhodia froze in place, her round red eyes wide with bewilderment. Why else? Rosalind closed her eyes, a smile playing on her lips. Whenever I look at Teferi, I can't help but think that way. What did you just say? Teferi suddenly rushed out, letting out a furious roar. Why does looking at me make you think about stuff like that?
He looked absolutely livid.
Teferi clenched his fists, his expression filled with annoyance and embarrassment. Teferi, Rhodia cried out in surprise, staring at the girl who had suddenly appeared. Give me your hand.
Teferi took a large step forward
and grabbed Rhodia's arm, his expression incredibly serious. My hand, Rhodia reached out, looking completely dazed. Teferi gripped Rhodia's wrist, with a look that brooked no argument. Absolutely, do not take this off. Do you understand? But why? Rhodia looked up, her round red eyes full of confusion. Because I've installed a bomb inside it. A design of my own making. Teferi pressed a hand to his chest, the corners of his mouth turning up. A fanatical glint sparkled in his eyes. What? Rhodia's body stiffened. Her round red eyes trembled violently, and cold sweat trickled down her cheek. Why would you give me something like that? Are you trying to cure me? Rhodia clutched her chest, her body paralyzed by fear. Don't worry, without the command, it won't explode. Teferi stood with hands on his hips. His expression remains fervent. I've added other functions to the bracelet as well. When the time comes, you will naturally understand. Teferi raised his finger, his gaze turning deep and solemn. Of course, IT at best if that moment never comes. At that time, you only need to remember one thing, Use Roista. Teferi whispered the incantation. Use Roista. Rhodia looked down at her wrist, softly repeating the unfamiliar words. The gem on the bracelet flickered, emitting a low hum. Light flowed along the metallic patterns. As long as you recite that spell, the light of our Asalas will protect you. A curtain of light enveloped them both. What is the light of Alsaras? Rhodia lightly touched her chest, her round red eyes full of wonder. That is the name of the goddess. She once bestowed a blessing. The tears of Alsaras can transform into shield bombs. And there are the goddess-set gemstones. Rhodia raised her wrist. I can't believe you crammed so much into such a small thing. Itet, all thanks to my superior craftsmanship. Teferi puffed out his chest, a look of pride on his face. Alright, now repeat the incantation to deactivate the shield. Rhodia raised her right hand. Usroista. The curtain of light instantly contracted, dissolving into fine specks of light before vanishing. Where did you go? How did you just disappear like that? Rosalind looked around, her eyes filled with confusion. We were here the whole time. Itet, just that others couldn't see us. Teferi closed his eyes, wearing a smug grin. Anyway, let's head out. Rosalind smiled and pointed toward the carriage in the distance. Why is Teferi coming along too? He turned his head and looked at Rosalind beside him. Haven't you heard? Teferi will be joining us. Rosalind's lips curved upward, her expression relaxed. Rhodia lowered her gaze, her round red eyes reflecting complex emotions. How is this possible? I'm truly sorry that I can't go with you, but I've arranged for someone to protect you in my stead. He will ensure your safety. Is this the person Van was talking about? The carriage convoy wound through the forest, wheels rolling over the ground, with a heavy rhythmic thud. Teferi, are you asleep? Rhodia turned her head and asked softly. No, Rhodia lightly patted her chest. That'd good. It would have been too boring if you had stayed silent the whole trip. Teferi let out a long sigh of relief. Once we arrive, you're going to be very busy. Rest as much as you can while you have the chance. Say, Teferi, did you come here because Van requested it? Rhodia's expression was full of curiosity. Is that what he told you? Teferi glanced at her sideways. Yes, he said he found someone who could protect me. Rhodia offered a small smile. I was surprised at Fent, but I'm glad that person is you. And now, Teferi, I finally don't have to listen to all that nagging about danger anymore. You probably hear that quite often, don't you? Teferi turned, his head to look at Rhodia beside him. One certainly had been hearing it a lot lately. Rhodia's smile faded, replaced by a look of helplessness. I know they're just worried I'll suffer, but I have to deal with the trouble in front of me. Everyone tells me to ignore the issues with the mines. But if the mines really are unstable, people's lives will be at risk. Rhodia lowered her gaze, her expression clouded with worry. So, unless you see it with your own eyes, you simply won't believe it? A smirk played on Teferi's lips, his tone teasing. I guess that's just the kind of person I am. Rhodia turned her face away, speaking with quiet honesty. Am I being too foolish? Maybe I should just take their word for it. Did you know I used to be Vinet's teacher? Really, back when he was just a prince. This is the thing I drilled into him the most. Don't believe in anything. Even if you see it with your eyes, hear it with your ears, or touch it with your own hands, you must always maintain a level of doubt. Blind trust only leads to destruction. You must keep everything firmly within your grasp. Only then can you truly control the situation. Teferi spoke with a gravity that belied his appearance. Has Van been following your teachings well? Not at all. He never listens to advice. Heat's such a headache. Anyway, just as I told Van, your kind of persistence isn't a flaw. In all my life, I've never seen anyone with that kind of obsession actually fail, Teferi. Rhodia gazed at him, her eyes softening with emotion. Is this really you, Teferi? You sound so mature today. Rhodia reached out with both hands and vigorously pinched Teferi's cheeks. Hey, let go. Teferi struggled, his cheeks being pulled in both directions. My face isn't your toy. His angry protest burst from the carriage and echoed through the woods at dusk. 2 days later, the camp was pitched at the foot of the mountain. Campfires rose through the trees, and the peaks flickered in and out of sight behind the mist. Rhodia stepped out of her tent, raised her arms high, and stretched her body. Her long silver-white hair swayed with her movements. Did you sleep well? Rosalind walked over.
Yes.
Rhodia lowered her arms and straightened her sleeves. I've gathered everyone as you requested. Rosalind nodded slightly, a gentle smile on her face. All the materials are ready as well. Now, all that is left is to discuss. She stepped aside and made a gesture for Rhodia to enter. Rhodia pulled back the tent flap, her round red eyes scanning the interior. It looks like everyone is here. Judging by the cross-section, the foundation here isn't nearly as solid as we anticipated. Her fingertip lightly tapped the lines on the map. They read a massive lake behind the mine. If even a tiny crack forms, the lake water will flood the entire area. However, according to the blueprints, that area has already been reinforced. Romelia adjusted her monocle. Even so, there is still a possibility that the construction was imperfect. Romelia lowered her gaze. In order to understand why Jack Setterin judged it to be unstable, ultimately, we must go inside and inspect it ourselves. I agree, Rhodia nodded slightly. That is the best way. Rosalind chimed in as well. In that case, the professor and you're going into the mine shaft personally? Teferi turned his head sharply, his eyes filled with worry. We must. Rhodia looked straight ahead, her expression brooking no argument. Do you not care at all about how much people worry about you? Rhodia's footsteps faltered. Listen, if you absolutely must go, then I'm going too. Teferi stood up abruptly. What, Teferi? Won't that be too dangerous? Rhodia turned around, her expression full of concern. Dangerous. Teferi's lips curled upward, revealing a confident smile. On this land, the only thing that could possibly threaten me would be a dragon at most. Deep inside the mine shaft, the wind howled. Wooden supports extended upward, disappearing into the rock walls. It darker here than I expected. We should light the lanterns. Snap. Teferi snapped his fingers. A faint glimmer erupted from his fingertips. Points of light diffused outward, and the lamps on the rock walls lit up one by one. The firelight dispelled the chill. Lete, go. Romelia, in your opinion, why would Jack Setterin conclude that this mine is unstable? So far, I haven't found anything out of the ordinary. Romelia looked around. Her expression revealed caution. So, is he lying out of greed again? Most likely. He is indeed a greedy man. You mentioned earlier that there eat a lake up above. Right, it should be around here. Teferi stopped in his tracks and pointed toward the rock wall. Leave this upper section to me. Romelia set down her leather case. You two go check that area. Romelia raised her magnifying glass, her eyes sharp with professional rigor. Go see if there eat anything suspicious. The setting sun dipped below the mountain ridge, its lingering glow staining the rock layers red. Well done, everyone. Rosalind stood in the woods, a gentle smile on her lips. All thanks to Professor Romelia's hard work. I was just taking a stroll through the mine with Teferi. Would you like to eat Fend? Rosalind asked softly. Romelia shook her head. I'll summarize the survey results, Fend. Romelia strode toward the camp tent. Professor, do you have a moment? Lady Rhodia? Rhodia stood in the light and shadow, her silver-white hair shimmering slightly. She wore a warm smile. You don't look very well. I was worried. Were the results that bad? Rhodia stopped walking, her round red eyes fixed forward. No, actually, they're much better than expected. Romelia adjusted her monocle. The risk of collapse is nearly zero. The magical seals and support structures are all stable. She looked down, flipping through her records. I would give this mine a passing grade. If that is the case, then why? Rhodia tightened her grip, her expression clouded with confusion. Jack Setterin. Romelia pressed her hands against the desk, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. His decision to declare the mine as failing. It had been weighing on my mind. That man's talent is extraordinary. As an ordinary person, I could never reach his level. Romelia lowered her eyes, her expression growing solemn as she spoke of that level of genius. Yet he was the one who determined this mine was unstable. If he saw something that others couldn't, then this place might truly be extremely dangerous. If we ignore the warning because of his reputation, and it leads to casualties, what then? Rhodia, I simply cannot ignore that possibility. For Professor Romelia, this investigation held deep significance. I wonder what she was truly feeling. Was it awe for her father? The anxiety of forever chasing his footsteps? Or a longing for her missing parent? Rhodia closed her eyes and shook her head gently. This isn't something I should interfere with lightly. Professor, I trust your judgment. I can much rather bet on your word than on some anonymous reports. Rhodia folded her hands over her chest. I'm counting on you for the rest of the investigation. She smiled, her expression bright and encouraging. Miss Rhodia. Romelia lowered her gaze, her lips parting slightly. Thank you. I will work even harder from here on out. She looked up again, her eyes filled with determination. I'll make sure no more problems arise. I appreciate you saying that. Well then, I'll take my leave. Rhodia gave a small bow, hands folded in front of her. She turned toward the exit, her fingers lifting the heavy door curtain, as she vanished into the threshold of light and shadow. A missing family member. Rhodia lowered her eyes, a hint of loneliness in her round red eyes. In a sense, I suppose I'm the same. My family also vanished overnight. In their place, I gained a few new family members. After hearing what the professor said, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Why have I been thinking about my old family so much lately? A week later, porters pushed wooden carts past, as the crowd buzzed with noise. The investigation was making steady progress. The inspection of the mines had concluded successfully. Rhodia sat at the desk, flipping through a thick report in her hands. The paper made a crisp, snapping sound. This one goes to the Academy, and this one to the Ministry of Industry. She scrutinized the documents, her round red eyes full of focus. We finally get to go home. Are you happy? Teferi sat down across from her. I'm just relieved the job was completed successfully. Rhodia turned her head, a faint smile on her lips. Isn't Teferi the one who wants to go home the most?
Hey, Teferi said, pressing a fingertip to the corner of his mouth.
His eyes darting away. So, what did you get out of all this? Teferi stared at the documents on the table, his gaze lingering with curiosity. I didn't come here for the money in the Fent place. Rhodia closed the ledger and let out a soft sigh. To be honest, I might have lost more than I gained. I didn't expect that handling these trivial matters would consume so much manpower and time. Rhodia straightened her back, exhaustion showing in her round red eyes. The more mundane a task is, the more difficult it is to manage. Teferi let out a small laugh, leaning back slightly in his chair. So you two are both here. Rosalind pushed the door open and entered, clutching an official document in her hand. Did something happen? Rhodia rose from her seat. Nothing major. I just wanted you to take a look at this. Rosalind handed over the file, her expression solemn. Rhodia took the paper, her gaze freezing on the lines of text. I want to try creating a bomb specifically for mining. Rosalind held up her index finger, a smile playing on her lips. It reduced the explosive power and increased the stability. That way, the mine shafts won't collapse. I did a quick test yesterday and confirmed there was no damage outside the blast zone. If used correctly, it could improve efficiency and increase yield. Rhodia stared at the blueprint, her brow furrowing slightly. This blueprint, you didn't just draw this right now, did you? She held up the paper in her hand, looking directly at her. Why, my Rosalind said, raising a hand to cover her cheek. Don't play dumb. The date on this is clearly from 5 years ago. Rhodia pressed her fingertip firmly against the paper. Hey, you caught me. Rosalind covered her mouth, a flash of cunning in her eyes. Actually, a long time ago, I presented this at the Academy. But it didn't attract much attention back then. I thought I could use this opportunity to secure an investment from the Asteria Trading Company. Even so, Investing in something like this blindly is far too dangerous.
Don't be like that.
If you're willing to invest, Rosalind leaned in close, gesturing with her fingers in the air. I will create even safer and more sophisticated bombs for you. I am Rosalind Sackman. People call me an once-in-a-century genius of demolition. As long as you trust me and invest, I can increase the minute production and speed by over 30. She turned her face toward Rhodia, her eyes gleaming with a fanatical light. If you're willing, I can even offer you a 10-year exclusive supply contract. 30%? An exclusive contract? Rhodia tilted her head slightly, a hint of hesitation flickering in her round red eyes. Quickly, sign right here. Hurry, Rosalind presented the contract with both hands, her grin stretching from ear to ear. All right. Rhodia gripped her quill and touched the nib to the paper. Wait a minute, she suddenly halted her movement, the quill tip hovering in midair. We haven't discussed the details yet, have we? Rhodia looked up, her round red eyes full of bewilderment. The details, I'd fine if we talk about that after we get back, isn't it? Rosalind swiftly pulled the contract back, a brilliant smile plastered on her face. Then I'm counting on you. She hummed a little tune and turned to walk away briskly, leaving Rhodia frozen on the spot. Wait a second, how did things turn out like this? Her face went pale and her lip twitched. You've been played by Rosalind. Teferi stood to the side, letting out a contemptuous laugh. Well, nothing too serious should happen. Rosalind debt bombs did indeed bring about massive progress and profit, but that would all be a long time from now. Upon returning from the mine, the Imperial Academy immediately released a report, confirming that the minute condition was extremely stable. Not only that, they officially submitted a petition to the Ministry of Justice, accusing Jack Cipollin of attempting to seize the mine privately and take it for himself. The initiator of the investigation, Count Biginto, now had to provide an explanation for all of this. The tide had turned completely. If he couldn't offer a reasonable explanation, he would have to pay reparations to the Asteria Trading Guild. Teferi spread his palms, his expression solemn. How much will the reparations likely be? Rhodia turned her head to ask.
That?
If you factor in the material and psychological damages from start to finish, it will be a staggering sum. Good heavens, Rhodia's round red eyes sparkled. The corners of her mouth curled up involuntarily. Although I don't expect to get rich off reparations, at least it will make the Count pay for his crimes. She closed her eyes. She looked quite pleased. According to imperial law, it's difficult to sentence nobles to imprisonment or heavy fines. In that case, we might as well squeeze every last bit of profit out of them. The carriage wheels rolled over the ground, making a sharp grinding sound. I'll go on ahead. Rhodia waved goodbye to Teferi. All right, Teferi responded softly. Rhodia pushed open the heavy main door. I'm finally back. I wonder how much work has piled up while I was gone. Aldina couldn't possibly have handled it all on her own. Rhodia pushed open the office door, her fingertips pressing against the panel. You're back. But Aldina hurried forward to greet her, her skirt swaying slightly. I am, but why is the office so clean? Rhodia froze at the doorway, her round red eyes wide with shock. Didn't this place used to look like a junkyard? Documents were piled higher than a person, and there wasn't even a place to step. Did she throw everything away? Rhodia stared at the tidy wooden desk, looking completely dazed. But, right, this way. Aldina handed her a document. It organized all the work from the past week. It should be much easier for you to review now. She folded her hands over her chest, wearing a bright smile. One may have taken some unconventional measures, so please be sure to check them over. Rhodia took the papers, her eyes turning a bit misty. Aldina, where did you learn to do all this? This is absolutely brilliant. Rhodia flipped through the reports quickly, her voice filled with pleasant surprise. All thanks to your excellent guidance, but Aldina gave a slight bow, her expression modest. No wonder half the men in the original novel fell in love with Aldina. She has beauty, a gentle personality, and such graceful manners. If I were a man, I would fall in love with him too. That ain't right. Not long ago, a guest visited the office. A guest, Rhodia lowered her hands. Her round red eyes filled with confusion. Yes, a man with long golden hair. He carried the imperial seal with him. Long golden hair. Rhodia tilted her head, her expression freezing. It couldn't be, right? She froze in place, her eyes wide with shock. That man was incredibly handsome. Right, Rhodia stood up abruptly, slamming her hands onto the desk. Yes, how did you know? Aldina widened her eyes, looking genuinely surprised. To think he actually came here looking for me. Maybe I really should have come back sooner. Rhodia rested her chin on one hand, a blush creeping across her cheeks. So what exactly is your relationship with him? Aldina leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Rhodia stood there dazed, her red eyes looking a bit slow to react. I have never seen anyone so beautiful in my entire life. Aldina lightly touched the flower ornament on her chest, her own cheeks turning pink. Wait, Rhodiate's smile stiffened, a bead of cold sweat rolling down her jaw. How was their fan meeting described in the original novel? Didn't it say they would be instinctively attracted to each other the moment they met? What if this meeting has already caused Van to be deeply captivated by Aldina? Should I just come out and say he's my boyfriend? No, the Crown Prince would never play along with a lie like that. No. Am I overreacting just because they met once? Rhodia bit down hard on her knuckle, her teeth sinking into the skin. But Aldina stood at the end of the long table, her expression full of concern. Rhodia snapped back to reality. She took a deep breath. I forced myself to stay calm. That it right. I should ask what they talked about, Fent. Rhodia looked up. Aldina, what did the two of you talk about? Aldina shook her head gently. Nothing. Once he heard the person in charge wasn't here, he just left immediately. Would you like me to leave a message for you? Thank goodness, nothing happened. Rhodia let out a long sigh of relief, her tense shoulders finally relaxing. No, I'd fine. Even without a romantic connection, Vanette looks alone are enough to make anyone lose their composure. More importantly, I feel like you've forgotten something vital. She closed her eyes, resting her finger against her lower lip. Right, Alien. Rhodia stood up abruptly, her round red eyes trembling with shock. Alien, Aldina touched a finger to the corner of her mouth, looking puzzled. You mentioned before that you had a partner. That bastard Alien. Rhodia grit her teeth, her red eyes flashing with irritation. I clearly gave him a vacation, but he still hasn't come back. If you don't essay your face soon, I'm going to go over there and drag you back myself. Aldina, I'm heading out for a bit. Rhodia pushed open the grand doors and strode toward the courtyard without looking back. Understood, safe travels. The Worlington Counted Estate. The white stone walls gleamed in the sunlight. It had been a while. Miss Mertens. The butler stopped in the corridor and bowed slightly. Rhodia lifted her skirt, walking with a hurried pace. I'm sorry for visiting so late. Is something wrong? With Alien?
He hasn't been to work in days.
The butler averted his gaze, looking somewhat hesitant. It's hard for me to say. It would be better if you heard it from her yourself. He stepped aside, pointing toward the closed door. Miss Alien is right inside. Rhodia stood before the door, her knuckles rapping lightly on the wood. Alien, the room was deathly quiet. There was no response. The butler bowed slightly. You may go straight in. Since it is Miss Mertens, it should be fine. Since he put it that way, I might as well go in and see. Rhodia pushed open the door, the wooden hinges letting out a faint creak. Who is it? Didn't I say no one was allowed in? Alien was curled up in the middle of the bed, her arms tightly hugging her knees. Tap me, Alien. Rhodia stood at the entrance, her round red eyes filled with worry. Rhodia, Alien slowly raised her head. Her round blue eyes were bloodshot, staring blankly into space. How could you, Elian shrank back on the edge of the bed. Her voice fractured. Rhodia stepped closer to Elian. She stopped by the bedside, her round red eyes reflecting the other haggard face. What I wrong? What happened? Are you sick? Elian kept her head low, remaining stubbornly silent. Say something. Elian, Rhodia leaned down, her tone urgent. What am I supposed to do? Elian muttered, head still down, her lips trembling. She suddenly tightened her grip on her arms, her fingertips sinking into her nightgown. He gone. I said he gone. Elian let out an explosive scream, her hands pressing hard against her temples. Her body shook violently. Rhodia froze in place. What exactly has disappeared? My grandmother is missing. Elian looked up sharply, her round blue eyes filled with shock and distress. The former Countess of Wallinklen, Rodamong Acilio Wallinklen. She was a lionette grandmother. Since the lionette parents were always busy with political affairs, her grandmother had raised her alone. Throughout those long years, she was the only person Elian could rely on. Elian had once said herself that she loved her grandmother far more than her own parents. Elian burst into tears, her face streaked with grief. The woman had even heavily influenced a lionette's sense of aesthetics. I knew about this, but I never expected her to be in this much pain. Rhodia gazed at her. She had never seen Elian look like this before. In the novel, she was just a simple villainess, a ridiculous character who stalked the crown prince. But thinking back on it, lately, Elian has been quite kind to me. Could it be... I've been thinking too poorly of Elian all this time. I thought she was just skipping work to take a vacation. I didn't realize she was suffering so much. Rhodia watched the young woman before her, a flicker of guilt crossing her eyes. Here, take this. Rhodia handed her a handkerchief, with a gentle movement. Thank you. Elian took it, with a faint sob. Do you feel a bit calmer now? Rhodia sat down on the edge of the bed. Yes, Elian replied in a low voice. Then tell me the truth. Did your grandmother disappear suddenly? I suppose you could say it was sudden. Elian turned her face away, her gaze hollow. Grandmother has been very ill since last year. Most of the time, she couldn't even recognize anyone. At night, she would suddenly get up. She was wandering around on her own, sleepwalking, and she likely has symptoms of cognitive impairment. Rhodia watched her in silence. Her red eyes reflected her deep thought. So your grandmother went missing in the middle of the night? No, she went out and just never came back. Elian shook her head. She curled her body up even tighter. My parents Hep already rushed back to the fief to look for her. But there is still no word on where she is. She'd been missing for 10 days now. Elian lowered her head. Her voice grew fainter and fainter. Every member of the Feliotin family is out searching. If they still haven't found a single trace, Rhodier's brow furrowed slightly. A look of gravity filled her red eyes. Elian, is it possible your grandmother got caught up in some kind of trouble? I don't know. Everyone in the Feliotin fief loved and respected her. Elian shook her head. Her eyes were filled with confusion. What if she crossed the border of the fief? That might be why the search and rescue efforts haven't made any progress. Rhodia straightened her posture. She stared intently at the other girl. My parents considered that too. So they're trying to get permission from the neighboring lords. But every single one of them flatly refused. Elian clenched her teeth. Tears welled up and spilled over again. Her blue eyes were full of resentment. Grandma, what if something terrible happened to her? A lionette's hands trembled violently. Or what if she had an accident, and she just hasn't been found yet? Calm down for a moment. Rhodia reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder. I have no reason to get involved in this. Considering the history between Rhodia and Elian, I should remain on guard against her until the very end. But seeing someone in such agony right in front of me, how can I just heartlessly turn my back and walk away? Rhodia looked down at the girl slumped on the floor. Her red eyes wavered with hesitation. I'll help you. Rhodia spoke in a soft voice. Her tone was firm. Really, Elian snapped her head up. I'll give it some more careful thought when I get back. So go get cleaned up, Fent, and eat something. Recovering your strength is what matters most. If your grandmother saw you like this, would she be happy, no? Elian shook her head gently, her eyes gradually coming back into focus. Itat going to be okay. Rhodier's lips curled up slightly, into a reassuring smile. Get some rest for now. I'll come find you tomorrow. Rhodia let go of her hands, stood up, and walked toward the door. Elian sat alone on the edge of the bed, watching her walk away. Her lips parted slightly. I'll go tomorrow. Staying here will only make me more depressed. I'll be back at work tomorrow. Good, added a wise decision. Rhodia turned back, a gentle smile on her face. Bring me all the records. Don't worry about the minor details. Focus on cases involving elderly people over 55. Categorize them by region, age, religion, and faction. Understood, Tesla? Yes, ma'am. Tesla stopped what he was doing and responded with a respectful nod. Contact the local merchants in those areas. Rhodia tapped a spot on the map. If I had a disappearance, the merchants HEP likely already noticed something. They have their own unique information networks. They might have heard news from other regions. Understood, Tesla nodded, clutching the records tightly. You've already put in the request with the Information Guild, right? Rhodia looked up to ask, her gaze sharp. Yes. It requested that they send as many people as possible. I told them cost is no object. We've also sent out requests for cooperation to the nobles who have dealings with our guild. Most of them have already agreed. Excellent, Rhodier's lips curled into a slight smile. A satisfied look appeared on his face. I will personally submit the collaboration request to the imperial family. This is a race against time. 10 days have already passed. Rhodia suddenly slammed her hand on the desk. Her round red eyes were filled with anxiety. If we keep delaying, no one can predict the consequences. We must exhaust every means possible. Director, Aldina stood by the desk, speaking softly. What is it? Rhodia turned around, her gaze landing on the other's face. If, Aldina hesitated, a drop of cold sweat forming on her temple. If we find the former countess, but she is already dead, what should we do? Do you really need an answer to that? Of course, that is a scenario we must consider. But she turned her face away, her expression becoming somber. We can only pray that such a thing won't happen. Footsteps echoed. Leather boots clattered across the stone tiles and stopped at the end of the long corridor. Itet, not my fault. He whispered, his body trembling slightly. Hey, a call came from above. Demio snapped his head up. You are the second son of the house of Count Brinsis. Demio Brinsis? Right, Demio was shaking all over.
He pressed his hands desperately against the ground,
his pupils contracting violently. Do you recognize who I am? Bernhardt. Castellan. The Duke of Belay trusted confidant. Demio responded in a trembling voice, cold sweat dripping from his chin. Good, it seems your mind is still clear. I know you had many questions, but we'll discuss those later. The iron door was slowly pushed open, the heavy grating sound piercing the silence. I'm going to give you a choice. Fen, come with me. Leave this place. Second, you rot here for the rest of your life, until you die. And if I go with you... Demio Adamet apple bobbed slightly, as he swallowed hard. Do you remember Rhodia Mertens? Bernhardt lowered his voice, watching the other reaction closely. Demio's fingertips twitched violently, veins bulging on the back of his hand, as he gripped the rough ground. That woman has become the crown princete mistress. Bernhardt stared at his profile, the smile on his lips deepening. Even if you did break the law, the real reason you were locked in this tower is actually because of her. The crown prince tightened the ban on illegal drugs, and that woman named Rhodia used that to gain immense power. While you sit here wasting your life away, don't you feel wronged? Demio shuddered violently, cold sweat trickling down his cheek. Are you asking me to hurt her? If so,
What can you give me?
I can restore your status. Bernhard spread his arms, a confident smile of victory on his face. If you wish, you could even inherit the Blintz's family. Forget about that. Demio cut him off. If everything goes well, then just give me what I want. What you want? Bernhard gave a light chuckle. Tell me what it is. I'll decide once I hear it. In Teferit room at the Magic Tower, the bookshelves were lined up neatly. Appearing so suddenly, what are you doing here? Teferi sat in an armchair, hands folded, his gaze cold and distant. Didn't our relationship end 50 years ago? How cold? August raised a hand to cover her mouth, letting out a low laugh. More importantly, I understand now why he said you were like a younger sister to him. I didn't expect you to be quite so cute. That girl. You didn't go to see Rhodia, did you? She runs the Asteria Trading Company. I heard she'd made a fortune, without any interference from August. So I was a bit curious. Don't lie. Teferi gripped the armrest, a cold expression crossing his brow. Since she and I are close, of course I would be concerned about her. Wasn't it the same way 50 years ago? You've been quiet all this time. Why choose now to jump out? On the contrary, August held up 2 fingers and gave them a light wag. I tapped precisely because if stayed quiet for 50 years, that I feel I'd at time to step in a little. Teferi caught his breath, his pupils trembling slightly. Don't look at me like that. I just wanted to give you a small warning. August lightly stroked the lace on her chest, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Who gave you permission to do this? Thunder rumbled outside the window. No matter what schemes you're plotting in the shadows, the Aquila family has turned a blind eye. But do not cross the line. Hearing you talk like that, one would think you actually care about that girl. August tilted her head and let out a sneer. Rhodia is under Imperial surveillance. Teferi stared intently at the other, his expression stern. If you dare to act recklessly, don't expect to walk away unscathed. Are you worried about me? I'm truly honored. August sat in the chair with her legs crossed, resting her chin on her fingertips, a mocking smile still present. August, linger. Don't tell me. You've forgotten the strict rules of the Aquila family. We are strictly forbidden from interfering in human affairs. Whether it is participating in a war or assassinating a key figure, it makes no difference. What, are you worried I might cure that girl? August tilted his head slightly, his eyes filled with ice. So you truly believe his words completely? August lowered his eyelids, his lips moving slightly, as he let out a murmur. Once again, you belittle me for the sake of a mere human. He suddenly released a surge of pressure, causing the air to vibrate violently. Obey my orders unconditionally. August. August braced his hands against the table and let out a muffled groan, his body stiffening under the heavy weight. Even if you were once my caretaker, I will no longer tolerate such insolence. Teferi looked down at him, his gaze freezing. Understood. August knelt on the floor, propping himself up on the cold ground, as his body trembled violently. If anything happens to Rhodia, you will be the fen person I suspect. But August looked up, his expression panicked. Snap. Teferi snapped his fingers, the crisp sound echoing through the air. August clutched his mouth, his pupils trembling with terror. Don't touch me. It finally found something interesting. She is mine. August curled his body up, his eyes turning red. Tears welled up in his eyes, as his entire frame shook uncontrollably. The Imperial Palace training grounds. Sunlight swept over the stone walls, casting dappled tree shadows across the open space. To see Van, it would be faster to go directly to the palace. However, Rhodia lifted her skirt, walking through the sun-drenched corridor. We have also sent out requests for cooperation to the nobles, connected to the merchant guild. Most of them have agreed. Good. I will try sending a cooperation request to the Imperial family. Only Miss Liana can pull off something like this. I can't do it. Van often practices at the training grounds. If he comes here, he can meet her away from prying eyes. She looked out the window, gazing down at the empty training grounds. It had been a long time. Miss Mertens. It has been a while, Marquis. Rhodia lifted her skirts and gave a slight curtsy. What brings you here today? I just happened to have some free time, so I stopped by on my way. Well, there is still some time before His Royal Highness the Crown Prince arrives. Ramon crossed his arms, a playful smile on his face. If been seen through. Rhodia's shoulders trembled slightly, a flicker of awkwardness crossing her eyes. I am the one who has observed Prince Metasilon the longest. Just by looking at his face, I can tell what he is thinking. No matter how much His Highness disguises himself, no one in the palace fails to recognize him. Ramon spread his hands, his expression full of pride. So he had already figured it out back then. Rhodia covered her burning cheeks with both hands. Don't worry too much. I have already ordered the knights to keep their mouths shut. The news will definitely not leak out. Ramon turned his head, a reassuring smile on his lips. Thank you. Rhodia lowered her hands, looking a bit uneasy. Commander, a blonde Imperial guard leaned toward Romanet's ear, whispering in a low voice. Ramon tilted his head slightly, a look of doubt in his eyes. I shall take my leave now. Though it was brief, it was very pleasant. Ramon rose from behind the table. Are you leaving already? How did I realize he was here? Ramon walked to the window and looked down at the courtyard. Because His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has already arrived. Metasilon pushed open the grand doors. His almond-shaped red eyes held a gentle warmth. A smile played on his lips. Rhodia, are you here to see me? Metasilon walked toward the long table. His stride was steady. Yes, there is something I'd like to ask of you. Rhodia looked up at him. A smile spread across her lips. A favor, what is it? Metasilon sat down at the table. His almond-shaped red eyes were fixed on her. I need a temporary permit to search a fief. Is that possible? Rhodia turned her head. Her expression was serious. Search a fief? Metasilonet's smile faded. Even for Van, this was no easy task. He would need approval from the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial peacekeeping forces. Rhodia's eyelashes trembled slightly. Her round red eyes were filled with worry. To search a fief, what is your reason? Metasilon leaned forward, Rhodia lowered her gaze. Her fingertips lightly smoothed her skirt. I want to help. Rhodia looked down. Her round red eyes reflected complex emotions. To be honest, I don't really know why either. Rhodia leaned back against her chair. She let out a long sigh. I could have told myself I had none of my business. That I should just stay out of it. But this matter has been weighing heavily on my mind. We weren't even that close. Metasilon watched her. His almond-shaped red eyes remained gentle. Actually, I used to hate him quite often. But despite that, putting all that aside, I still want to help. And the search permit, is it necessary for you to help? Metasilon gazed at her. Yes, it is absolutely necessary. Rhodia straightened her back. Her red eyes were full of determination. Van gestured with his hand. He leaned his head toward the attendant. He whispered an order into his ear. The attendant bowed deeply. He then turned and withdrew. Shall we go for a walk, Fen? He extended his right hand forward. Rhodia looked up at him. Her round red eyes widened slightly. Her thick eyelashes fluttered. Of course, Rhodia responded softly. She reached out with her fingertips. She placed them in Vanette's broad palm. Van led Rhodia by the hand. The two walked side by side along the stone path. I once thought about clearing this place out to expand the training grounds. I'm glad I didn't do that. He tightened his grip. His palm pressed firmly against the back of her hand. He never let go. Although it had a bit embarrassing, it feels good right now. It had finally starting to feel real. My relationship with this man truly is special. She gazed at Vanette's profile. Her heartbeat was loud in her ears. Van came to a halt. A gentle curve hung on his lips. Rhodia, yes. You look like you have a lot on your mind. Is it because of the things I just mentioned? Van slowed his pace. He turned his head to ask.
I know.
Rhodia shook her head gently. Her round red eyes widened slightly. I just felt a little awkward. She looked down at their joined hands.
I am sorry.
I shouldn't have touched you without asking. Rhodia, does that even need to be asked? A smile played on Rhodiate's lips. We don't need those kinds of pleasantries between us. Van stood there, stunned. His red, almond-shaped eyes wavered slightly. A faint blush surfaced on his cheeks. You don't need to ask for permission. As long as I tell something you want to do. Whenever you're ready. He raised his face, his gaze firm and bright. What you want to do is what I want to do. What I want to do is likewise your wish. Exactly, that is the nature of our relationship. The days are passing so quickly, so fast that I tet giving me illusions. Metasilent whispered softly. I even wonder if the time spent with you is just a hallucination. Meeting you, Rhodia, is it really not a dream? I tet the same for me. Rhodia responded in a low voice. Being able to see the most popular man in the empire feels like a dream to me as well. That is why I sometimes hesitate when I need to see you. Even today, I kept wondering if it was appropriate to ask this of you. If I tet really alright for me to come see you like this. I'm sorry, Metasilent lowered his eyes, guilt flickering in his red, almond-shaped gaze. I should have made it so you could come to me whenever you like. But his brow furrowed slightly, a trace of unease crossing his eyes. There are too many eyes watching this place. I have to hide my movements, especially from Empress O'Connell. There are simply too many people watching us. Rhodia nodded gently, her round red eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. That woman is ruthless. Metasilent turned his body, his red, almond-shaped eyes downcast. Even knowing my beloved is suffering, I have to wear a mask and act as if nothing is wrong. If they knew the truth, how many people would still love me? Van, Rhodia called out softly, her round red eyes full of worry. She gazed at the man before her. People don't like those who are too cold and rational. If they can't see a human side, they'll think you're different from everyone else. So I act. But look, Rhodia lightly touched the back of Vanette's hand with her fingertips. Your palms are so sweaty. You're saying things you don't mean, and you can't keep your cool. I can't believe you're this nervous. Rhodia took a silk handkerchief from her pocket and gently pressed it against Vanette's palm. Van, you aren't as cold-hearted as people think. He always stands in a position to protect others, but he's also a man who longs for someone to lean on. He never makes grand, empty promises about sacrificing everything. That is exactly why I like him. A light breeze brushed through the flowers, as light and shadow danced between the two of them. Rhodia took a step forward, reached out to wrap her arms around Van, and pressed her body against his chest. I want you to be honest with me, Van. She closed her eyes, her fingertips gently stroking the back of his head. In front of me, you don't need to wear a mask. Vanette's body went stiff, his red almond-shaped eyes trembling slightly, as a faint flush spread across his cheeks. Van wrapped his arms tightly around her waist. The two of them sat side by side on the bench. Rhodia cupped her face in her hands, her fingertips touching her burning skin. This is my fent time holding a grown man. I don't dare look Van in the eye. Even if I went back to that moment, I would still choose to embrace him. Rhodia turned her face away, her round red eyes flickering with uncertainty. Rhodia, Van called out softly. His red, almond-shaped eyes were fixed on her. Rhodiate's shoulders gave a sudden jerk, and her fingers restlessly fidgeted with the hem of her skirt. Could you please close your eyes, Fent? Close my eyes? Yes, Rhodia obediently shut her eyes. Why did he suddenly ask me to close my eyes? Rhodia kept her eyes squeezed shut, her face turning a deep crimson. We've already hugged. So is the next step that? Rhodiate's eyes snapped open, her round red eyes wide with shock. Vanette's fingers brushed against the back of her hand, moving slowly and gently, as he slid a ring down to the base of her finger. She felt the cool touch of the metal. As the ring settled firmly into place, reflecting a faint shimmer in the light. Rhodia stared down at her fingertip, a blush creeping across her cheeks. This is the gift I prepared for you. Van turned his head toward her, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. Everyone around me said that giving something like this might be a burden, but I decided to give it to you anyway. I hope you'll accept it. Van gazed at her, with a gentle look in his eyes. This ring has been blessed by the goddess, Bella Levia. It symbolizes hope and love. Rhodia raised her right hand, the ring, sparkling in the sunlight. Itet truly beautiful. Van took Rhodia's hand in his. Itet, a gift traditionally used to pray for a lover's health and safety. May this ring protect you, Rhodia. Van leaned down and pressed an affectionate kiss to the back of her hand. This ring will protect me. She softly repeated his words, staring at the ringgit brilliance. It doesn't actually have any special magical functions. I just heard that lovers often give these to each other, so I wanted to try it too. Van cleared his throat, pressing his fist against his lips, and turning his face away slightly. So, is this like a couple-eat ring? Rhodia lightly touched the ring, her eyes sparkling with joy. I love it. Itet, a perfect fit. Van let out a sigh of relief, the tension leaving.
His shoulders.
A smile played on his lips. I'll have a gift for you later too. The gemstone I entrusted to Teferi. It should be finished by now. I'll look forward to it. Van took Rhodia's hand. A smile played on his lips. Rhodia, regarding what you asked of me before. He walked beside her on the stone path. His expression turned serious. You don't need to force yourself for this. Rhodia stopped in her tracks. Her round red eyes were filled with unease. I'm sorry for making you worry. Van turned his head. He gazed at her face. I will issue a temporary permit for the territory search. Really, Rhodia looked up. A flash of pleasant surprise crossed her eyes. You're doing this because you want to help your friend, right? Thank you, Rhodia lifted her face. Her round red eyes were full of gratitude. A smile bloomed on her lips. Do you have to leave now? Yes, I'll come see you again next time. Rhodia, Van pulled her by the shoulder. He leaned down and placed a kiss on her forehead. Until then, please be sure to take care of yourself. The mansion stood tall in the night. Lights illuminated the window frames. Tree shadows swayed in the courtyard. Rhodia pushed open the heavy wooden door. Her fingertips rested on the latch. It made a slight scraping sound. Her secretary walked in quickly. You're back. Representative, Rhodia looked around at everyone in the room. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. The secretary bowed slightly. It was nothing. We have organized the cases you mentioned. Crimes against the elderly and missing persons reports. He handed over a stack of documents. Over the past 5 years, there have been a total of 32 incidents. Rhodia took the report. Her round red eyes scanned the dense text. This number is far too low. The secretary pointed to several lines. 10 of these were criminal cases, but no connections were found with other incidents. They weren't premeditated crimes either. All the perpetrators have already been captured. Then we should focus more on the missing persons cases. Rhodia hugged the documents tightly to her chest, a grave expression in her large red eyes. In this missing persons cases are actually much more troublesome. In the I used to live in, surveillance cameras and black boxes made searching so much easier. If it were a kidnapping, at least we could negotiate with the criminals, or seek help from those nearby. She bit her knuckle, lost in thought. Starting from the Felioten territory, what is the furthest city a merchant carriage could reach? Rhodia suddenly looked up and stared directly into her secretariat eyes. A small town called Tebron, the secretary replied, leaning over the map and tracing a finger across the parchment. Ited sparsely populated. There read nothing particularly special about it. Rhodia stared at the map intently. Then we'll start the search from there. Please send word back to the guild. The secretary bowed to receive the order. Understood. Since they disappeared from the Felioten territory, the possibility of them moving in that direction is highest.
She closed the file and clapped her hands together. Let it rest for today. Information will continue to pour in. Rhodia looked around at everyone, a look of determination in her red eyes. Until tomorrow, let it wait for further updates. This is for Alian and for the members of our guild family. Please, everyone, hang in there a little longer. As you wish, Director. Aldina, you'll be in charge of consolidating all the intelligence tomorrow. Yes, Aldina replied, straightening her back, and answering in a low voice. Alian might come by tomorrow. A faint smile played on Rhodiate's lips. Don't hand her a written report. Please relay the information to her verbally. In her current state of distress, I doubt she'll be able to focus on reading anything. Understood, Aldina nodded in agreement. By the way, where are you going tomorrow? The Imperial Palace will issue a temporary search warrant. Rhodia gazed straight ahead. We need to mobilize every soldier we can get. Then let it head home early today. Rhodia lightly patted Aldinate's shoulder. Yes, Director. The door closed behind her, letting out a soft click. Rhodia was left alone in the room. No, she let out a long sigh, her tense shoulders finally relaxing. She raised a hand to brush the silver hair from her ear. Once all of this is over, I'm going to enjoy a proper vacation. A peaceful and brilliant vacation. A few days later, morning light filtered through white curtains, spilling into the spacious bedroom. I had time to wake up. Miss, it is already morning. The maid stood by the bed, hands folded in front of her. Rhodia lay amidst the bedding, letting out a muffled groan. The door was suddenly thrown open, slamming against the wall, with a loud bang. Rhodia, Alian rushed into the room, a bright smile plastered on her face. What, are you still sleeping? Alian laughed as she leaned over the bed. Breakfast time passed ages ago. Alian Rhodia bolted upright, her long wavy silver hair falling over her chest. Her round red eyes were clouded with confusion. Why did you come all this way? We found her. Alian pressed her hands to her chest, her round blue eyes sparkling. I stopped by the office on my way here. They've discovered grandmother's whereabouts. It had only been a few days since the search warrant was issued. And there was news already? Rhodiate's pupils trembled slightly, her round red eyes wide with shock. This is the report Teferi wrote. Read it quickly. Alian handed over the thick stack of papers, her fingertips trembling with excitement. It records all the places grandmother has visited. And about the location where he went missing. Teferi said he would send people to search that area. So we should be able to find him soon, right? Alian leaned forward, her round blue eyes sparkling with expectation. It should be like that. Rhodia forced a smile, looking down at the papers in her hand. It still feels a bit strange. I can better read a bit more. The disappearance of the former Countess Feliotin was Fint discovered by the current Countess's daughter. She reported it to her parents and requested assistance, but the request was not immediately approved. It is said the final approver, Count Feliotin, was not present at the time. However, it was confirmed that he was in his study that day, busy with his personal writing. So he wasn't actually absent? Rhodia flipped through the pages, her fingertips pressing hard against the edges. Traces of the former countess were found, in the town of Tebran. But the merchants said that someone had asked the same question 2 days prior. This means someone was already looking for his whereabouts 2 days ago. It is said he was traveling with several men at the time. This is puzzling. This report should have been presented to Count Feliotin. Have you finished reading this report? No, I only read the beginning. Is there anything else? What is it? You aren't hiding anything from me, are you? What are you talking about? Of course not. You should head home, Fent. It'll let you know once I've confirmed the details. Rhodia closed the report, avoiding the other gaze. What? Seriously? Fine, I'm leaving then. Alian pouted, turning to walk out of the room. The door clicked shut. I'll arrange to diet schedule myself. You may leave now. Yes, my lady. The maid bowed, her footsteps fading into the distance. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Rhodia gripped the report tightly. Her fingertips turned white from the strain. Who wrote the final page of this report? Rhodia suddenly held up the papers. Her round red eyes were cold and sharp. Her nails dug deep into the edges of the parchment. I wrote it. Aldina stepped forward. Her expression was calm. Why did you write it like that? Rhodia closed in, step by step. Her round red eyes never left the other woman. Aite, as if Count Feliotin is the one actually behind his own Mathuri kidnapping? I believe it is a logical deduction, Aldina said, placing a hand over her heart. Aldina placed her hand over her chest. He intentionally ignored the pleas for help. Even though he already knew the former countess at whereabouts, he took no action whatsoever. What could Count Feliotin possibly gain from this? Rhodia raised the report. Her round red eyes remained fixed on Aldina. This is merely speculation. Aldina lowered her gaze. The former Countess Feliotin decided not to leave the two mines to her family. Instead, she decided to return them to society. Even in the I came from, these things happened all the time. Filthy family disputes triggered by greed for wealth. I was just worried you were jumping to conclusions too recklessly, so I had to press you on it. It seems you haven't. Rhodia turned her head slightly. A faint smile played on her lips. I'm sorry for being so harsh with you. Aldina. Ironically, the search operation, which had been delayed for 10 days, suddenly made progress after our visit to Tebron. The Feliotin family couldn't even convince the neighboring lords, which led to the search coming to a standstill. It all too strange. Moreover, according to the report, Count Feliotin received the news 2 days before we did. The secretary nodded slightly. Her expression was grave. The Gilded Intelligence says, a woman suspected to be the former countess is leaving the territory with a strange man. Impossible for the count not to know about this. This doesn't make any sense at all. Rhodia stood by the table, her eyes filled with coldness. I think so too. Let's be honest. Rhodia reached out and pressed her hand on the tabletop. I intend to withdraw from this matter. What? How will Miss Elian react to that? The secretary was startled, his brown pupils contracting sharply. Are you saying the Asteria Trading Company should poke a hornetet nest just because we're afraid of Elian anger? Rhodia simply, if we offend Elian, the Asteria Trading Company could be in danger. The secretariat brow furrowed, his expression solemn. During this critical period of business expansion, making an enemy of someone who knows our internal operations is too reckless. I'm more worried about the Feliotin Familiette retaliation than Elianet anger. Rhodia looked grave, her round red eyes reflecting a calm resolve. I don't intend to withdraw haphazardly. I am well aware of Elianet contributions to the guild. Therefore, the Asteria Trading Company will officially withdraw and transfer all documents to the Imperial Court. Rhodia spread her hands, a faint smile playing on her lips. You mean, the secretary froze in place, shock surfacing in his brown eyes. Beside him, Aldina also looked surprised. Yes, I will formally request the Imperial family to conduct an investigation. Since it involves kidnapping and illegal imprisonment, it should be handled by the Imperial family. The nib of the pen glided across the paper, making a scratching sound. Cabby sat at his large desk, his expression focused under his short gray hair. He was bent over his writing, processing a mountain of official documents. He slammed his palm down on a document, then leaned his head back against the chair. Cabby's let out a long breath. Even having 2 bodies wouldn't be enough to handle all this. He let out a long sigh. Lady O'Connell, and then there the Foundation Festival. A rhythmic knocking came from the door.
He lowered his arms
and adjusted his collar. Come in. Pardon the interruption, sir. An attendant entered the room carrying a tray. A red envelope sat in the center of the tray. Cabbies reached out and took the envelope, his fingertips brushing against the red wax seal. He tore open the letter and scanned the handwriting on the page. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Where is my sister right now? Lady Liana is currently at the family estate. She is attending a meeting at the moment. The attendant bowed slightly, looking down as he gave his report. Tell her to come to the palace immediately. She must arrive by tonight at the latest. There was a hint of a smile in Kabiset's eyes. As you wish, the attendant bowed deeply. It seems you've already received the results from Lady Mertens. Yes, providing information to the Asteria Trading Company was the right move.
He leaned back in his chair,
Rubbing the letter between his fingers. I believe Rhodia will make a pragmatic judgment. But she might also try to cover this up. After all, as a merchant, she would want to avoid getting entangled in politics. The attendant stood before the desk, his expression serious. That is precisely why she left the matter to us. This is the only case where we have a solid lead. Just as we expected, the Asteria Guild has sought help from the Empire. Cabis rested his chin on his hand, his fingers lightly stroking his cheek. A curve formed on his lips. But this is still a dangerous gamble, the attendant reminded him with a bow. I don't think so. It had already been 4 years. The methods used by the Empress and the concubines are becoming increasingly cruel. It is only natural for me to be worried. Why? They intend to interfere in the affairs of the Felioten family. Once we have interrogated them, we will naturally have our answer. The truth will soon come to light. A lizardette tale is never short. Remember that. The attendant head expression was tense.
his gaze locked onto Cabby's.
The attendant turned and left. Did you get into another argument? There was no argument. Rhodia has officially handed over the case. Really, Van quickened his pace to keep up, his red pupils constricting slightly. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. I thought he would hesitate, worrying about causing you trouble. He must want to help. After all, he and Lady Felioten are old friends. Have you heard the rumors? About those two. The princess and her maid. Rhodia didn't seem to care. Van leaned back against the chair, a faint smile playing on his lips. Indeed, he is very firm in his convictions, Cabby's responded in a low voice. Since he rarely appears in social circles, Lady Felioten words will certainly turn into rumors. The two sat facing each other. It had thanks to Rhodia that we were able to intervene this time. It had quite fortunate. Van turned his face. What, you don't like it? You don't look happy. Cabby's rested his hand against his chin. It had unpleasant. Van lowered his eyelids, a gloomy look in his red eyes. What? Cabby's pressed. Rhodia is exposing far too much. Van rested his hands on his knees and leaned forward. It feels like we're using her, and it makes me very uncomfortable. Using her, it had just a mutually beneficial relationship. Perhaps, Van replied softly. Rhodia told me not to take things too far. He even apologized to me. Van lowered his gaze, a gentle look in his almond-shaped red eyes. I told her that I would provide direct assistance, rather than pretending not to notice. Then Elle still had to apologize later, whether it at you or me. The door burst open suddenly. Liana stood at the entrance. Then you're here too. Sister, Cabby said, rising from the sofa, to meet her at the door. You called me here in such a hurry. What happened? Liana strode into the room and sat down beside Cabby's. He reached into his coat and pulled out the letter sealed with red wax. It seems Rhodia has entrusted this to us. For now, we can take action immediately. What should we do? Liana took the letter, her thumb brushing against the edge of the wax seal. I don't recommend taking action right away. If we miss this chance, an opportunity like this might never come again. Furthermore, we must consider Rhodiate's position. If she withdraws from this matter, her relationship with Lady Felioten will become complicated. Liana opened her palm, her expression grave. If we act rashly, it will put Rhodia in a very awkward position. We should give her time to handle it. So, Van, listen carefully to what Rhodia has to say. Understood, Van replied with a slight nod. In any case, there isn't much time left. Leonate's lips curved upward, a cold glint in her eyes. Regardless of the time frame, once the moment passes, the enemy will be the fent to essay their fangs.
Everything will be over soon. So don't be too impatient.
Inside the spacious drawing room, the fireplace light flickered. I didn't expect you to come here in person. Empress O'Connell picked up her teacup. Is it really that strange for me to come here in person?
No, the counted voice trailed off.
Empress O'Connell sat poised on the red sofa. How is the current situation progressing? The Count remained silent.
His fingertips rubbed forcefully against his white trousers,
causing the fabric to wrinkle and deform under his palm. Empress O'Connell set down her teacup. The porcelain clattered against the saucer, making a sharp, crisp sound. Sitting here like this, do you truly think we are on the same side? The Count jolted violently. Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. Empress O'Connell tilted her head slightly, a cold curve hanging on the corner of her lips. You were the one who came to me, Fent. Do you remember? Yes, I remember. Many people come to me to get what they want. What they say is always exactly the same. As long as you are willing to help me, I am ready to give my life at any time. Do you think I actually believe such words? Empress O'Connell stared directly at him, a cold light flickering in her eyes. You begged me to let your daughter become a member of the imperial family. Empress O'Connell stood up. In exchange, I demanded the 2 mines belonging to the former countess. She began to walk, her shoes clicking against the wooden floor, creating a sharp echo. At the time, you said, you would even go against your own mother, just to hand those mines over to me. Empress O'Connell stopped behind the Count. Did I force you to do that? No, you didn't. The Count trembled all over. Cold sweat rolled down his cheeks, and his blue eyes shook violently. Then, Count. Empress O'Connell reached out with her black-gloved hand, her fingertips brushing against the mayonnaise cheek. Now you say you want to give up? What kind of logic is that? Empress O'Connell leaned down. Her eyes were freezing cold. I'm sorry. The Count's face was deathly pale, cold sweat dripping down his jaw. But I absolutely cannot harm my own mother. Out of mere greed. Lady O'Connell swung her right hand, her black leather glove slapping across his cheek. Foolish in the royal family. It is common for relatives to cure one another. With a father like this, I highly doubt his daughter could ever truly adapt to royal life. Lady O'Connell raised her index finger and gave a slight beckoning flick. The attendant suddenly lunged, grabbing the back of the Count's head and slamming his face violently against the wooden tabletop. A dull thud echoed through the room. I thought that, as the head of the nobility, you wouldn't be swayed by sentiment. Lady O'Connell looked down at the man pinned to the table. You really are as mediocre as you are dim-witted. Cure your mother. Hand the mines over to me. Isn't that simple and clear? If you refuse, you will watch your daughter's future crumble with your own eyes. Lady O'Connell lowered her gaze slightly, watching the mayonnaise profile twist in agony, her eyes devoid of any warmth. Think carefully. Your parent or your child, which one is more important? She turned around, a mocking sneer hanging on her lips. The Count lay slumped on the table, as the attendant released his grip. The Count gasped for breath, cold sweat soaking his hair at the temples. He raised a trembling hand, clutching the fabric at his chest tightly. What did you just say? Are you going to wash your hands of grandmother's situation? Elian slammed her hands onto the desk, her round blue eyes wide, filled with utter shock. Yes, that it right. Rhodia sat behind the desk, her fingertips lightly tapping the documents. Her expression was calm. Why the sudden change of heart? Elian leaned forward, her hands gripping the edge of the table tightly. I already told you. Rhodia closed her eyes and let out a soft sigh. The mastermind behind this incident is likely your father, Count Feliotin. Rhodia, Elian cried out, her voice cracking. When I said I would help you before, it was purely out of assistance, unrelated to any business interests. Rhodia looked down and flipped through the book in her hands. But this time is different. Do you really believe such a thing? Elian took a large step forward, her breathing becoming heavy and ragged. I am merely considering the possibility. Rhodia turned her head away, avoiding the other womanette gaze. My father kidnapping grandmother? That is absolutely impossible. Do you truly think so? You read that report as well, Lian. As a lady of the Mertens family, I can trust and help you. But as the representative of Asteria, I cannot intervene in this matter. Surely, you don't want the Asteria Guild to be caught in a dilemma and suffer losses, do you? Alian shuddered violently. My father.
He deeply loves grandmother.
No matter how busy he is, he visits her at least once a month. Grandmother is his pillar of support. And to me, she is a treasure who stayed by my side in place of my parents. Alian clutched the bow on her chest, tears streaming from her eyes. Do you think I would believe it? Believe that he orchestrated all of this because he coveted grandmother, a property? She suddenly looked up, tears sliding down her cheeks, her voice hoarse with emotion. Besides, the report could be wrong. That is true. Rhodia sat in the armchair, her hands folded, her expression calm and unruffled. But in the face of 99 other possibilities, do you think it meaningful to obsess over that remaining 1%? Alian froze in place, her lips trembling, but she couldn't make a sound. The intelligence we've gathered will be handed over to the imperial family. The investigation will be much faster that way. The real trouble lies in the intelligence itself. Alian wore a mocking sneer. That information is accusing my father. Stop treating me like a child. Rhodia, did you think I wouldn't notice? You're the one acting like a child right now. Rhodia remained seated, perfectly still, her expression cold. It doesn't matter even if I don't have your help. Alian raised her white-gloved hand and forcefully wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. I don't need the imperial family to interfere. I'll investigate this in my own way. Alian turned abruptly and started walking away. Alian, Rhodia rushed forward and grabbed her arm. Let go of me. Alian struggled violently, trying to shake off Rhodia's hand. I know you've changed, but the old Rhodia would never talk about these things without even blinking. She stopped moving, her round blue eyes filled with tears, her expression one of utter disappointment. When you said you help me, I was so glad to have a friend like you. But I was wrong. Goodbye, Alian left resolutely. Rhodia stood alone in the empty room, staring at the tightly closed door. Night fell, and the full moon hung above the clouds, its cold light blanketing the entire mansion. Rhodia let out a heavy sigh. She reached for her glass and took a sip of red wine. Weariness etched across her brow. Being hated by someone feels much worse than I imagined. Why do I keep doubting myself? Wondering if I'm being too harsh or too cruel? Fine then, go ahead and hate me. Rhodia lowered her eyes, a self-mocking smile playing on her lips. I'd not like I wanted you to stay anyway. I'd probably better if we don't see each other right now. The heavy door creaked open, making a soft sound. Aldina called out in a gentle voice. Why, Aldina? Rhodia turned her head abruptly, her round red eyes instantly regaining their spark. An impeccable smile masked her face. Are you all right? Aldina took a step closer, her eyes filled with concern. Rhodia chuckled, covering her mouth. Why do you ask? You look exhausted. Aldina gazed at her, with a look of genuine worry. Isn't work always tiring? Rhodia turned around, her footsteps slightly unsteady. Aldina, would you like a glass as well? She raised her glass, her eyes full of forced cheer. No, thank you. Aldina shook her head gently. Please don't push yourself too hard. Aldina reached forward and firmly took Rhodia by the wrist. Everything will eventually be forgotten. Time will solve all your problems. Aldina folded her hands in front of her, a gentle smile on her face. Rhodia, as far as we're concerned, you are the most important person. Rhodia froze in place, her round red eyes widening slightly. She looked a bit dazed. Well then, I'll be heading off for the day. Aldina turned and walked toward the door. Wait, Aldina! Rhodia suddenly reached out.
Her round red eyes were filled with urgency. Rhodia's foot slipped. She lost her balance. Her white skirt fluttered chaotically in the air. A hand suddenly shot out. It firmly gripped Rhodia's sleeve. The fabric crumpled between the fingertips. Rhodia turned her head in shock. Her round red eyes trembled slightly. Van Metasylon stood amidst the light and shadow. A faint smile played on his lips. You're drunk. Aren't you? Please excuse me for a moment. Metasylon leaned down and swept Rhodia up in a bridal carry. Did you drink a lot? Rhodia leaned against Metasylon's chest. There'd a reason for it. Metasylon tightened his arms around her. I see. Are you going to scold me? Rhodia looked up at him. Anxiety flickered in her eyes. The corners of Metasylon's mouth curled upward. Of course not. Just invite me next time. I'll drink with you. That it, not necessary. Rhodia hurriedly waved her hands. Aren't you very busy? I'm actually more free than you think. Metasylon leaned close to her ear. His breath was warm. Lair, Rhodia muttered under her breath. If you're not busy, why is it that I only see you when I'm the one looking for you? Metasylon lowered his gaze. That is because if I take the initiative to see you, it will put you in danger. Rhodia froze in place. What? I worry about you every day. Metasylon gazed into her eyes.
His look was full of concern.
You've already become too high profile. If I could, I want to keep you by my side forever. But the more I see you, the more precarious your situation becomes. That is why I cannot easily approach you. Are you saying I'm dangerous? Rhodia asked softly. Her expression seemed a bit hesitant. My enemies are under the protection of the imperial family. Outside of the castle walls, Rhodia, you would easily become a target. Van tightened his arms around her, gazing directly into her eyes. I would rather have you hate me than have you in harm's way. So even if you feel lonely without me by your side, please bear with it for a while. I will ensure they never dare to touch a single hair on your head. If anything were to happen to you, I might lose my mind. Van whispered, leaning down, a faint smile playing on his lips. I'm actually quite terrifying when I'm angry. Even Liana can't handle me then. Rhodia raised her hand, her fingertips lightly brushing against Vanette's cheek. You don't seem like that kind of person at all. You look very gentle, like a big softie. I'm only like this with you. Van closed his eyes, savoring the sensation of her touch on his cheek. A smile widened across his lips. Rhodia rubbed her eyes and sat up, her round red eyes looking dazed. This is my room. I drank way too much last night. My head hurts, she said, pressing a hand to her forehead. You're awake, Van said, sitting by the edge of the bed. He turned his head to watch her. Van, Rhodia called out softly. Did you not return to the palace last night? Rhodia sat amidst the bedding, looking somewhat surprised. I intended to go back, Van said, turning slightly toward her. But the madam, no. Your mother insisted that I stay the night. Mom really does like Van, doesn't she? Rhodia closed her eyes and giggled, a flush rising to her cheeks. Still, this feels really strange. She stared straight ahead, her round red eyes shimmering. Opening my eyes to see Vanette face Thing. A morning like this. Rhodia rested her chin on her hand, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. If we lived together after getting married, is this what it would feel like? Van leaned in closer and spoke softly. Your face is very red. Are you feeling unwell? No, not at all. Rhodia waved her hands in a panic. I just thought it was a bit hot in here. Anyway, is it really all right for you to be out like this? Van straightened his back, his eyes full of pride. I do whatever I please. No one would dare say a word against it. That it true. Who could possibly stop the crown prince? Rhodia covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes sparkling with delight. Van tilted his head. Are you hungry? Now that you mention it. Rhodia touched her stomach. I suppose I am a little. Van reached out his right hand, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Then shall we go on a date? It's been a while since we've gone out together. Van stepped into the restaurant dressed in fine clothes, and the other diners couldn't help but stare. All eyes were fixed on Van, and low whispers began to ripple through the room. Rhodia sat opposite him, her fingertip lightly pressing against her lower lip. With her blonde hair and blue eyes, her expression seemed softer than usual. Is that why everyone keeps staring at her? Van noticed the gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Rhodia's shoulders jerked. As she snapped back to reality, Van, do you ever look in the mirror? Is there anyone who doesn't look in the mirror? Then what do you think when you see yourself in it? I don't think anything. He turned his head away. A faint smile played on his lips. Rhodia stared at his face. So you're saying you're so used to it that you don't feel anything anymore. I suppose you've grown accustomed to the stares of others as well. Van rested his chin on one hand, a smile lingering on his face. But why do you ask? Rhodia quickly turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. Just curious. A waiter approached, pushing a dining cart. Your meal is ready. Rhodia looked at the plates on the table, her expression somewhat hesitant. But we only ordered 2 steaks. This is our signature dish, the waiter said as he lifted the metal cloche. The special steak. 2 massive cuts of meat lay across the platter, glistening with juice and oil. Garnishes were scattered in between. Under normal circumstances, 1 serving is enough for a family of 4. The waiter looked at the 2 of them. But since you ordered 2, you both must have quite an appetite. Rhodia froze in her seat, her lips parting slightly. Van stared at the giant steaks, his expression frozen. It seems we ordered the wrong thing. Rhodia bit her fingertip. The menu just said steak. I didn't expect the portions to be this huge. Well, since I tit here, let's finish it. Van picked up his knife and fork. Are you sure you can finish all that? Of course I can eat much more than you think. Van gave a brilliant smile, his straight golden hair shimmering under the lights. The silver clattered against the porcelain with a crisp sound, as the steak was precisely sliced. Rhodia leaned back against her chair and let out a long sigh. I can't believe we actually finished it all. Though Van ate much more than I did. Why does he still look completely fine? Van picked up his napkin. He wiped the corner of his mouth with elegant movements, appearing perfectly composed. If he entered an eating contest, he would definitely take the championship. Rhodia chuckled, covering her mouth. Are you heading back now? Van set down his glass. I don't have any particular plans today. That's great. Rhodia stood up abruptly, leaning her hands on the edge of the table. There's a place I want to take you. Though I'd at a place you should be quite familiar with. The 2 walked out of the restaurant side by side, stepping onto a path lush with greenery. I really didn't expect you to eat that much, Van. She turned her head to look at the man beside her. Van looked straight ahead, a wry smile on his face. When I was young, I was often scolded for eating too much. It might not look like it, but I actually gain weight quite easily. It wasn't until I started training in swordsmanship under Master Bernhardt that I learned how to control my weight. Rhodia tilted her head, her round red eyes sparkling with curiosity. Then you must have practiced for a long time. Your swordsmanship must be incredible. Van lowered his gaze, letting out a soft chuckle. I wouldn't say IT exceptionally outstanding, but among my brothers, I am the strongest. However, if Teferi heard that, he would definitely tell me not to get ahead of myself. Teferi is also your teacher, right? He appeared in his adult form when he taught me. He was quite a strict teacher. Teferi adult form. Rhodia clasped her hands together in front of her chest, her round red eyes full of longing. Imagining the heroic and dashing figure of that woman, she must be a peerless beauty. A peerless beauty? Vinette's expression stiffened, his round blue eyes showing a hint of awkwardness. Rhodia, I think you have some misunderstanding about Teferi. The sound of crisp footsteps rang out. Why, what a coincidence. To think I run into you two here. That voice. She spun around, her round red eyes wide with astonishment. It's been a while.
Rhodia Vilponia's golden eyes were full of smiles as she rested her folding fan against her chin. But who is this gentleman by your side? Vilponia tilted her head slightly, her gaze landing on the man standing next to Rhodia. Rhodia looked panicked, instinctively stepping in front of him. I see. Vilponia snapped her fan shut, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes. So the rumors aren't necessarily all false. She unfurled her fan again, wearing a deep, meaningful smile. Vilponia lifted the hem of her skirt and curtsied, her movements perfectly elegant. It is truly an honor to meet you here. Van turned his face toward her. You know who I am? How could I possibly not? Rhodia clutched her chest in shock, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Vilponia recognized Van. If she finds out about our relationship, will she try to cure me later? Van leaned closer to Rhodia and whispered in her ear, What do you plan to do? Don't we still have places to go? If I said something important, perhaps we should see Miss Rotpelt off Fent. I said all right. I said nothing urgent. Rhodia forced a smile, her round red eyes flickering with unease. Do you two have plans for the rest of the day? If you don't mind, I care like to have a chat with you. The three of them sat around a circular table, the teacups clinking crisply against the saucers. Rhodia sat with her back straight, her hands tightly interlaced in her lap. I really never expected such a chance encounter. Vilponia covered her mouth and let out a soft laugh. Her golden eyes narrowed into slits. Could this be fate bringing us together? I don't believe in coincidences. Metasilon picked up his teacup. His blue eyes were cold and piercing. Why might you surely don't think that I would stalk someone as noble as you, do you? Vilponia leaned forward. Her smile grew even wider. Perhaps you didn't stalk me. Metasilon set down his CPP. His gaze was sharp as a blade. How is Duke Rotpelt doing lately? I haven't seen him since he sent me that useless gift. Not once. A gift, Rhodia looked up abruptly. Her red eyes were wide with shock. My father has been in excellent health. But as for the gift you mentioned, just what kind of gift was it? To be dismissed as useless? Metasilon raised his teacup again. It was indeed a worthless gift. Vilponia turned her body slightly, her golden eyes fixed on Rhodia. How have you been lately? I haven't seen you at any social gatherings since that last charity event. Rhodia averted her gaze. I've been busy managing the company affairs. Vilponia brushed her finger against her cheek. A playful smirk played on her lips. Despite being so busy, you're still finding time for secret dates. And with someone so high profile that ordinary people could never hope to meet them. Itet, so romantic. I'm almost jealous. Rhodiate's throat tightened. She forced out a strained smile. Thank you. Vilponia leaned in closer. Are you not interested in tea parties? Rhodia gripped her skirt tightly. I've never actually attended one. Vilponia reached out and placed her hand over Rhodiate. Then I'll send you an invitation next time. You must come. I will prepare some very rare refreshments for you. Rhodia, please make sure to attend. Vilponia suddenly seized Rhodiate's wrist. Her fingertips pressed hard. That hurts, Rhodia. There is no need to go to such a place, Van said coldly, his round blue eyes devoid of warmth. Rather than idle chatter there are more important things to attend to. Right. Van reached out and took Rhodiate's hand, pulling her toward him. Yes, Rhodia responded in a low voice. I will arrange things to fit your schedule, Rhodia. Vilponia remained smiling, her golden eyes fixed intently on the two of them. That won't be necessary. We aren't close enough to attend your tea parties, Vilponia. Rhodia looked up, her gaze becoming firm. Is that so? Vilponia lowered her eyes, shadows casting over half of her face. Van, could you give us a moment alone? Understood, Van replied softly. Be careful, Rhodia. You can stop acting now, Lady Vilponia. Rhodia withdrew her gaze, her round red eyes filled with ice. You were planning to poison me at the tea party, weren't you? Vilponia let out a soft laugh. Is that even a question?
I prepared the most perfect poison for you. Once swallowed, it slowly solidifies your internal organs until you can't even draw a breath. You're quite quick to catch on. Vilponia tilted her head, a mocking smile on her lips. How could a business person not be sharp? Rhodia sat upright in her place, her expression calm. The symbol of House Rotpelt is the venomous snake. Once it bites its prey, it never lets go. A cold light flashed in Vilponia's eyes. Since you have already become my prey, don't even think about escaping. You won't get away. Won't you regret saying such things? Regret, don't make me laugh. Vilponia scoffed. This was always a battle to see who dies fent. What is the point of regret? Before the coffin lid is closed? A cold glint flashed in her eyes. So be careful, don't think that just because the crown prince is by your side, you can let your guard down. Otherwise, it will cost you your life. Vilponia lifted her skirt and curtsied. Today has been very pleasant. May the spirits of the mountains protect you. Rhodia, her lips curled upward, but her gaze remained icy. Now, Sigilodia? What is that? Rhodia tilted her head, her round red eyes filled with confusion. If heard, she has a wicked personality, and she certainly lives up to the reputation. Why is Mount Sigilodia famous for its curse? Millions of bones are buried there. Itet, a mountain of death teeming with monsters. Rhodia's lips curved into an arch. Does she really think something like that could scare me? By the way, you mentioned earlier that Duke Rotpelt sent a gift. Rhodia turned around and moved closer to Van. Can you tell me what it was? Van stopped in his tracks, his hair falling over his face. Itet, really nothing. He wanted to give me his daughter.
His daughter?
Rhodia froze in place. Vilponia? Her eyes snapped wide open. Treating his own daughter like a gift. Is that entire family insane? It is indeed utterly meaningless. Right, Rhodia let out a light chuckle. I suppose so. Shall we go? To the place you wanted to visit. Rhodia, Van took her hand, their fingers interlacing. The tall tower loomed ahead, sunlight piercing through the clouds. What is all this? The two of you came all the way here, just to essay off? Are you two actually dating? Essay off, Rhodia stopped in her tracks. Good grief, what is even good about a man like this? Tefri glanced sideways. His eyes were full of pure disgust. What, Metacillinette brows knit together? That was uncalled for. Tefri, for your information, I am the greatest benefactor of the magic tower. Are you trying to suppress me with money? You shameless brat. Tefri crossed his arms. He let out a cold snort. So, what are you doing here? Tefri looked toward Rhodia. The gemstones I asked you to find last time. Can you give them to me now? Rhodia leaned in closer. Her round red eyes were sparkling. Tefri remained silent. He turned and walked toward the bookshelf. Did he keep the gems in the bookshelf? Rhodia watched his movements intently. Tefri reached out. His fingertips vanished into thin air. That at a pocket dimension. I've heard that mages store all sorts of things in there. Why, that sounds really convenient.
Take a look at this.
I don't know who has been following you, but they've come to the wrong place. The corners of Tefri's mouth curled up. His eyes were filled with mockery. He suddenly exerted force. His fingers clamped onto a head within the void. He dragged the lurker out by force. I suppose this counts as a talent of sorts. Tefri gave a casual toss. A man dressed in black slammed heavily onto the floor. Rhodia covered her mouth. Her round red eyes trembled violently. How are you spotting them everywhere? Tefri looked down at the body on the ground. He remained perfectly composed. Tefri clenched his fist. A mocking smile hung on his lips. Some fool actually dared to break into my room. The man in black hit the ground hard. He let out a muffled groan. He curled his body inward, his fingertips clawing at the ground. Van stared down at the body on the floor. Tefri, who is this man? Tefri glanced sideways. Most likely an idiot. Or a piece of scum. That is not what I meant. Tefri spread his hands. I don't know who he is either.
Now we have to find out this fellowette identity. Teferi leaned down, aiming his palm at the man ahead. Purple light spilled from his fingertips. Now, reveal who you are. The man in black let out a piercing scream, his body convulsing violently. Red vines erupted from the ground. Rhodia hid behind Van, pressing her fingertips to her lips. This scene is truly hard to watch. Teferi glanced over. It looks like the interrogation will take some time. Let's check back later. He flicked his fingers, and purple chains appeared out of thin air, binding the mani-torso tightly. With a sudden burst of strength, Teferi shoved the man into a black vortex. Get in there, quickly. Hurry up. The man in black gave one last scream, before completely vanishing into the rift. Teferi clapped his hands together, his expression returning to calm. Van turned his head. Rhodia, I have something to tell you. Rhodia looked up, confusion evident in her eyes. Yes, Rhodia. You may have already guessed it, but some things cannot be hidden forever. Our relationship is gradually becoming known. Some people have already started to take action. Van lowered his eyelids. Marquis Bernhardt has noticed as well. No matter how we try to block it, rumors will eventually spread. Besides, no matter how your highness disguises yourself, no one in the palace would fail to recognize you. Rhodia nods gently. A trace of bitterness lingers at the corners of her mouth. The empress and the concubines have sent assassins after me countless times. Even if I ascend the throne, they won't stop there. Once the Foundation Festival is over, it will be much harder for them to drag me down. Metasilent places his hands on Rhodiate's shoulders, a look of grim determination in his eyes. So, as I said before, until the Foundation Festival arrives, they will use any means necessary to target you. I promised that I would never let anyone touch you. I'm sorry, Rhodia. Rhodiate's face is cast in shadow. She remains silent for a long moment. Fine, I accept your apology. Metasilent snaps his head up, a flicker of shock in his eyes. Rhodia, I know you've been working hard to protect me all this time. Van, Rhodia responds softly. Metasilent lowers his gaze. Ultimately, that's why I don't blame Van. Van has already done his best to protect me. I did just that those people are too obsessed. I never thought being with you would be without danger. Rhodia clutches the front of her clothes tightly, her round red eyes shimmering with resolve. I've been preparing in my own way as well. So Van, don't blame yourself for things like this. Metasilent turns his face away, a faint blush appearing on his cheeks. Rhodia, Teferi barks loudly. Think about it. Is this place your private playground or something? Why are you two acting all lovey-dovey in a place like this? Get out. Rhodia tilts her head and chuckles. Why are you suddenly so angry? In an instant, the two of them vanish from the spot. Rhodia shakes her fist, protesting in the direction of the tower. Kicking us out just like that. That it really going too far. Metasilent steadies her by the shoulders, his eyes full of concern. Are you all right? Rhodia, he calls, and Rhodia turns her head.
He looks a bit dazed,
I'm all right. Metasilent pressed a hand to his forehead. Cold sweat seeped through his fingers. The felt like it was spinning. His head was throbbing with dizziness. Metasilent body swayed. He lost his balance and leaned forward. Rhodia reached out to support him, hands against his chest. Are you okay? Metasilent took the opportunity to lean on her shoulder. He rested his forehead against the crook of her neck. Forgive me, just let me lean here for a moment. Rhodia wrapped her arms around his back. There ain't no need for apologies between us. Rhodia, you really are remarkable. Rhodia tilted her head back slightly. Her round red eyes were filled with confusion. Metasilent tightened his arms. He pulled her into a deep embrace. Yes, of everyone I have ever met. Rhodia, you are the most special of all. Rhodia blinked in surprise. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Metasilent gave a low, soft chuckle. How could it possibly be an insult? Suddenly his brow furrowed in pain. He gritted his teeth. A muffled groan escaped his lips. Rhodia asked softly. Are you all right? Just staying like this a bit longer will be enough. I expected many enemies to be watching me, but I didn't think they'd dare to infiltrate like this. Should the magic tower increase the number of guards? I feel like I'm forgetting something important. Her eyes suddenly snapped wide open. The image of a red gemstone flashed through her mind. Right, my gemstone. A red jewelry box sat motionless on the table. Thank goodness, Teferi sent the gemstone separately. A steady rhythm of knocking came from the door. A servant reported in a low voice through the door. Miss, you have a visitor. Rhodia straightened up from the armchair. Who is the guest? The servant stood by the table. He looked somewhat hesitant. Heavy footsteps grew louder as they approached. Leather boots made muffled thuds against the thick carpet. Count Feliotin scanned the room. A smile played on his lips. So this is where my daughter works. Rhodia stood up abruptly from her seat. Count Feliotin. The count walked straight toward the sofa and sat down, lifting the hem of his coat. His movements were composed. Rhodia clasped her hands in front of her, her brow furrowed with doubt. Why did you come here without any prior notice? The count crossed his legs and rested his hands on his knees. It is nothing major. It seems the two of you have had a falling out lately. Alian has been crying constantly. The Rhodia I know is not the kind of child who makes others cry. Therefore, I find myself quite perplexed. Rhodiate fingertips trembled slightly, a hint of stiffness appearing in her round red eyes. I take normal for friends to have disagreements. As long as you meet again, you can always reconcile with a smile. Even if you feel hurt inside, you should try to talk to each other. He interrupted her, his voice calm. Forgive me, Count. Rhodia sat upright in the armchair, her round red eyes staring straight ahead. What happened between Alian and me is not a simple quarrel. Count Feliotin narrowed his eyes, the curve of his smile deepening. Is that so? Rhodia tilted her head, a smile on her face. That it right. Alian is currently angry with me. The Count's smile vanished as he leaned forward. Over what? Rhodia raised her hand. Alian once consulted me on a matter regarding the disappearance of the former Countess Feliotin. But it seems Alian was not satisfied with the results of my investigation. I told her it wasn't a simple disappearance, but rather looked like someone deliberate doing. Count Feliotin's fingertips suddenly tightened, veins bulging on the back of the hand resting on his knee. He looked up,
his gaze icy cold.
Then who do you think did it? Do you have someone in mind? Rhodia opened her round red eyes wide. She tilted her head slightly. That is a matter for the imperial family to investigate. It isn't for me to say, as the case has already been handed over to them. The extent to which the guild can intervene is limited. I am sorry I couldn't be of more help. Count Feliotin pushed back his chair. He stood up, not at all. Since I now know why Alian is so upset, I won't trouble you any further. Rhodia remained in her seat. Are you leaving already? The Count strode through the spacious corridor. Rhodia followed behind to see him off. He stopped at the entrance. He turned slightly. A smile played on his lips. Miss Rhodia, it might seem laughable to say this to the head of a merchant guild, but may I give you a piece of advice? Rhodia looked up at him. Of course. The Count leaned in close to her ear. Acting as if you know everything is not a very good habit. He straightened his back.
His gaze was ice cold.
To survive in this, you need to learn how to speak with more discretion. Now then, I hope you continue to be good friends with my daughter. Miss Rhodia. Rhodia stood still. Her round red eyes stared in the direction the Count had left. Her hands were folded in front of her. Aldina walked over quickly. She looked worried. But, are you all right? What did the Count say? Rhodia turned around. She looked at her aide, Aldina, standing beside her. Her eyes were completely cold. Investigate Count Feliotin and Tesla. Commission the guild to tail the Count. Her secretariat eyes widened. Tail him. Rhodia nodded slightly. That it right, tracking his movements is vital. The suspect behind the kidnapping of the former Countess actually came to see me in person.
Just as I thought, Count Feliotin is definitely suspicious. There is no doubt about it. 3 days later, Count Felioten's movements were flawless. There was nothing suspicious at all. He almost never leaves his mansion. Alian occasionally goes out alone, but she hasn't met secretly with anyone. The Imperial Knights have cordoned off the streets, officially launching the search for the former countess. They are questioning passers-by. Although they found some scattered clues, they still haven't been able to determine her whereabouts. Rhodia sits in her armchair, holding the report between her fingertips. It seems even the Imperial family is finding this difficult. Cabbies, holding a stack of documents, reports back to the one who originally handed over the case. It is only natural to do so. Rhodia closes her eyes and lets out a soft sigh. Although I told them they didn't need to report back, I did good to stay informed at all times. I wonder where the former countess could possibly be. If I could, I'd love to charge straight into the Feliotin mansion, but I can't do that. She turns her head to look out the window. Letty just head home for today. Aldina walks in toward her bot, carrying some files. Rhodia turns around. Why, Aldina? Aldina hands over the documents. This matter requires your approval. Rhodia takes the papers, picks up her quill, and quickly signs her name. The tip of the pen glides across the paper, making a scratching sound. She pushes the documents back to the corner of the desk. Well then, Aldina, you should head home too. Aldina clutches the files in her arms tightly. But when you have too many worries, it might be better to just face them hidden. Rhodia tilts her head, her round red eyes filled with confusion. Aldina folds her hands over her chest. These past few days, your face has been the picture of worry. Rhodia looks up. How could I? I'm doing perfectly fine. The corners of his mouth curled up. He flashed a brilliant smile. Aldina lowered her gaze. But she reached out. Her fingertip pressed down on the letter on the desk. When you look at this, you don't look like someone who is fine at all. Rhodia raised her hand to cover her mouth. She let out a dry laugh. Is it really that obvious? Aldina, how do you always manage to see right through me? Is it because she the original novelette female lead? I always feel like Aldinate words carry a certain weight. Aldina stood before the desk. Her expression was focused. Because I am the person who has been by your side watching you the longest. Rhodiate's heart tightened. Those words just now. It sounded like she wasn't just referring to recent events. Is it just my imagination? Aldina lowered her eyelids. But your current worries might be painful, but as time passes, they will eventually be forgotten. She leaned in a little closer. Her tone was light. Do you even remember what you were worried about last week? Rhodia rested her chin on her hand. Aldina continued to press. What about your worries from last month? Rhodia fell into deep thought. Aldinate's expression was gentle. Half of what you're worried about now will disappear within a few days. The remaining half will also dissipate very soon. So the most important thing is to know that these troubles will pass in the end. You're worrying about whether you should tell Alian about the investigation, right? Rhodia nodded. Exactly. I feel like Alian deserves to know the truth. Aldina cut straight to the point. Isn't it actually to relieve the guilt in your own heart? Rhodia froze instantly. Ooh. She let out a long sigh. She relaxed her tensed shoulders. You're right. To be honest, I really do feel uneasy. Even though I didn't start this trouble, I can't help feeling like I've done something wrong to Alian. Aldina pressed a hand to her chest. A reassuring smile spread across her face. You haven't done anything wrong. Rhodia, you are simply telling the truth. You don't need to feel any responsibility or guilt. Rhodia stood frozen in place. Her round red eyes grew slightly vacant. It felt as if a priest were granting me absolution for all my sins. Rhodia leaned back against her chair. A smile returned to the corners of her mouth. Whenever I listen to you speak, I always feel like you're much more mature than I am. Aldina pulled her hand back. She gave a dismissive wave of her fingers. I just heard it somewhere else.
Or rather, more accurate to say I read it somewhere. Where did you read that?
Aldina turned and walked toward the door. I just happened to read it in a certain place.
She must be referring to a book.
Cabby's leaned against the bench. He sat with his arms crossed over his chest. The problem now is that the investigation is moving too slowly. He turned his head to look at Van beside him. We've searched every mountain and cave. Why can't we find the Countess? Many people saw her alive just 2 days ago. Could she really have passed away already? Van flipped through the documents in his hand. The paper made a soft rustling sound. That is the hypothesis I am most reluctant to believe. You said that Count Filiotenant Goal was the former Countess's assets. Cabby's leaned over to rummage through the data on the table. His movements were hurried. Right, that intel is in here somewhere. According to the Countess's will, she intends to donate all of her property to the St. Rhodia Foundation. Since only she can modify the will personally, there is a high probability that she is still alive. Cabby's closed his eyes. He let out a long sigh. Although we have absolutely no idea where she might be, the mountains in the Tebran region are exceptionally steep. If someone were traveling with an elderly woman, it will definitely attract attention. What if we've been looking at the wrong mountain range from the very beginning? Cabby spreads his hands. All the local testimonies point to that mountain range. Besides, we did find traces of someone entering. The two of them fall into silence. Cabby's looks him straight in the eye. We might have to involve the knights. Metacylonate eyes flicker. If we're going to search the caves, we certainly need the manpower. I understand, but once we involve the knights, the investigation will become completely public. That would draw the attention of the Empress and her faction. Cabby's opens his palms. We have no choice. If we can't find the Countess, how do you plan to explain it to Rhodia? She even risked her friendship to hand this case over to us. Are you going to tell her that we are so incompetent that we can neither catch the killer nor find the person? Metacylon remains silent. What is this? The door is suddenly pushed open, slamming against the wall, with a dull thud. Liana stands at the doorway. Why are you all slacking off? Cabby stands up abruptly, his brow furrowed. We aren't slacking off. We're just taking a break. Liana walks straight toward the desk. Since you're on a break, that must mean you've already discovered something. Move aside a bit. Cabby steps to the side, muttering under his breath. Yes, ma'am. Leonate gaze sweeps over the dense records. Let me see what you've found. Cabby leans over, resting his forehead on Leonate's shoulder. Give me a break. I haven't even had breakfast yet. I've been buried in this pile of documents. Until now. Liana looked toward Metacylon. If you're tired too, do you want to lean on me as well? I'm fine, Metacylon composed himself. Has there been any unusual movement from Count Filiotenant's side? There has Heat been far quieter than expected. Heat, a man who has climbed his way through politics for over 20 years. As the former Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, he is an exceptionally gifted orator. Heat the type who can tell countless lies with a straight face, just to achieve his goals. We absolutely cannot underestimate him. He likely has his so-called evidence of innocence already gathered, and is just waiting to essay it to us. Metacylon nodded slightly. His expression was grave. Metacylon rubbed his chin. When he had seen him not long ago, he had looked exactly like that. Count Felioten bowed slightly. An impeccable smile was plastered on his face. It has been a long time. Your Highness. He spread his palms, his voice steady. I haven't been able to fulfill my duties due to some family matters. You have my sincerest apologies. Metacylon watched him. Despite knowing he was under investigation, he remained remarkably composed. I heard the Asteria Guild has been expanding its business lately. Have you heard anything? Metacylon shook his head gently. I prefer not to discuss business with Rhodia. In truth, I have no need to know. And what? He stared at Metacylon. Aren't you being a bit too cold? Metacylon averted his eyes. He looked somewhat awkward.
I don't even get to see her that often. I feel like talking shop would be too heartless.
Cabbies raised his index finger.
His tone became serious. Rhodia looked strong on the outside, but I'll bet she's struggling internally. Women hope you'll understand what they're thinking, even if they don't say it out loud. She already has so few places where she can truly open up. If you keep your mouth shut too, who else can Rhodia trust? Metasilinet's expression faltered, a bead of cold sweat forming at his temple. You have to take the initiative to open her heart. Even if she doesn't say a word, you need to be able to read her mind. Cabbies closed his eyes, looking completely lost in his own lecture. That's the only way you'll win her heart. Liana stood to the side, her expression darkening by the second. Why? Is that so? She suddenly reached out and snatched Cabbies by the collar. Since you understand women at heart so well, why do you only ever do things that annoy me? Cabbies' body went stiff, cold sweat pouring down his face. Liliana! Liana let out a furious roar. If you have time to stand here preaching, then get your ass back to work. Metasilent pressed a hand to his forehead, shaking his head in exasperation. Light filtered through the high window frames, illuminating the roomed furnishings. Aldina looked toward Metasilent. The bot will be back soon. Metasilent gave a slight nod. All right, Cabby said, raising an index finger, with a grave expression. Even if Rhodia looks strong on the outside, I bet you anything she's struggling on the inside. Don't you know? Women want you to understand exactly what they're thinking, even if they don't say it out loud. I can also understand what they're thinking. You know, that's why I came to ask Rhodia if she was doing okay. But of all people, I had to run into Tefri on the way. Tefri took a bite of a cookie, his cheeks puffing out slightly. Sensing someone eat gaze, he glanced sideways. What are you looking at? Is there a problem? Metasilent withdrew his gaze, a faint smile playing on his lips. Not a single detail was missed. Rhodia pushed the door open and entered. A bright smile was etched on the corners of her mouth. I heard there was a guest in the office. Her gaze faltered slightly. Her eyes landed on the figures in front of her. Van Teferi? Van gestured with his hand. A smile played in his eyes. Rhodia walked in quickly. Her expression was filled with surprise. Why did you two suddenly come here together? Teferi brushed off some crumbs. This guy said he wanted to see you. So I just tagged along. Rhodia tilted her head. Curiosity gleamed in her eyes. Well then, Van, why did you come? Van lowered his eyelids. His expression seemed a bit hesitant. He turned his face away slightly, avoiding her gaze. I just wanted to ask you, Rhodia, if you've run into any trouble lately. Rhodia stood frozen for a moment. Trouble, the case regarding the former Countess Feliotin. It has already been transferred to the imperial family. The guild and my employees are all assisting with the investigation. Rhodia placed a hand over her heart. A smile remained on her lips. So I'm doing quite well. Actually, I'm more worried about you, Van. As the crown prince, you must have so many official duties to attend to. Is it really all right for you to come out this frequently? Van closed his eyes. The corners of his mouth tilted up slightly. For you, Rhodia, of course I have to make time.
He gazed intently at Rhodia.
His expression was serious. I don't want to use being busy as an excuse to neglect the person I love. Rhodia stood there, stunned. Van. Teferi stared straight ahead. I'm hungry. Rhodia was suddenly snapped back to reality. Hey. Teferi crossed his arms over his chest. He cleared his throat loudly. Kids these days really have no sense of timing. He stood up abruptly. Let's go get something to eat. Rhodia looked hesitant. Wait, are we all going together? Teferi's eyes widened. He stared intently at Rhodia. What, you weren't planning on going? Rhodia turned her head away. An awkward smile played on her lips. Not exactly like that. Teferi lifted his chin. He wore an arrogant expression. Today is your treat. Be prepared to pay up, Rhodia. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, illuminating the room.
The long table was laden with various meat dishes. Teferi held a fork in each hand. He began attacking the food with both hands. His cheeks were bulging full. Rhodia watched him from across the table. She had a look of helplessness on her face. You must have been starving, Teferi. Van Medicilin picked up his wine glass. His expression was calm. It certainly seems that way. Teferi reached out and snatched a plate. His movements were lightning fast. You're not eating this? Then I take mine. Rhodia looked at her empty plate. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. Teferi, do you always have such a massive appetite? Teferi nodded vigorously. Of course, Teferi said, stabbing a piece of meat. A grin spread across his face. When you're accumulating mana and gathering knowledge in your body, your appetite naturally increases. I take the same principle as training your physical strength and endurance. He popped the meat into his mouth. He chewed loudly. Van tilted his head slightly. He leaned in close to Rhodia's ear. He whispered softly, I'm sorry, Rhodia. Rhodia turned her face toward him. Confusion flickered in her eyes. Why are you apologizing? Teferi patted his stomach.
He leaned back against the chair.
Ay, finally, I'm stuffed. Teferi waves his right hand, a satisfied smile hanging on his lips. Thanks for the treat, Rhodia. Rhodia clenches her fingers, her body trembling slightly. Honestly, Teferi, only because you're so cute. I'll let it slide this time. She stands up abruptly. Don't even think about paying. Van, I told you today's on me. Medicilin freezes in place, looking hesitant. All right, Rhodia stands before the counter, handing the payment to the attendant. Teferi stares at Rhodia, his eyes sharp. Have you already given up on returning to your original own? Rhodia is suddenly jolted, her fingertips freezing in midair. She looks around, confusion written across her brow. What was that just now? Teferi's voice echoed directly in her mind. I've been researching dimensional travel lately.
Teferi raises an index finger
And presses it against his lips. That is why my appetite has been so huge. Cut me some slack. Rhodier's brow furrows slightly. That was a cheap move, Teferi. Teferi closes his eyes, wearing a smug grin. I know, Rhodia turns her head to the side, a gentle smile on her lips. Since you've had your fill, Teferi, I take time you. Teferi suddenly stops in his tracks, his gaze sharpening. Look. Your friend is over there. Rhodia looks taken aback. Stop lying. Why would Alien be here? Medicilin gazes forward, his expression grave. No, Rhodia. Look over there, see? That person really is your friend. Rhodia's pupils contract slightly. Her eyes were full of shock. Alien? But there haven't been any reports regarding her movements at all. Van spread his hands. His expression was grave. I just heard from my aide that Miss Alien should be at her estate. Rhodia turned her head. Her gaze was filled with doubt. Then is it possible that person isn't Alien? Van watched the retreating figure in the distance. The height is certainly similar, and that hair color is very distinctive. Teferi raised his right hand.
He snapped his fingers.
A crisp sound echoed. Magical light bloomed instantly. The distant image was magnified in midair. A smirk played on Teferi's lips. How about now? Rhodia stared at the clear image. It really is Alien. Where could she be going? That area is gathered with shops that don't open during the day. Ite almost evening. Perhaps she just early. Van stared ahead. His expression was stern. The daughter of a count would never frequent such a place without any guards. Let follow her. Fine. Teferi's eyes were full of distaste. What a pain. Are we really going to stalk her? A hand suddenly grabbed Teferi by the back of his collar. He let out a yelp. Rhodia remained expressionless. She scooped Teferi up. Let it go. Van stared ahead.
His gaze was icy.
Sounds good. Teferi flailed his limbs. He let out a scream. Let go of me, you bastards. A brickered stone house stood in the afterglow. The arched wooden doors were tightly shut. Rhodia held Teferi in her arms. She stared at the building before them. Did Elian really enter a place like this? Van stood to the side. His eyes were scanning the area. It certainly seems that way. Rhodia looked down at Teferi in her arms. A faint smile played on her lips. Let it consider your earlier debt settled with this mission. Teferi rolled his eyes. He looked at her with disdain. Settled, my foot. Rhodia rested her chin on her fingertip. Her expression became serious. Is there any way to know what's happening inside the room? Van Medicilin fell into deep thought. He hummed in contemplation. Rhodia leaned closer to the wall. She let out a silly chuckle. Can't we just listen through the wall? Teferi let out a cold snort. His eyes were full of mockery. Right, I'm sure you won't hear a single thing that way. Rhodia's cheeks instantly flushed red. Then what should we do? We can't exactly just barge in. Teferi raised his right hand.
He snapped his fingers lightly.
Looks like El Hep to use my abilities. A magical orb of light materialized in midair. It projected the scene from inside the room. Elian was sitting at the table. Opposite her was a mysterious figure draped in a cloak. Teferi focused intently on controlling the magical image. The sound is a bit faint, but you should be able to hear what's going on inside. Rhodia held her breath. She let out a soft "why." What should we do now? She bit her lip. As long as grandmother is safe, no matter what happens. Elian suddenly looked up. Her round blue eyes were cold as ice. I don't care. Whether you cure that dog or not? The other personate voice was intermittent. The frequency isn't matching up. This is the limit. Even so, that woman voice is very clear. Rhodia stared at the sphere. We don't have much time left. Elian clenched both fists. She pressed them down onto the table. If I do exactly as you say, you'll truly save my grandmother, right? The hooded man's lips curl upward. Don't be so impatient, everything will go as you wish. Elian stands up abruptly. I'm sick of hearing that. We've done everything you asked of us. But what have we gained? My father and my grandmother. The hooded man lets out a sigh, his expression one of sheer boredom. Stop acting like the victim. The hooded man looks down at her, his tone dripping with mockery. After all, it was your own greed that led you to cooperate, wasn't it? Elian lowers her gaze, biting her lower lip. As long as my grandmother is safe. She suddenly looks up, her eyes filled with cold resolve. I don't care if you cure that dog. Rhodia's body goes stiff, her round red eyes widening in shock. I don't care if you cure that dog. There are many people Elian would refer to as a dog. Could she be talking about me? Static flickers across the surface of the magic orb, emitting a faint sound. Good luck to you. Rhodia clenches her fists, looking deeply unsettled. I have no idea what that man was talking about. It seems their conversation is over. Rhodia turns around sharply, her round red eyes filled with suspicion. Don't you think that conversation was strange? Medicilin nods slightly, a pensive look in his eyes. Miss Elian once said she didn't believe her father was a criminal. But after hearing those words, Itet obvious sheet hiding something. Rhodia takes a step forward. Could it be that Elian has already found where her grandmother is? Medicilinet's expression is grim. From here on out, we need to start our investigation from this point. Teferi bites his fingertip, his round red eyes blinking in confusion. But that Mene voice sounded very familiar. Is that so? Rhodia snapped her fingers. A crisp sound echoed from her fingertips. Fragmented memories flashed through her mind. Intermittent static came from the magic crystal ball. Stop acting like a victim. In the end, you're still standing with us? Rhodia stared straight ahead. Her expression became certain. Yes, that voice was definitely familiar. Medicilin nodded slightly. His eyes were thoughtful. He'd likely someone from the imperial family at side. He looked at Rhodia. His expression grew serious. It seems the Impresset forces have already made contact with Elian. Rhodia pressed her fingertip against her lower lip. The Impresset people contacted Elian. When did it start? Could it have been that time she stormed out after our argument? A mocking smirk played on Teferi's lips. I'm leaving. He turned abruptly. He strode toward the door. Rhodia reached out, trying to stop him. Where are you going? Teferi didn't look back. Home, Teferi said as he walked away. His footsteps echoed on the stone pavement. Teferi must have been shaken by what just happened. Van put his arm around Rhodia's shoulder. Pressuring him like that, it weighs heavily on my heart too. Rhodia lowered her eyes. Her round red eyes were filled with guilt. Van gazed at her profile. Should we head back as well? Rhodia, however, fell into a pensive silence. Van softly called out Rhodia's name. Rhodia snapped back to reality. Her round red eyes widened slightly. Sorry, she said, a small smile forming on her lips. I was just lost in thought. The carriage jolted under the moonlight. Rhodia sat on the cushioned seat. She looked at the man sitting opposite her. Van, listen to me. I just remembered something. I want to hear your opinion on it. Metasilent gazed intently at Rhodia. Tell me, Rhodia said, her eyes downcast. Alian wants to find her grandmother. Right, and, it seems the imperial family approached her, under the guise of offering help. But there ain't no way the imperial family would sincerely help her. The reason they approached Alian is most likely because of me. Rhodia's round red eyes flickered. If the imperial family is the mastermind behind all of this, then it means Alian is merely being used. The imperial family would never let the former countess, Feliotin, live. This means that they are keeping her in a place where she's easy to control. Van gazed at Rhodia. Rather than in Tebran. Are you saying the countess is actually in the capital? Rhodia pressed her lips together. Exactly. Currently, all the information we've gathered is unreliable. It had been days since the old woman was seen in Tebran, but there hasn't been a single trace of her since then. This implies the intelligence might have been wrong from the start. But can they really control that much information? All the sighting reports came from ordinary citizens. Even for a small city, there are tens of thousands of people living there. How could dozens or even hundreds of people report the exact same thing at once? Rhodia raised her hand, her round red eyes widening slightly. Why didn't we find it strange before? In that small city, how could so many people have seen her at the same time? The neck body froze. Shock filled his red almond-shaped eyes. Van raised his hand to press against his brow. We should have noticed sooner. The former countess couldn't have possibly left traces all over the entire city. Rhodia nodded slightly. There is no shortage of elderly people among the citizens of Tebran. But the fact they can remember that one specific person so clearly is just too strange. This is my theory.
The information we received showed
that about 100 people testified to seeing that old woman. What if those testimonies were completely different from the start? Metasilent rested his chin on his fingertips. What if someone changed? I don't know too. I saw it. They would only need to tamper with a small part of the report. We need to find out exactly where the intelligence was manipulated. Thank you, Rhodia. Thanks to you. We've discovered the loopholes in the intel. Rhodia waved her hands dismissively. No, it's too early to tell if my guess is right. The corners of Metasilent's mouth turned up slightly. His gaze returned to its usual calm. Regardless, our next course of action is very clear. We will begin our investigation at the Feliotin estate and the Imperial Palace. Rhodia nodded solemnly. You're right, those two places are the most suspicious. Van smiled faintly. The truth will come to light very soon. Rhodia placed a hand over her heart. I believe so too. Until then, I'm counting on you. Vanette's heavy footsteps echoed through the long corridor. His leather boots clicked against the floor, in a steady, powerful rhythm. The heavy wooden door was pushed open. The Empress picked up her teacup and took a light sip of black tea. How did the talk with that Feliotin girl go? Oh. Bernhard unfastened the clasp of his cloak. It was a great success. For the sake of the former Countess Feliotin's safety, that child seems willing to endure anything.
The Empress set down her teacup. Good. Children driven by blind devotion are always easy to use. Bernhardt sat on the sofa. As long as her grandmother is safe, she said she doesn't care whether that girl lives or dies. The Empress lowered her eyes. That girl, Rhodia Ariel Mertens. A smile played on the impressive lips, but there was no warmth in her eyes. How is the former Countess Philiotenic condition? She hasn't fully regained consciousness yet. The Empress watched the rising steam, her voice flat. When the time comes, cure her. Bernhardt's fingertips tremble, his movements freezing in place. The Empress covers her mouth and chuckles, her eyes full of mockery. Don't you want to know? When Elian learns that her grandmother died because of Rhodia, how will she react? Even if the plan goes wrong, my father has his own arrangements. That it right. Duke Castrambol is deeply involved in this. The corners of his mouth curl up, letting out a low laugh. I'm really looking forward to that moment. Metasilent. The Empress rests her chin on one hand. When everything finally collapses, I really want to see what kind of expression that girl will make. The room was deathly silent. If you wish, I could even cure that dog. Rhodia rolls over and opens her round red eyes. Is she talking about me? What would happen if I actually died? Would I return to my original Un? If I go back, what if a long time has already passed in my original Un? Rhodia ruffles her long hair with both hands, letting out a pitiful wail. My dream university life. She lets go and collapses back onto the pillow. Maybe I can never go back. That would be truly tragic. If I die like this, it will be doing a disservice to the real Rhodia. My head hurts. I should just go to sleep. The chain on her wrist jingles softly. Come to think of it, I haven't worn this bracelet yet. She leans against the headboard, raising her arm to examine it. I heard this contains the light of Arisalas. Those are gems associated with the goddess Arisalas. Rhodia spreads her fingers, the gems sparkling at her fingertips. Tefri said, Thatit, a deity related to the Aquila family. But Rhodia doesn't remember any such thing. Heat probably just some obscure, minor god. Tefri also mentioned something about the gods of this Un. On this continent, no one understands this field better than I do. But other domains might be different. That is theology. Theology studies an absolute existence that is invisible. Theology and magic research are distinctly different within their respective fields. They might provide different answers. Rhodia gazed at the gem on her wrist. Why didn't I think of this sooner? I should pay a visit to the temple tomorrow. Perhaps I can find an answer there. This was my fent time visiting the temple. Rhodia climbed the stairs. Her heels tapped against the stone steps, creating a crisp, echoing sound. I wonder if this place is anything like the churches. In my original, A sister stepped forward to greet her, her hands folded neatly in front of her. Welcome, sister. Rhodia nodded slightly, responding in a soft voice. Hello. This is your fent time visiting the Temple of Arisalas, isn't it? What brings you here today? If I suddenly bring up dimensional travel, they'll definitely think I'm strange. Rhodia folded her hands, resting her fingertips against her chest. I would like to pray for success in the future. The sister stopped in her tracks, her eyes filled with curiosity. Are you familiar with the goddess Arisalas? Rhodia turned her head, her expression honest. To be honest, not very much. The sister offered a smile and made a welcoming gesture. Thatit, quite all right, please, come in. I will explain everything to you in detail. Rhodia lifted her skirt and followed after her. Thank you. Rhodia followed the sister through the long corridor. The sister reached out to pick up a teacup, her fingertips lightly brushing against the air. Arisalas. The goddess is very special. She symbolizes balance and discord. Rhodia listened quietly as the nun continued her story. He is the guardian of both mercy and wrath, a deity possessing a charm full of contradictions. Because of his unpredictable nature, many people are hesitant to visit his shrine. Rhodia picked up her teacup, her round red eyes clouding with confusion. I see. but I'm still not quite sure what kind of god he really is. The nun offered a smile, her eyes brimming with warmth. Perhaps the goddess can resolve your worries instead. What do you do for a living? I run a guild. A guild manager, then she noted, crossing her arms over her chest and closing her eyes. People in your position usually go to worship the god Deludial. He is the god who governs over time, wealth, and luck. I've heard of Deludial. His shrine is said to be made of pure gold because of the endless stream of donations he receives. You don't necessarily have to visit Deludiale's shrine. Arisala's is very forgiving. Perhaps she will answer your prayers. The corners of Rodiate's mouth curled up into a soft smile. Then I'll offer my prayers to Arisala's today. If possible, I'd like to make a donation to her shrine. The nun froze in place. A donation? The nun suddenly stood up. In that case, I'll go fetch the high priest immediately. Rhodia waved her hands frantically, shrinking back slightly. No, that is not necessary. She sat alone on the sofa. I just wanted to thank you for your explanation, and I happened to mention the donation. Rhodia scratched her cheek, her gaze darting around. Suddenly meeting a high priest or someone like that. Here, the Pope is known as the agent of God. Every shrine has a high priest, who serves as the poppy envoy. They are referred to as the messengers of the gods. Can I really just meet someone of such high status out of the blue? A soft knock came from the door. The door creaked open. A middle-aged man stepped inside. Welcome, sister. The high priest walked over and sat across from Rhodia. I heard you intend to make a donation to the shrine. Yes, he sat back into the sofa. His gaze was gentle. You are the fent visitor to arrive today. Your presence here, I believe it is the arrangement of destiny. Rhodia was slightly taken aback. Is that so? The high priest stared intently at her wrist. I can feel the power of Goddess Arisala's emanating from your bracelet. Rhodia looked down at her bracelet. Her red eyes were filled with confusion. From this bracelet? It contains the light of Arisalacet gems. The high priest leaned forward. His eyes widened. The light of Arisala's? How did you obtain such a rare gemstone? Legend says that when the goddess descended to this land, she lost her physical form. Her tears transformed into these jewels. Only 9 remain in this urn. The high priest looked agitated. He began to speak faster. 1 is held by the Aquila family. Another is in the hands of the imperial family. The whereabouts of the other 7 remain unknown to this day. Rhodia covered the bracelet against her chest with both hands. The corners of her mouth twitched stiffly. I simply received it as a gift. I can't believe Tefri gave me such a precious gem. The high priest steadied his breathing. He settled back into his seat. Since it is a part of the goddess et body, it can serve as a medium for communication. Rhodia lowered her gaze. I understand. The high priest watched Rhodia closely. If you are willing, you may have an audience with the goddess. Rhodia snapped her head up. Her red eyes trembled slightly. An audience with the goddess? We do not know in what form she will appear. Perhaps as an avatar, or perhaps you will only hear her voice. Rhodia gripped her skirt tightly. Does Arisalas really know the truth about death and reincarnation? Or regarding travel across dimensions? But she is a goddess, after all. Perhaps she truly knows something. Rhodia took a deep breath. I want to see the goddess. The high priest smiled. Very well. He stood up and walked toward the door. He gestured with his hand. I will take you to the altar right away. Rhodia stood up and followed behind the high priest. I only came here looking for answers. I never expected to be able to meet the goddess directly. Perhaps I can finally understand why I came to this urn. The heavy doors slowly creaked open. The altar revealed itself amidst a glow of light. Stone pillars stood tall, and the divine statue looked down solemnly upon the vast hall. The high priest came to a halt. Think of it as offering a greeting to the goddess. Pray freely. Your posture does not matter. Just quietly voice whatever is on your mind. Rhodia stopped in front of the altar. She whispered a response. I understand, the high priest bowed. Then he began to step back. I shall take my leave now. Rhodia stood alone before the empty altar. She reached out her right hand, her fingertips lightly resting on the cold stone surface. She lay back upon the altar. Goddess, why did you bring me here? The altar vibrated slightly. The gemstone burst forth with an intense light. The brilliance instantly engulfed her body. Rhodia opened her eyes. Her round red eyes reflected a sky full of flowing light. She sat up abruptly. She looked at her surroundings. Where is this? Is the goddess here? Rhodia turned her head, her gaze searching through the clusters of flowers. Her eyes fixed on a spot ahead. It was a tombstone. Rhodia started walking. Her solace pressed against the grass, making a soft rustling sound. A call echoed from the void, Rhodia. Rhodia froze mid-motion. She turned her head, searching for the source of the voice. The goddess-at whisper echoed from the void. I am glad you could come to see me. But please forgive me for not rising to greet you, for my body is currently locked in a deep slumber. Rhodia stopped in front of the stone monument. Her round red eyes narrowed slightly. This is actually the goddess-at tombstone. Though I once taught thee that returning to one birthplace and vanishing into the twilight is the ultimate truth, even I do not know what that final glimmer of light at the end truly is. In the darkness where the path ahead is obscured, I seized the chance to become your guide, yet my heart is filled only with fear. The goddess-at voice rang out once more. Are you asking why you were brought into this Rhodia nodded gently. Yes, unfortunately. I cannot answer that question. It was fate that guided your soul to this place. Rhodia pressed further. Then what happened to me in my original Does this mean that, if I die here, you'll know nothing about it? The goddess fell silent. Rhodia lowered her gaze. Even after losing her physical form, the goddess can still converse with me. This means that, in this death is not the end. Perhaps I can still return to my original But Rhodia spun around abruptly. Why would a goddess be afraid of death? The void remained silent. As I thought she won't answer. When you can comprehend the meaning carved upon this monument, you shall have the answer to your question. Night fell, and the manor was brilliantly lit. The fountains danced under the moonlight. Rhodia sat on a bench. The meaning of the inscription on the stone. How on earth am I supposed to know something like that? Rhodia clenched her fists, her brow furrowed in frustration. Every deity, if ever known, was supposed to be omniscient and omnipotent. Rhodia rested her chin in her hand. In the end, I can only pin my hopes on Teferi experiment being a success. Hey, Rhodia whipped her head around. Her red eyes instantly went wide. That voice. Teferi stood there with his hands on his hips. You call me out here so suddenly, only to sit here looking all depressed? Teferi plopped himself down on the bench. What on earth is wrong? Rhodia hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Well, Teferi leaned in close to her face. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Rhodia closed her eyes. A helpless smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Not that. Teferi refused to let it go. He continued to press her. Then why is it? Did someone bully you? Or did your business go bankrupt? Rhodia couldn't help but chuckle. She raised a hand to hide her smile. She burst into a fit of laughter. Rhodia's eyes crinkled with mirth. If I really did go bankrupt, would you help me? Teferi turned his head away. Absolutely not. People with no money aren't worth spending time with. Rhodia clenched her fists. That is just too much. Teferi crossed his arms. So you had better run it well. I'll give you plenty of sponsorship. Are you still not going to tell me why you called me here? Was it just to pinch my cheeks? Rhodia waved her hands dismissively. Not like that. You were doing dimension transfer experiments before, right? Were the results satisfactory? Teferi shook his head. Complete failure. Every time it feels like I'm eating dirt. Teferi slumped onto the bench. Annoying as Hio. I honestly just want to walk away from it all. You can't do that. Saying such things at such a young age. Teferi's gaze turned cold. Have you forgotten? I am 10 times your age. Rhodia leaned in closer. Who told you to look this cute? Teferi swatted her hand away. Stop it. That kind of disgusting talk gives me goosebumps. He puffed out his chest. The lifespan of the Aquila tribe far exceeds that of humans. In my tribe, 200 is just reaching adulthood. So even if you converted it to human years, I would still be older than you. Rhodia sat upright beside him, looking embarrassed. I see. It wasn't just his appearance. His behavior lately had become more and more childlike as well. So much so that I hadn't noticed at all. Was this Teferi's original personality, or did his appearance change his character? Tell me more about the Aquila tribe. Besides you, how are the others doing? Teferi lowered his gaze. Aside from me, our race disappeared from history a long time ago. Our people scattered everywhere. Now, no one knows where anyone else is. Rhodia suddenly remembered something. But didn't you say that Teferi's father lives in the forest to the west? Teferi's eyes darted around. Right, the forest to the west blocks. Teleportation magic. You have to go on foot. Even if someone went, Itat not certain they would get an answer. Rhodia suddenly lunged forward, vigorously squeezing and kneading Teferi's cheeks with both hands. You liar. You made it sound so easy back then. Teferi let out a pitiful yelp. I was desperate for money at the time, okay? Rhodia let go of him, falling into deep thought. Why was Teferi in the form of a child? Living in this form, doesn't he find it inconvenient? Teferi rubbed his cheeks. Itat actually fine. He looked toward Rhodia. This form has many advantages. People lower their guard when they approach me. Sometimes they do get a bit too casual, though. That'd exactly the problem. Teferi let out a muffled groan. He crossed his arms over his chest. So, I assume you didn't come here just to ask about the experiment results. You look like you have something on your mind. Rhodia lowered her eyes. She lightly touched the corner of her lips with her fingertip. She let out a soft chuckle. As expected, I can't hide anything from your eyes, master. She pulled back her smile. Her expression became serious. I went to the Temple of Arisola's today. Teferi whipped his head around. His eyes were filled with confusion. What were you doing there? Rhodia looked down and fiddled with her fingers. I just thought I might find some answers there. But in the end, I found nothing. She looked up. Since you are of the Aquila clan, Teferi, do you know what the current state of Arisola's is? Teferi remained silent. Rhodia's expression faltered. Teferi, what at wrong? Did I say something wrong? I didn't mean to. The goddess has already fallen. Rhodia's eyelids drooped. Perhaps it was because she had woken up too early this morning. She rubbed the corners of her eyes. Why do I suddenly feel so exhausted? I don't know. She let out a soft sigh. She leaned her head back against the chair. Teferi didn't answer. This is a good time to take a rest. Did you see the goddess? Rhodia's vision blurred. A red-haired figure flickered and overlapped before her eyes. Teferi acted strange. I should answer him. Rhodia's eyelids felt heavy. Her vision gradually faded. Why am I so sleepy? I never thought you would make that kind of choice. You don't need to answer. A hand was placed over her eyes, blocking out all the light. Have a good sleep. Rhodia lost consciousness completely, her body going limp as she collapsed. To fall asleep so defenselessly in a place like this, Teferi looked down at her on the bench. Even if I'm the one who put you to sleep, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he let out a soft hum. He knelt beside the bench, gazing at Rhodia's sleeping face. Whether Itid dissonance or chaos, he reached out to brush away her stray silver hair. Just what is it that troubles you so much, Rhodia? Teferi leaned over, sliding his arms under Rhodia's knees and back, lifting her steadily in a bridal carry. Putting a woman to sleep without saying a word is hardly the behavior of a gentleman. Aldina walked over slowly, even though you could use magic. You insist on carrying her yourself. Could it be that you have some ulterior motive? Teferi tightened his grip on her, his expression turning grim. I don't like wasting magic in a place like this. What did Rhodia say? Teferi didn't even look back, his tone curt. I'm under no obligation to tell you. What? Aldina stuck out her tongue and made a face. You've just grown old and incredibly stingy. Lately, Rhodia has been thinking about her original, more and more frequently. Do you know anything about that? A mocking smile played on Aldinate lips. Who knows? If things continue like this, she might not make it through the foundation festival. He raised his hand, running his fingers through the ends of her hair. Please buy us some time. Teferi, we still have a long road ahead of us. Aldina tilted her head, a mocking smirk still present. Are you feeling guilty? Teferi's tone remained icy. Absolutely impossible. Aldina leaned in close to his face, her eyes full of scrutiny. Then what was that expression just now? Are you regretting it now? Teferi lowered his gaze, masking the emotions in his eyes. Regret. Teferi looked down at Rhodia. I sometimes wonder, if I told her the entire truth, what kind of expression would Rhodia make? She would feel resentment. I would feel anger. And then everything would fall into chaos. But what about after that? What would she say then? Teferi let out a sigh. Answer me, do you think she can handle it? She is asleep now. We can buy some time. Aldina pressed her fingertip against her lower lip. As long as we can hold out until the foundation festival, that will be enough. Teferi suddenly turned around. Where are you going? Aldina pressed for an answer. He began walking while carrying Rhodia, his solace treading across the ground, as he headed straight into the distance. Aldina stopped in her tracks. Why is he doing that? He has always been moody, but lately it has become exceptionally worse. Rhodia sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes clouded with confusion. I don't remember anything after falling asleep on the bench yesterday. But I woke up in my room. How did I get back last night? The maid tilted her head, beaming with a smile. What are you talking about? Miss, did you even go out yesterday? Rhodia sat on the bedside, her hands bracing herself at her sides. What on earth happened? Did Teferi use memory manipulation? She lowered her gaze. No, there ain't no reason for him to do that. Could it be that I've just been too tired lately? Rhodia covered her mouth. There was a look of panic in her eyes. Could I be sick? The maid leaned in closer. She called out softly. Miss Rhodia suddenly snapped back to her senses. She let out a small cry of surprise. And the maid straightened up. Itet, wonderful to see you sleeping so soundly. You've been so busy lately. Itet, rare for you to sleep this long. Rhodia rested her chin in her hand. As she thought back carefully, she felt completely refreshed. Sleep really is the best medicine. The maid stood by the bed. Do you have plans to go out today? Rhodia nodded. Yes, prepare the carriage for the Imperial Palace. The heavy wooden door was slowly pushed open. It let out a low creak. Rhodia stepped into the study. Her skirt swayed gently with every movement. Van had a gentle smile on his lips. You're here, I've been a long time. Rhodia, Liana walked in quickly. She clasped her hands over her chest. How long has it been since the charity event? Rhodia responded softly. Quite a while, I suppose, Liana. You're as beautiful as ever. Liana cupped her cheeks. She let out a soft giggle. Thank you. I've had so much on my mind lately. I felt like my skin was getting all rough. I'm so happy to hear you say that, Rhodia. Rhodia placed a hand over her heart. Her expression held a hint of helplessness. You must have been so worried. Liana crossed her arms. She shot a sharp glare toward her side. Itet, all because of cabbies. I can't even live a normal life. Cabbies hunched his shoulders. He looked embarrassed. Why are you blaming me? Liana took Rhodia's hand. Rhodia, don't be like me and give your lover too much freedom. Heat like an unbridled pony. You need to keep him on a tight leash. Otherwise, who knows what trouble he'll get into. Rhodia could only offer a strained smile. Heat always causing trouble. Rhodia chimed in agreement. Exactly. Liana pulled Rhodia toward the sofa. Have a seat. The four of them sat around the long table. You should know the reason why I called you here. Liana slapped an envelope onto the table. Read this. Rhodia reached out and took the envelope. Her fingertips brushed against the paper. She slowly pulled out the contents. What are these? This is a collection of evidence to close this case. It contains a detailed record of how to use these materials. Rhodia lowered her head to examine the letter. Her eyes scanned the dense handwriting. She held her breath. Her profile looked grave. A bead of cold sweat formed on her temple. There reads so much content, and yet incredibly detailed. With just this, Itet enough to send Count Feliotin to court. All the minor clues have been gathered here, so it looks quite extensive. Liana lowered her eyes slightly. The Count gained sympathy after the incident with the old woman. Moving against him rashly would cause a backlash. Even if we prove he's the true culprit of that incident, Itet difficult to punish a high-ranking noble like him by law. Our ultimate goal is the Impreset faction hidden behind the Count. We must formulate a plan to expose them publicly. We need a plan for their public execution. Rhodia's pupils suddenly constricted. Wait a minute, Rhodia gripped the documents tightly. Is the plan what it written on here? Using Count Feliotin, or is submitting evidence of collusion between the two major powers? Rhodia's brow furrowed. The Count will never betray the Impreset faction. And we don't even know if such evidence actually exists. Is this our entire plan? Or is there other evidence I don't know about? Liana tilted her head slightly. A meaningful smile played on her lips. You must think this is absurd. Of course, unease flickered in Rhodia's eyes. Who came up with this plan? Metasilent. He sat down beside Rhodia, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Itet all of us. Rhodia whipped her head around. What? Leona's eyes lowered slightly. To be more precise, we plan to leak this document to the Impreset faction. Rhodia held her breath, her expression freezing. She stood up abruptly, her hands gripping the document folder tightly. Wait, you're planning to leak this on purpose? Is it to make the enemy lower their guard? Liana looked up, her eyes bright. Exactly, that it. Rhodia clutched the folder to her chest. Do you really think they'll believe this document? I feel like even they would find it absurd. Vanette's lips curled upward. They'll find it hard not to believe it. Although we don't have it in our hands yet, the evidence of Count Feliotin, collusion with the Impreset faction, must exist in abundance. They'll be worried that the evidence has already leaked, so they'll be desperate to double-check everything. We can use that to distract them. Rhodia nodded slightly. If we search the areas they're most concerned about, we might be able to find the real evidence. Van gazed at her. Precisely. Liana held up her index finger. Half a day ago, our plan likely reached the Impreset ears. Both the Empress and Count Feliotin will be busy making moves. Her lips curved up into a confident, winning smile. Now Itet our turn to move. We don't know if there is more evidence out there, but there is one piece that most likely exists. Rhodia's eyes widened. What is it? Itet Countess Feliotin diary. Rhodia looked hesitant. A diary. Liana watched her companions. The Countess had a habit. Every day, it records everything that happens without missing a single detail. If he kept writing in it until the moment he went missing, then the truth must be written in there. For instance, Count Feliotin whereabouts, and a list of visitors who entered and exited the estate. Rhodia turned her head to look at the man beside her. Do you know where that diary is now? Van looked straight ahead. It is highly likely still inside the Feliotin estate. Rhodia raised her hand and covered her lips. So, in order to find that diary, Van gave a slight nod.
Exactly.
Tomorrow night, we are going to the Feliotin estate. Van clenched his fist. His knuckles turned white from the force. A red glint flashed in his eyes. The estate loomed before them. White stone pillars stood in neat rows. The hands of the clock tower were frozen. A group of infiltrators gathered outside the iron fence. They were dressed in dark uniforms, with swords hanging at their waists, talking in low whispers. Rhodia covered her nose and mouth. Her round red eyes scanned the surroundings warily. Van pulled down the cloth covering his face. "Are you all right?" Rhodia pulled down her mask. "Yes," she said, her eyes crinkling at the corners. Her gaze was full of amusement. "This is actually quite fun. I'm serious. Sitting at a desk all day going through documents, only being able to hear reports of the results, that's just too boring." She put her hands behind her head. Her hair was a bit disheveled. "So when Princess Liana told me about this plan, I felt a sense of relief." Liana raised her index finger. Her eyes were bright. "The core of this plan is Rhodia." She leaned her hands on the table. "The Felioten estate has over 120 rooms. That includes 3 separate buildings. Plus, since our plan has already leaked, their security will be incredibly tight. That is why Rhodier's role is absolutely vital. He must have a legitimate reason for being there. Cabbies and I will be in charge of monitoring the Impreset faction. Please make sure to draw Count Felioten's attention." Van pressed a hand to his forehead. Fatigue was etched between his brows. "Sister, why are you involving Rhodia in something so dangerous?" Rhodia stood before the iron gate. "All right," she said. "They can't hurt me anyway. They don't have any better leverage than me, do they?" Van pulled up his hood. His eyes were filled with deep concern. "But if Count Felioten gets any strange ideas, the situation will become very dangerous." Rhodia tilted her head. She gave a brilliant smile. "Then Van will protect me." Van pressed his forehead again. His fingers ran through his hair. "I'm worried that Teferi gave you that strange confidence." He lowered his hand. His gaze regained its calm. "As I said before, while the others search for the diary, Rhodia, you will be responsible for distracting Count Felioten." Rhodier's smile faded. "In short, you want me to be the bait, Van?" Van shook his head. "No, that won't work. Rhodia, please find a safe place to hide. I will go retrieve the diary myself." Rhodia grabbed his arm. "Don't do that. Elle, be careful. I won't do anything to overly provoke Count Felioten." She tightened her fist. She looked radiant. "If I really get into danger, Van will come to save me." "Right," Rhodia let go of his arm. She turned and walked away. "Then I'll go get ready." Van reached out into the empty air. His fingertips hung midway. Rhodia looked back. A smile played on the corners of her lips. "When you come to save me, don't be late." The carriage wheels turned, grinding over the pebbles. A rhythmic sound echoed from the road. Rhodia sat by the window, her red eyes staring outside. She opened her palm. A blue bead sat still upon her fingertip. "As long as I carry this, they'll be able to hear my voice from the outside." Rhodia tilted her head back and swallowed the bead. Her throat moved slightly as she gulped. "I feel like I'm getting caught up in a complicated mess. But there ain't no way out now." Rhodia gently touched her chest and let out a long sigh. "I have to take some responsibility for this. If I had spoken more gently to Elian back then, maybe none of this would have happened." The carriage stopped in front of the estate. A guard blocked the path. "Late, what is your business?" The driver pulled the reins tight. "The young lady of the Mertens family wishes to see Lord Felioten." He leaned forward, speaking with urgency. "It is a matter of extreme importance. Please, be quick." The guard looked troubled. "Please wait a moment. I will go and inform his lordship." Rhodia leaned against the window. "I wonder if the conversation over there is going smoothly." The guard walked quickly back to the carriage. "His lordship says you may enter." The carriage door opened. "My lady, please follow me." She stepped onto the footboard. Her heels hit the ground with a sharp click. Rhodia looked up at the grand mansion. This place is like the belly of a tiger. She followed behind the guard, crossing the empty courtyard.
Her footsteps echoed in the silence. The guard knocked on the door. Count Feliotin sat behind his desk, flipping through the documents in his hand. "Please come in." The heavy wooden door slowly creaked open. It let out a dull, heavy thud. Rhodia stepped into the room. She leaned forward in a polite bow. "Good evening, Count." Count Feliotin closed his documents. A smile played on his lips. "It's been a long time. Miss Rhodia, hasn't it been nearly a year?" Rhodia froze for a second no. She immediately cupped her cheeks. Her smile was bright and radiant. "Have you forgotten? Not long ago, you visited the Asteria district office on business." Count Feliotin slapped his forehead. He let out a hearty laugh. "Are you right?" "Yes, I must have forgotten. We've had a bit to drink tonight." He held out his palm. He gestured toward the sofa opposite him. "Please, take a seat." Without a word, Rhodia sat down. The Count walked around the desk. He settled into the sofa across from her. "So, what brings you here so late? Is it something urgent? You didn't even send word ahead of time." Rhodia folded her hands over her knees. "I heard you have been very busy lately." Regarding the matter of Lady O'Connell, Count Feliotin leaned back against the chair. "At my age, one is bound to go through all sorts of things. It's only natural to have to endure those difficult times. As one gets older, the hair naturally turns white." Rhodiate's throat tightened slightly. She swallowed hard. He was naturally avoiding any talk regarding the lady. Rhodia tilted her head. "How is Elian doing? Is she still her usual self? I haven't been able to see her at all lately. I'm worried she's still angry with me." Rhodia lifted her gaze. She stared intently at the man across from her. "I didn't expect Elian to get so furious, especially after hearing who the real culprit behind that incident was." Count Feliotin's eyelids twitched slightly. The smile on his lips stiffened. "The rumors regarding that incident, for that child, they may indeed be too cruel." Rhodia leaned forward. "Don't you want to ask me?" "About who I believe the real culprit is." Count Feliotin maintained a composed expression. "The imperial family is still investigating the matter." Rhodia looked him straight in the eyes. "The real culprit is you, Lord Count. I believe the one who murdered Lady Feliotin was you." Count Feliotin lowered his head and held his forehead. He let out a short, sharp laugh. "You child?" He pressed his hand against his brow. The corners of his mouth curled upward. "You truly are skilled at catching people off guard." Rhodiate's pupils contracted slightly. Cold sweat seeped from her fingertips. Wait, he isn't flustered at all. He doesn't even remember the last time he went to the office. "How interesting." "I like your audacity." Count Feliotin rested his fingertip against his chin. "Miss Rhodia, do you think my late mother, which is to say, my mother, is still alive?" Rhodia froze in place. "What do you mean?" Wrinkles crinkled at the corners of Count Feliotin's eyes. A parent who cannot recognize their own child is neither truly alive nor truly dead. He leaned back.
He sank into the large sofa chair.
"I didn't cure her, but her current state is no different from being dead." A chill ran down Rhodiate's spine. "Why are you suddenly telling me all of this?" "Well then, Rhodia." He looked down at the young woman on the sofa. His eyes were freezing cold. "Do you think you can walk out of here alive?" Rhodia gripped her skirt tightly. Her nails dug deep into her palms. I can make it out of here alive." Count Feliotin let out a low snort. How unfortunate." "That is the wrong answer." Count Feliotin's figure swayed. His face grew twisted and blurred. Rhodia recoiled in sudden terror. Her round red eyes trembled. Cold sweat trickled down her cheek. "I'm going to cure you tonight." Metasilent dropped to one knee. Damn it, the communication had been cut off. He stood up abruptly. Anxiety flared in his almond-shaped red eyes. "I have to get into that mansion." An aide reached out to block him. "Your Highness, please stay calm." Metasilent brushed the arm away.
His gaze was icy.
Calm, Rhodia is in there and we've lost contact. In a situation like this, you're telling me to stay calm? He leaned in toward the aide. His voice was grim. If your wife were the one in danger, would you still be able to keep your cool? The aide lowered his head. He avoided Vanette's gaze. It might just be a temporary signal failure. We need to consider all possibilities. Metacyllinet's eyes turned cold. And what happens after we've considered them all? He took a sharp step forward. The last thing I heard was someone saying they were going to cure Rhodia. If we keep wasting time worrying about a signal, who knows what will happen to her in there? He reached up and pulled back his hood. I don't know how noble you think I am, but I'm neither that brave nor that patient. Metacylin turned and headed toward the mansion. I'm going in alone. You stay here. Watch the Count and the former Countess at every move. His subordinates cried out in unison. Your Highness, Metacylin didn't look back. He walked straight ahead. Footsteps echoed across the floor. No one can find me in the darkness. Even if I am seen, I won't let them leave alive. Rhodia clutched her skirt tightly. Her round red eyes trembled. Battenberg, a mocking smirk hung on the man's lips, and his eyes were entirely crimson. You have quite a sharp eye. Is it because you're Vanette woman? What is your name? Versahab. Rhodia stared at the man in front of her. Who on earth are you? A brother of the Metacylins, carrying Battenberg BDLST. Rhodia gripped the fabric over her chest. None of the princes I know are like you. Versahab's eyes were filled with red. Of course not. Who would go around spreading rumors, claiming to be the Emperor bastard son? Rhodia held her breath. A bastard? How long have you been impersonating Count Feliotin? Versahab tilted his head. You talk too much. Versahab pulled open a drawer. The interrogation has lasted long enough. I'd time for the next stage. He took out a notebook with a red cover and held it up in front of Rhodia. You came all this way, surely not to go home empty-handed. Rhodia rushed toward the desk. Did you get it? Versahab turned his face toward her, a mocking sneer on his lips. No, it was on this desk from the very beginning. He casually flipped through the pages, his gaze cold. How ridiculous. Why is everyone making such a fuss over this useless diary? Why did that old fox get involved in this? Wouldn't it have been easier just to destroy everything? He looked up at Rhodia. Don't you agree? Rhodia flinched violently, her eyes filled with sheer terror. Rhodia lowered her lashes, her body unable to stop trembling. Princess Liana had said, Count Feliotin couldn't hurt me. But the man in front of me is completely different. He could cure me at any moment. Vilponia paced restlessly within the room. The owner of this house is truly pathetic. He stopped in his tracks. A mocking smile hung on his lips. In an attempt to save his daughter, he personally invited a fox into his home, only to be devoured by that very fox. He once tried to run away, but unfortunately it was all for nothing. He let out a sound. His demeanor was one of utter contempt. That old fox will never let any prey escape. Rhodia gripped the lace on her chest. Her reddish eyes trembled. What does that have to do with me? In fact, it has everything to do with you. Vilponia approached step by step. The solace of his boots clicked against the floor. Your reaction is too slow. He spread his hands wide. His expression was disdainful. It means everything you've done is utterly meaningless. Rhodia stumbled backward. Chills ran down her spine. Vilponia looked down at her. A sneer played on his lips. Coming here, forcing your way in, just to snatch that diary, and going through all that trouble to find that old woman at whereabouts. He suddenly reached out. He gripped Rhodia's neck tightly. Rhodia let out a pained, muffled groan. Vilponia leaned close to her ear. His eyes were freezing cold. I could love to play with you a little longer, but it seems this is the end. Vilponia tightened his grip. A mocking smile remained on his face. If you want to blame someone, blame Liana for sending you here. And Van. Rhodia's face turned deathly pale. A broken sound squeezed out of her throat.
Vilponiate gaze fell upon her wrist. This is a magic tool. No wonder you were fiddling with it just now. He suddenly exerted more force. He tore through the metal chains. He tossed them aside onto the floor. The chains hit the ground, letting out a sharp metallic clang. Rhodia struggled desperately. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. If a character like this existed, you should have told me beforehand. Don't introduce a murderer at a time like this. This Damon is insane. Versahabit figure became a blur. Rhodia squeezed her eyes shut. Her fingertips dug frantically into his arm. A heavy thud rang out. Rhodia's body lurched forward. He stumbled and fell to his knees. Rhodia coughed violently. She clutched her throat tightly, gasping greedily for air. How did, all of a sudden, she struggled to lift. Her head and a blurred figure appeared in her line of sight. Van Metasilent dropped to one knee and steadied Rhodia by her shoulders. I'm sorry I'm late. Versahab. Versahab reached up to wipe the BDLSD from the corner of his mouth.
His gaze was dark and cold.
What a cruel way to greet someone, after such a long time apart. Versahab. Metasilent placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. His eyes were like ice. When did you get back? Versahab spread his hands out wide, looking completely at ease. About a year or two ago. Metasilent glared at the man before him. Since you're showing your face here, I assume that woman is dead. Versahab tilted his head. A mocking smirk played on his lips. That it right, no doubt about it. He closed his eyes, a twisted smile spreading across his face. I ended her life with my own two hands. Metasilent gripped his sword hilt, his knuckles turning white. Killing your own mother. You're absolutely insane. Versahab tilted his head slightly. She was a woman beyond saving. I merely released her from her agony. Shouldn't she be grateful to me? His gaze shifted to Rhodia, who was slumped on the floor. I intended to grant that woman the same peace. What a shame. Death is the easiest way to escape pain. Is it not? Van drew his sword from its scabbard. The sound of metal scraping was piercing. You had better shut your mouth. He held his sword horizontally, shielding Rhodia.
His gaze was ice cold.
Unless you want to see me truly lose my temper. Versahab spread his hands wide, looking completely at ease. It seems you're already angry. Ever since you were a child, you've had an abnormal obsession with things that belong to you.
Tell me.
Do you plan to cut off the hand that choked that woman? Van gripped the hilt with both hands. His eyes were freezing. No. I'm going to cut out your tongue front. Versahab stood his ground, a mocking sneer on his face. The blade sliced through the air, with a sharp whistle. He suddenly reached out, his black-gloved hand catching and squeezing the silver blade. The two clashed at close range. Van gritted his teeth, letting out a low grunt. The blade vibrated violently in the other Manet palm. A red glow flared in Versahabit's eyes, his expression turning manic. Try it if you think you're capable. When that time comes, I'll sever that woman in limbs right before your very eyes. Rhodia sat collapsed on the floor, her right hand clutching her dress tightly. Her heart skipped a beat in shock. What should I do? There must be something I can do. She snapped her head around, her eyes locking onto the floor. The bracelet, Rhodia pushed herself up, and began to crawl desperately across the ground. Versahab tilted his head slightly, glancing down with his crimson eyes. Catching a glimpse of a crawling figure out of the corner of her eye, Rhodia suddenly reached out. I did it! Versahab swung his sword down. The blade tore through the air, letting out a sharp whistle. The metal chains snapped instantly, shards flying in every direction. Rhodia jerked her hand back, her round red eyes filled with terror. Versahab took a step closer, his leather boots thumping against the floor, with a heavy dull sound. I don't like people pulling little tricks behind my back. He looked down at Rhodia, who was slumped on the ground. If you don't want this dagger pointed at your throat, you better stay put. Understand? The corners of Versahabit's mouth curled up, a hint of mockery in his eyes. It had been a long time. A heavy punch suddenly connected, slamming hard into the side of his face. With a dull thud, droplets of BDLSD splattered in the air. Versahab's body jerked back, and he stumbled several steps, letting out a muffled grunt. Versahab turned his head and spat out the BDLST from his mouth. Metasilent held his sword across his chest, the blade reflecting a cold light. Give up. If you surrender, I'll give you a quick death. Versahab lowered his head and chuckled, his shoulders trembling slightly. Cure me. He raised his long black-gloved hand and wiped the wound on his cheek firmly with his thumb. Versahab's lips curled into a smirk. The wound had already healed, his skin as smooth as before. Rhodio's round red eyes trembled as she watched the man before her. Now that I think about it, his sword hand is also completely fine. Is it magic? That is, Versahab spread his hands wide. What does it matter whether I die or not? Versahab turned his back to the crowd and began walking toward the door. After all, my body has long since transcended the human realm. If you're thinking about running away, then you had better give up hope right now. Running away, Versahab suddenly snapped his fingers. His black gloves brushed against his fingertips, letting out a sharp click. The heavy stomp of his leather boots echoed dully. From the very beginning, I never intended to let you leave here alive. A swarm of guards flooded into the room. Swords were drawn from their scabbards one after another, trapping Metasilent and Rhodia in a tight circle. That old fox said he'd let you go, but I'm not about to miss this golden opportunity. Rhodia knelt on the floor, scanning her surroundings. That man is Demio. He stood before him, hand resting on his sword hilt, his fingertips trembling. Demio Princess, if you get down on your knees and beg me, perhaps I'll spare your woman. What do you say? Metasilent's breath hitched. Cold sweat trickled down his cheek. Versahab stood before the guards, his almond-shaped red eyes brimming with arrogance. He stood with his hands on his hips, a mocking smirk on his face. Metasilent leaned down. Let's make a deal. Rhodia suddenly moved to block Metasilent. Versahab froze in his tracks. What did you say? Rhodia straightened her back, looking him straight in the eye. I said, let's negotiate a deal. Versahab raised his black-gloved hand, a low chuckle escaping his throat. He threw his head back and erupted into a fit of wild laughter. A deal, in this situation? How interesting. You've got quite the nerve. He stopped laughing,
his gaze gradually sharpening.
Like I just said, I'm not like that old fox. I will never let this chance slip by. Did that old fox promise to give you what you want? If he is indeed that old fox, then it must be the empress or the concubines. You had better not trust those women. Those two are currently trying to win over half the court, just to ensure their own sons ascend the throne. You claim to be a bastard of the Battenberg family? Rhodia stared at his face, her tone unwavering. Black hair and red eyes. That is the very proof of your right to the succession. Those two will never let you be. As long as the Battenberg bloodline exists, as long as that BDLST flows within you. She lifted her head, her round red eyes looking straight ahead. If you stand on our side, you can save your own life. Versahab closed his eyes, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. But all of that is mere speculation. Rhodia lowered her lashes. It seems this isn't working. However, your proposal is somewhat tempting. Versahab crossed his arms over his chest, his almond-shaped red eyes shimmering. Then survive. If you can stay alive, I will accept your offer. Rhodia squeezed her eyes shut. Is it going to end like this? And what? And Rhodia's eyes snapped open. Her round red eyes widened slightly. A white light exploded in the center of the study. The blinding glare swallowed the silhouettes of the room. When the connection was severed, I was so... What happened? Teferi appeared out of thin air. And it turns out you were just fooling around here. Rhodia clenched her fists against her chest. Teferi tilted his head slightly, a mocking look on his face. Tisk, what a troublesome fellow. Versahab stared at Teferi standing before him,
his gaze sharp beneath his short brown hair. Who are you? Teferi remained perfectly composed. Me, Teferi crossed his arms, a hint of arrogance in his eyes. I am Teferi. What on earth are you? You look exactly like that goddamn bastard. Teferi suddenly turned his head, staring coldly at Metasilon. I didn't ask for your name. Teferi swung his arm violently, his fingertips slicing through the air. A flash of cold light erupted, precisely cutting through the space ahead. BDLSD slid down his cheek, leaving a red trail behind. Thatted magic. Versahab raised his black-gloved hand,
touching the bloodstain on his cheek with his fingertips.
I remember now. I've heard that name before. The BDLSD Sovereign. The human weapon. The Mad Ruler. The Master of the Magic Tower. I also heard your personality is absolutely atrocious. Teferi tilted his face slightly, a sneer hanging on his lips. It seems my reputation does travel fast. Versahab took a step forward, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. I heard your hair wasn't originally red. They say you dyed it red because it was constantly soaked in BDLST. Versahab tilted his head, a smile playing on his lips. How many people have you killed? 1,000, 2,000? I've always wanted to meet you. I was curious how one person could cure so many. Teferi's eyes were icy. You talk too much. He thrust out his right hand, a blinding light bursting from his palm. Take Rhodia and run far away. Metasilon gripped Rhodiate's hand tight, and the two of them ran through the corridor. Teferi spread his arms, his red hair fluttering under the surge of mana. A dazzling sphere of light gathered in his palms. Versahab turned his head, a smile remaining on his lips. Is this the magic you use to take lives? Teferi stared at the dagger in his hand. That was a magical tool designed to interfere with spells. Vilponiate fingertips twirled. The dagger was originally intended to destroy barriers. It seems it can be used this way as well. Teferi's gaze was icy. Showing off everywhere with that kind of trash. How arrogant. He raised his right hand. A crisp snap of his fingers echoed. Ripples of mana expanded instantly. 3 heavy knights materialized out of thin air. They blocked the way forward, long swords in hand. Teferi brushed back the red hair on his forehead. A mocking smile hung on his lips. You asked how I killed so many people. He closed his eyes. His posture was relaxed. I said simple. They did things they shouldn't have, so I killed them. Teferi snapped his eyes open. His pupils were piercingly cold. Even if I cure you here, it will just be one more number.